Robert France, the 07 Trailblazer. 1249 for the Trailblazer at 109. Mustang at 1253 at 109. Pair of 109s there. Final call for Pro ET. Should be in 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. BJ out there on the dragger, getting the starting line ready for Pro ET. Appreciate everything that BJ's done over the years here at Byron Dragway for all the drag racers and all the fans and people like myself that really love drag racing. Super Pro No Box, you're on standby. Super Pro No Box, you're on standby. Here we go, Pro ET coming into the water box. 70 Nova, right here from Rockford, Barry Fisher. Up against Justin Rins, the 94 Mustang from Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. Justin Renz in the Mustang away first. Great reaction time. Takes it through the quarter mile. Slowed down there in the right lane. Went a 15.24, only 41 miles an hour. Kyle Kuntz, the Nova, 13.78 at 97. Let's shut him down here for a few moments. Got a car stopped on the track. Safety crew will check that out on the top end. Pro ET, you should be in the lanes. Pro ET, you should be in the lanes. Scott LaBuddy to the tower. Scott LaBuddy to the tower, please.
Oh, we found the tech card.
We found your tech card, Scott. Okay, here we go back in action. Not quite. They still have that car off the top end. I think he has a broken throttle cable down there. Take a few minutes to get him hooked up and off the track. Okay, here we go. Ready to rock and roll again. Once against Dwayne Rentz, the 68 Mustang out of Fort Atkinson, up against Steve Johnson, DeWitt, Iowa. '84 Monte Carlo. Almost identical reaction times in 021 to 022. Monte Carlo there first, 1065 at 128. The Mustang at 1095 at 120. Next up is Dave Metcha, the beautiful 69 Camaro out of Morton Grove. Up against Rockford, Illinois' own John Reynolds, 66 GTO. Pretty good race there. Dave Metcha moves toward the center aisle, gets straightened out, runs a 1011 at 132. John Reynolds a 1070 at 126. '71 Chevelle, that's Jim Keith out of Streeter. Up against Ed Evans from Brookville, Wisconsin. '93 Mustang. Whoa, big giant wheel stand there for Jim Keith. Keeps it under control. Had a great reaction time in 016. Takes it through first at 1054 at 125. Ed Evans at 1073 at 124. Up next, John Coyle, runner-up yesterday overall. Won the no box category, was runner-up at the end of the day. Double entered here today with the Pro ET class. Beautiful 63 Nova from down in Wilmington, Illinois. Up against Jim Fitzpatrick in that unique 65 CUDA. John Coyle, 017 on the tree. Jim Fitzpatrick there first, 1119 at 117. John Coyle, 1201 at 111. '71 Vega Wagon, small block, Bob Dish, Verona, Wisconsin. Up against the 68 Chevelle with the 502 big block. That's Tom Hickey out of Arlington Heights. Bob Dish real close on the tree, 003 red. Tom Hickey in 020. Vega there first at 1058 at 125. The Chevelle 1134 at 119. Leroy McLean, a little pickup truck out of Two Rivers, Wisconsin. Up against a Vega wagon, not on file yet. Good reaction time for Leroy, 019. Vega wagon's gonna get there first. At 1089 at 125. Little pickup truck 1113 and 119. Mike Cole, 69 Nova, left lane. 80 Fairmont. That's James Holder from Dixon, Illinois. 514 cubic inches under the hood of that Fairmont. Pulling away from the Nova. Runs a 10.08 at 134. The Nova a 10.21 at 130. So far, so good Camaro. Up next, out of Rochelle, Illinois, it's Tim Mosier. Up against Darren Burkhart. Looks like he's in a Monte Carlo today. Left lane at 10.54 at 127 for the Camaro. Monte Carlo at 10.90 at 125. Eddie Peterman, our birthday boy here today. 55 Chevy sedan out of Sheridan, Illinois. Retired dealer tech. I won't give out his age. I'll let him disclose that to you. I'm not sure. I don't want to miss it. I can't count that high. Check with Eddie on the age, please. Nova right-hand lane, not on file. Nova way out in front. 012 green, runs a 950, 143. Eddie Peterman in the sedan, a 1072 at 125. '80 Malibu. Arlie Ballard, Byron, Illinois. The 53 Studebaker, that's Gordon Beach, a retired fire chief from right here in Rockford. Pretty even off the tree, an 030 to an 036 for Gordon. Arlie gets there first in the Malibu, a 1069 at 121. The Studebaker at 1182 at 112. Little Mustang here not on file. Cool looking car. It's Joe Gagliano from Chesney Park. The 70 Nova SS. Mustang there first, 1007 at 131. Nova 1019 at 130. Fred Tromley, the Nova. Right lane gets there first at 10:09 at 133. Fred Tromley at 12:14 at 109. I'll hold here for a moment. Some debris on the track. Got a few parts out here on the track. Sounds like we have a swap meet out here this morning on the racetrack. So everybody check your car out. Make sure you didn't leave any loose tools anywhere. Got everything bolted down, screwed down, whatever. Here we go, folks. Ready to run again. Got the track cleaned off. Beautiful 57 Chevy wagon. Mark Schaefer, retired teacher from Dixon, Illinois, against the 70 Nova of Jerry Woods, Davenport. Great reaction time for Jeff, 004. Gets there first at 10:14. At 134, Mark Schaefer in a wagon, at 10:52 at 125. College professor Ed Kroll in the Graybill Auto Service 67 Camaro, 383 small block, one of my favorite engines. Up against Scott Frost, 67 Chevelle, the mechanic out of Elgin. Both these cars from Elgin. Cars were dead even at 330. Scott Frost pulls it out in the end at 10:06 at 133. Ed Kroll at 10:40 at 126. Out of Mount Carroll, Illinois, Mike Miller, the 68 Nova, sponsored by Manny's Pizza and Saloon. 468 Big Block up against 68 CUDA, which is Tim Flynn, mechanic out of Naperville. .006 reaction time for the CUDA. The Nova gets there first at 9:62 at 140. The CUDA at 10:01 at 133. Up next, the left lane heavy hitter out of Spartan, Illinois. That's Troy Bogner, sponsored by Pro Automotive. Another 383 Camaro. Up against Mike Slaverio out of New Lenox, Illinois. That's my hometown. 76 Grand Prix. Sheet metal worker. For some reason, he has a parachute on the back of her. I can't figure that out. Either that or it's his lunchbox. I'm not sure. Wheels up for Troy Bogner. Runs a 9:46 at 143. Michael Silverio a 9:36 at 145. Went 009 red. He's close to the tree there, and that's the fastest I've ever seen that car go. Nice pass there. John Hickson, very competitive 70 Buick GS, 509 cubic inch big block under the hood. He's out of Plainfield up against Sheridan, Illinois' Tim Biernet, the 69 Nova, Mr. 4-Speed himself. John Hickson, 70 Buick GS, 965 at 141. Tim Biernet slamming those gears to a 1088 at 124. Brian Dumdy, beautiful 57 Chevy. If you ever get a chance to get up close to this car, it's a very unique car, well engineered, out of Sycamore, Illinois. 582 cubic inch big block up against Greg Darm. And that street-driven 2018 Mustang. 005 red for Brian. Trucks down through there at 951 at 138. Greg Darm at 1201 at 119. Super Pro no box, your first call to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro no box to 3 and 4. Rod Colbert, 70 Camaro. Mark Langfus, 65 Dodge. 1005 for Mark at 132. Rod Colbert, 1062 at 127. Kevin Swartz, 80 Malibu. Corey Duncan from Washington, Illinois. Correction there, 67 Camaro. Up against Brian Hampton out of Earlville. 88 Camaro. Corey there first, 1019 at 130. Brian Hampton at 1223 at 109. '70 Mustang, 509 cubic inches under the hood. It's Marty Thornton out of Kingston, Illinois. Up against Frank Kraus. 82 Firebird. Mustang there first at 925 at 143. The Firebird at 1094 at 124. Once again, Super Pro, no box. You should be coming towards the lanes 3 and 4. clear a car off the starting line there. Took a couple minutes. Coming out of the water box, Greg Meyer, the 68 GTO. Up against Jim Alabse, Madison, Illinois. His 80 Malibu. Final call for Pro ET. If anybody left out there in Pro ET that didn't get that first run, you are almost late. Only got about 5 pairs of cars and we're done with Pro ET. Malibu out in front. One's a 968 at 137. The GTO a 1055 at 125. '74 Pinto, Kayla Pope. Mount Morris, Illinois, up against Gary Bila in the Froggy Camaro. Gary Bila, the Camaro at 1057 at 126. The Pinto at 1073 at 122. Brando Carlson, 80 Camaro. Steve Malik, 74 Duster. Camaro away first, 018 green. Gets there first at 917 at 147. The Duster at 1081 at 122. No box, no box. We're waiting on you in the lanes. No box. 3, 4, 5, 6. No box to the lanes. Lanes 3, 4, 5, 6. Jesse Albright, 65 Mustang out of Montgomery, up against Terry Heller, 71 Vega. Vega there first at 1067 and 125. Mustang at 1077 and 124. Mike Kersey, Olds Cutlass way out in front. Both drivers went red. Cutlass there first, 1107 and 119. The Camaro 1429 at 80 miles an hour, slowing down a little bit there in the left lane. '61 Corvette, Bill Swarm, way out in front. Goes a 1037 and 128. The pickup truck a 1291 at 94. We got Johnny Robinson up here on a single. 91 Mustang, 393 small block. Very competitive car. Good reaction time, an 010 green for Johnny. Runs a 1039 at 129. Another Mustang, that's Fred Fagan. Out of Sandwich. Fred takes you through a 917 at 146.
Here we go, one and only time trial session in Super Pro No Box. Coming out now. $5,000 to win today in the Super Pro Box No Box category. It is a combined class. The No Boxers race, independent of the Boxers. The Boxers race, independent of No Box. And then at the end, the final No Boxer, the final Boxer race for the $5,000 prize. Fun fact yesterday on the box side, which is heavily, a lot of dragsters in that class, it was all door cars from 3 cars on. Is actually like a blast from the past. It looked like the 1980s. 2 Vegas and a Monza were left in the box category. That's pretty cool. Here's a cool Monza. That is Jim Sibley, right-hand side, the Iaconio and Allen Nostalgia Pro Stock looking Monza on the right-hand side, paired up with the 37 Chevy Coupe of Kevin Lancaster. Lancaster on the left-hand side. He'll go a 588 with an 850 miles per hour, 573 at 119. The 005 reaction time for Jim Sibley in the right-hand lane. Great light for Jim Sibley. Again, the one and only time trial session here in Super Pro means that the first best reaction time determines potential buy in round 1 of eliminations. Maureen Lancaster, Buck Davenport, pair of Camaro, 644 for Lancaster, 647 for Buck Davenport in the right-hand lane. Mark Nettesheim and Warren Strum, pair of third-generation GM products. Nettesheim, the Camaro left-hand side from Heartland, Wisconsin. Warren Strum of Villa Park, Illinois. That is a 1984 Pontiac Trans Am with T-tops for a roof in the right-hand side. Warren Strum, a veteran of the United States military as well. 006 red for Nettesheim in the left-hand side. 13 green for Warren Strum. 617, that's the elapsed time for Mark Nettesheim in the Camaro. 631 for Warren Strum. 109 is his speed in the right-hand side. He had a birthday on Friday. Roger Moore is coming up. The Red Dragon 79 Buick Regal, as sponsored by Divine Concrete. Charlie, listen to this one. If you are in need of any concrete work, mention Byron Dragway for a 15% discount. 15%, think about that. When inflation's on the rise, Divine Concrete, they'll give you a discount. 15% off if you just mention Byron Dragway upon getting your sidewalk or driveway or basement or foundation or garage floor redone. Maybe it's around the pool on this hot summer that we have been enjoying. 662 for Morris on the right-hand side. 615 for Troy Bakey in the Dodge Dart. That's what we love about our sponsors at Byron Dragway. They don't just support the track, they support those that come out to the track as well. A 15% discount on your concrete work. How can you beat it? Chad Cannon coming up now, left-hand side. Chevrolet Camaro from Winnebago, Illinois, paired up with Dave Perry, a former Super Pro track champion. In the Corvette right-hand side, they're off. They are running 13 on the tree for Dave Perry, 31 for Chad Cannon. 637 at 108 for Chad Cannon, left-hand side. 569 at 120 for Dave Perry, a former track champion in the Chevrolet Corvette. That'll bring up John Hickson and Fred Berardi Jr. Hickson, he's doing double duty today. Racing in Pro Eliminator as well as Super Pro No Box. And that 1970 Buick Grand Sport, left-hand side. What's Grand Sport X? A GSX of John Hickson on the left-hand side. Fred Berardi Jr. of Hanover Park, Illinois. JNF Heating and Cooling, that is his sponsor of the 75T vinyl top Camaro on the right-hand side. 654 at 105 for Fred Berardi Jr., right-hand lane. John Hickson, great run for him. 623 at 113 on the left-hand side for John Hickson. Don Schomer coming up now, part of that Rich Kent Racing team. in a 71 Maverick. Left-hand side, beautiful car. Very photogenic as well. I'm sure Terry McGraw's got the camera ready. A fresh set of film inside the camera. Do they still put film in cameras, Charlie? I'm thinking not. Maybe it's got like one of those glass plates. There it is. Mark it down, Sedona. Perfect reaction time for Jeff Billiter on the right-hand side. Your potential buy come round number 1 of eliminations. Jeff Billiter holds the distinction of being one of few drivers to have actually had a perfect run at Byron Dragway. Perfect. I don't mean just a perfect line. I mean dead on zero and trip zip on the tree. A distinction that Jeff Billiter is one of few to have. And also he's the reigning and defending track champion in Super Pro. So, oh yeah, he runner up at the Firecracker this year too. Jeff Billiter. This may be the day for Jeff Billiter. Aaron Johnson and Mark Wicker on track at this time. 6:25 at 1:08 for Aaron Johnson on the right-hand side. 6:63 at 1:04 for Mark Wicker of Winnebago, Illinois. Winnebago is well represented at Byron Dragway, not just today, but every day, it seems. Pair of Wisconsin-based cars. We've got Jim Laughlin. That is the gentleman on the right-hand side. Gentleman Jim Laughlin. I believe he may have surrendered the points lead to Jay Allen following yesterday's races. Bob Dish, he's been doing double entry as well. He may well be in Pro Eliminator, I'm not sure. All right, I understand we have a racer in need of a tow back to his pit area. A racer is in desperate need of a tow back to his pit area. I understand he must be by time slips or somewhere along the return road. If anyone's got a golf cart with a tow strap that would be so kind to help a racer in need needing a tow back to his pit area. He is stranded somewhere along the return road, I understand. He didn't give me a mile marker, but it is somewhere along the return road. Should be easy to spot. Probably by time slips. Taylor Schlater and Larry Hone. Larry Hone in a very photogenic 67 Chevrolet Camaro right-hand side. Beautiful wheels-up launch, as we've come to expect from Mr. Hone. 652 at 103 miles per hour on the right-hand side. But I got a soft spot for yellow 67 Camaros, if you know anything about me. 698.97 is the speed on the left-hand side for Taylor Schlater. Mike Southwick quickly becoming one of the best levers at the starting line. Been out here racing just about every single weekend for the last couple of months, doing some pro tree racing as well, and it has really sharpened his starting line skills. Southwick in the 70 Chevelle right-hand side, as sponsored by Robertson Construction. 005 reaction time for Ricky Pena. Pena in a Corvette this week, and you never know what they're going to bring from the Pena stable. 6:32 at 1:11. They've got a Fury, they've got a AMX, they've got a Chevy too, and apparently a Corvette. Who else knows what's inside the garage of the Pena Bracket Corporation? Dean Cummings in a beautiful Chevrolet Nova right-hand side from Fox Lake, Illinois. 69 model Chevrolet Nova. Paired up with Kip Norup, the elected official, a politician, if you will. City of Byron trustee, Kip Norup on the left-hand side. He is, you guessed it, from Byron, Illinois. An elected official. 640, 410 miles per hour for Norup. Dean Cummins, 595 at 116 in the Nova. Right-hand side, a final call, final call. Super Pro, no box. Final call to the lanes, please, for your one and only time of trial session. Final call, Super Pro, no box to the lanes, please. No box, final call, one and only time of trial session. Boxers, be on high alert. Boxers, you are on high alert. Final call, no box. Boxers, you are on high alert. A tip of the cap to the entire track crew at Byron Dragway. Your chief starter, Jeff Spearling, joined by Brian Hampton, doing a little mop work at the starting line, keeping things in tip-top shape. So a thorough track inspection. Jeff and Brian going out a little ways. We're going to have BJ check the quarter mile, make sure we are all clean and clear before the next pair of cars. As Jeff Woods and Mike Cole sitting patiently in their Chevrolet Novas in the water box area, they will be the next out. Once we do a thorough track inspection, make sure we are in tip-top shape and ready to go. So hang loose. We'll be ready to go here soon, hopefully. We'll give you an update. Looking for Pro Eliminator driver of car number 3X22. 3X22. Looking for the driver of entry number 3X22 in Pro Eliminator. Looking for the driver of entry number 3X22 in Pro Eliminator to the tower, please. And we're looking for a Pro Eliminator driver of car number 3X22. 3X22, please. Hey, a reminder, drivers, we have the staging lanes organized such that we try to give you the best chance for lane choice as possible. That means that if you want the left-hand lane, then you want to have an odd-numbered lane when you pull in. If you want a right lane, you're looking for an even number lane when you pull into the staging lanes. So odd is always left. Odd is always left. Even is always right. Now, if we get into a scenario where everybody wants one lane, for example, everyone's preferring the left and everyone's preferring the right, obviously we're a two-lane track and we can't give everybody the one lane. We can't send singles. So when we do get to a certain point in the round where we have a number of cars lined up wanting the same lane, what we do is we chip them with chip number 1, chip number 2. We've got 2 chips, 2 cars front to back. Chip number 1 is the car in front. Chip number 2 is the car in back. We'll pull out a chip. Whichever car we pull a chip for, they get the lane choice. So if you are back-to-back with cars all onto the same lane, the first car's chip number 1, the second car's chip number 2. We pull the chip to determine who has lane choice in that scenario. So the best way to get lane choice is to show up early in elimination. 647 for Wood, 649 for Cole, 2 evenly paired Chevrolet Novas. But again, odd lanes are left, even number lanes are right. Odd lanes are left, even number lanes are right. They are numbered from 1 through 17, from east to west. Todd Hone coming up to the line right now, and Mike in the Monte Carlo from Germantown, Wisconsin. Hone all the way from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. He's going to go 594, 116 miles per hour for Todd Hone on the right-hand side. And Mike the Hipster, they call him, in the Monte Carlo, a 666 with a 5. 102 miles per hour on the left-hand side for that big, beautiful Monte Carlo. Coming up now, Tori Williams. 69 model Chevrolet Camaro from Winnebago, Illinois. And Kenny Norup. Norup in a Ford Thunderbird from right here in Byron, Illinois. He's in the right-hand side. So Kenny North, Tori Williams, staging up. This is the one and only time trial session for Super Pro No Box. And we are going to put the call out now for Super Pro Box. Super Pro Box. We are ready for you. Super Pro Box to the lanes, please. Box cars, box cars. We need you to the lanes, please. Begin with lanes 3 and 4. Beginning with lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Box. We are ready for you. We are ready for you. Super Pro Box to the lanes, please. Beginning with lanes 3 and 4. The Highlands will be back there to help you to back to the staging lanes. Dana, Madeline, Michaela, they are all back there assisting with the rear of the staging lanes, helping you find where you need to go. Traffic control, if you will. All right, Chris Wicker comes into today, 4th place in points in the Buick left inside. 7:11 is his lapse time, 93.93 miles per hour for Wicker. Ray Smith, great run, 6:18, 111 miles per hour for the SNS Dyno Services entry out of Rockford, Illinois. He's also the poster car for this weekend's race, Ray Smith. John Coyle, he was the no-box winner yesterday, overall runner-up to Vince Magracina in the final round. He's on the left-hand side, a 7-second Chevy 2, left-hand side of John Coyle. Paired up with John Holly, the Dodge Coronet, right-hand side of Marengo, Illinois. Beautiful downtown Marengo. He'll go 6:42 at 1:06 for John Holly. 7:59.89 the speed for John. Brian Dumdye on a solo run of that beautiful 57 Chevy from Sycamore, Illinois. 006 red. 6 flat elapsed time with an 8. 114 is his speed. And that beautiful, beautiful blue 57 Chevy out of Sycamore. Marty Thornton coming up now. He has had this car since high school. Drove it to high school, put it on the strip shortly thereafter. So for over 40, I believe maybe 43 years now, I want to say, Marty Thornton has had and raced this beautiful Ford Mustang from Kingston, Illinois, on a solo run. We are almost through with this time trial session in Super Pro No Box. Box cars, box cars, we are ready for you. Box cars, we are looking for you. Super Pro Box to the lanes, please. Odd left, even right. Odd left, even right. All right, Corey Duncan coming up now, a 67 model Chevrolet Camaro from Washington, Illinois, down by Peoria. Hometown to one John Brecklin, as I recall. God's country, as he called it. Corey Duncan. .648, 106 is the speed for Corey Duncan in the left-hand lane. And Bill Curtis Sr. Bill Curtis Sr. driving the Camaro on the left-hand side. Attention, Pro Eliminator pits looking for entry number 3X22. 3X22, driver of Pro Eliminator car 3X22. Please come to the tower. 3X22 to the tower, please. All right, little touch of spray at the starting line. We'll be ready for Super Pro Box. Jeff Billiter. 000 green in Super Pro No Box. In that time trial session, he is potential buy in round 1 Super Pro No Box. Jeff Billiter, B351, you are potential buy in round 1 Super Pro No Box. Boy, it's 11:33 and my stomach is already growling. You know what? Get a jump start on lunch. Swing on down now to the award-winning Dragway Diner for all of your food and beverage needs today. You know, I've become a quite of a regular with the walking taco down there. Charlie, have you tried the walking taco?
Still stuck on the ice cream.
If you are, you're stuck on the ice cream. Well, that's understandable. I saw you at the diner this morning, and I figured you must have been down there getting the biscuits and gravy for breakfast. Well, he probably told you to back up and quit drooling on my food, Charlie. So swing on down. Now's a good time to beat the rush lunch, the lunch hour rush. Stop on down, get a cheeseburger, make it a double cheeseburger, or a hot dog, or a foot-long hot dog, all beef. I'll let you know, all beef hot dogs. Saw a number of people with the jumbo salted pretzels yesterday. Those are the bomb. Chips, jumbo pickles, and all the refreshments you need. Pepsi products, Mountain Dew, Gatorade water, flavored water, energy drinks. If you're a little slow on the starting line today, maybe you want a little boost of Monster or something like that. So swing on down to the Dragway Diner, located on the tower side of the racetrack, for all of your food and beverage needs this weekend. Here we go. This is Super Pro Box, one and only time trial session. That is a former junior driver on the right-hand side. Her name is Journey Bennett. She is 21 years of age from Neenah, Wisconsin. School mascot is the Rockets up there. I learned that a couple of years ago. So Journey trying to rocket her way to a $5,000 race win today, but who isn't? She is paired up. Well, that is Ed Bausman's dragster to the left-hand side, but I see Ed standing by the car, so I'm not sure who is doing the driving duties of Ed Bausman's second entry. We will dig that up here. .007 red for Journey Bennett to the right-hand side. 5:25 is her lapse time, 128 miles per hour. And then the Ed Bausman dragster, that is Mitchell Vincent. Mitchell Vincent doing the driving duties, and Ed Bausman's second entry in the left-hand side. That'll bring up Scott McCann, left-hand lane of Madison, Wisconsin. A beautiful 1970s Chevrolet Nova, left-hand side, paired up with a new arrival on the right-hand side, the Corvette Roadster. Normally, Dale Cooter is about the only Roadster we have in competition, but that is not the case today, as we have another Roadster in competition. That is Johnny DiPiazza, the 63 model Chevrolet Corvette Roadster, racing today, a new arrival. Dennis DiValerio, left-hand side, the original Firecracker Bracket Nationals winner from 2018, a six-figure championship that was for Dennis DiValerio on the left-hand side, paired up with the cheesemaker. That is Dion Dignitz on the right-hand side, who was a $10,000 finalist earlier this year on Memorial Day weekend. Nearly identical reaction times, 15 on the tree for DiValerio, 14 on the tree for Dignitz. 456, 154 for Dennis DiValerio, a supercharged rear-engine dragster to the left-hand side. Great run for Dennis DiValerio. That'll bring up a young man, a former junior driver on the left-hand side from Kewanee, Illinois. That is Bobby Ince in a Chevrolet Nova, left-hand side, paired up with Rick Susak, all the way from Colorado Springs, Colorado, the Mile High State, out west. Rick Susak, all the way from Colorado Springs, Colorado. Great to have Mr. Susak make the trip out here. 002 reaction time, 482 at 141 for Rick Susak on the right-hand side. Bobby Ince Jr., 604 at 115. And I believe right now the 002 from Rick Susak stands to be your first best reaction time thus far of the session. Wendell Curley. Charlie, get your camera ready. Wendell Curley's been standing this Camaro up, doing some very photogenic wheel stands. Curley is in the left-hand side, a 67 model Chevrolet Camaro, paired up with the chop top Buick Regal of Stephen Mraz. Wow, another mighty wheel stand comes down a bit violently outside the groove. He steers it back down the middle. Wendell Curley, 631, 107 miles per hour to left-hand side. Adam Sweet coming up in the Modern Solutions Pest Control sponsored rear engine dragster on the right-hand side from Davis, Illinois. Sweet on the right-hand side, paired up with Nick Mastrado, one of two Mastrada brothers in competition on this Big Bucks Bracket Bash Series weekend from beautiful downtown Frankfort, Illinois, where every Thursday night they've got a fantastic cruise-in right there at the town square. .472 from Estrada on the left-hand side. Adam Sweet, 485 at 143. Pair of new cars for the Mastradas here in recent years. They look identical, and they've got some power. .472 at 146 for Nick Mastrada. Here comes another entry from the Ince Family Racing Camp in the right-hand lane. Well, Chief Starter Jeff Spearling holds him up for just a second. Got a car trying to make the corner down there. He makes the corner. So the colorful dragster on the right-hand side. That is Bobby Ince Sr. on the right-hand side. Bobby Ince Sr. from Kewanee, Illinois. In the colorful rear-engine dragster, he'll go 462, 149 miles per hour. No shortage of horsepower for Bobby Ince Sr. Tim Folker, meanwhile, a 638 at 106 to the left-hand side of that two-tone Chevrolet Corvette. All right, here's the other half of the Mastrada brothers. Vince Mastrada coming up to the left-hand side of New Lenox, Illinois. Paired up with Mike Hobson in a Chevrolet Camaro from Freeport, Illinois. This is the Super Pro Box category. One and only time trial session in Super Pro Box. .002 reaction time for Mike Hobson. That'll match the best reaction time so far of the round. 4:67 at 1:48 for Vince Mastrada. 5:56 at 1:27 for Mike Hobson. Kevin Swartz and Ted Cannon. Pair of drivers, I think they were both absent yesterday. So good to see a number of new arrivals on Sunday. A $5,000 to win Sunday at Byron Dragway. Swartz of Rockford, Illinois. He never misses a race. Wonder where they were yesterday. Here he is left-hand side with the Malibu, and Ted Cannon from Rochelle, Illinois. A Case International Harvester parts man from Johnson Tractor in Rochelle, Illinois. 484 at 141. For Ted Cannon on the right-hand side, Kevin Swartz, 725.94 is his speed. On the left-hand side, for Kevin Swartz in the Malibu from Rockford, Illinois. Two tough customers in a time trial paired up right now. Kevin Robertson, the Super Pro Box champion from 2020. And Scott LaBuddy, a two-time Super Pro overall track champion out of Freeport, Illinois. On the right-hand side, Scott LaBuddy, right-hand side. Kevin Robertson, that pro-charged high horsepower dragster on the left-hand side, capable of a 160-mile-per-hour run here. He's got straight sunlight on the track at this time. It's kind of been a patchy, partly cloudy kind of day today. But nothing but sunlight from here to the Mountain Coliseum. 163 miles per hour for Kevin Robertson, the top speed of the day today. And check out the reaction times. I told you they were some of the best in the business, and here's why. 002 for Kevin Robertson, but a trip zip green for Scott LaBuddy. And I'm going to check the records. But, yep, that is it. The first perfect line of the round goes to Scott LaBuddy on the right-hand side. And he is your potential buy come round number 1 of eliminations. Christine Malik and Adam Erickson. Erickson from Joliet, Illinois. 79 Chevrolet Camaro on the left-hand side. Beautiful car from the Prison City, left-hand side. Christine Malik, the mother of 3 from Beloit, Wisconsin, in a 32 Bantam altered right-hand lane with small block power between the frame rails. Malik to the right-hand side, Erickson left-hand lane. I believe they call the ball team in Joliet the Slammers, and Adam Erickson slams out a good run. 771, 127 miles per hour for Adam Erickson. And a 564 at 121 for Christine Malik at a Bantam altered right-hand side. If I remember right, though, the mascot of the Joliet Slammers is the jailbird. The jailbird. It's a jailbird. That's what it is. Sedona, you can Google that later. What is the mascot of the Joliet Slammers? It is a jailbird. I'm going to put what little money I have in my pocket on that. Mike Antonioni and Andrew DiPiazza. DiPiazza on the right-hand side of Long Grove, Illinois. Chevrolet Camaro right-hand side. Mike Antonioni, one of what is usually a number of Antonionis. I believe he's the lone wolf, though, this weekend. From Rubicon, Wisconsin, Mike Antonioni in the purple dragster. .524, 134 miles per hour for Andrew DiPiazza. Mike Antonioni, a 5:27 elapsed time at 1:29 in the left-hand side. Here comes that hard launching Chevrolet Vega of Steve Klotz to the left-hand side. He's always got a cheering section tuned in and watching live on Byron Dragway TV. May not have the biggest wheel stand of the day, but he always carries it out to just about past the Christmas tree on the left-hand side. Very photogenic Vega of Steve Klotz. Paired up with a new arrival this morning. That is Ed Anemic at the Corvette right-hand side. That car is like Old Faithful on the left-hand side. You can count on it to carry the front tires. 575 at 119 for Steve Klotz in the left-hand lane. Ed Anemic. 5:30, 132 right off the trailer. A new arrival this Sunday morning. Good to see the Kieflers are in the house. Welcome to Al Kiefler. Welcome to Patty. Al and Patty, welcome to the AK Racing team. Their team name may be AK Racing, but you know what? They are okay with us. Welcome to Al and Patty Kiefler. Out here taking in the festivities. Joe Hansen and Gary Siechlog. Siechlog on the left-hand side. He was a finalist earlier this year in the box side. Suffered an engine failure. He's got it back together just in time for the midway point of the season. He's on the left-hand side from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. Gary Siechlog. Joe Hansen on the right-hand side. A 1977 Chevrolet Monza. And I tell you what, the stock is rising on the Monza this weekend. A win yesterday in a Monza for Vince Mangracina. Jim Silvey's got a Monza out here. Seeing more Monzas this year than you've seen probably since about 1984. .004 reaction time for Siechlog in the dragster. 003 for Joe Hansen in the Monza. Great runs for both drivers. 598 for Hansen on the right-hand side. 497 for Gary Siechlog, left-hand lane in the dragster. Doug Cruz, not sure what he had a problem with his car yesterday. He had to actually back out of the high-stakes gamblers race at the left-hand side. Something was amiss on the motor, but apparently it was nothing too catastrophic, as he is back up to run again. All right, the pit reporter has informed us it was a broken rocker arm. A broken rocker arm on the Camaro of Doug Cruz. A quick fix for a handyman like himself. paired up with Bonnie Fisher. Cruz is off and running. So is Fisher. Fisher will cross the line first, 488 at 140 on the right-hand side, and Doug Cruz, 651 at 106 on the left-hand side, with a new rocker arm and all for Doug Cruz. This is Crystal Gill of Muskego, Wisconsin, driving the 1985 Mercury Capri. Charlie, when's the last time you saw a Capri racing down the track? Tony Denisenko. That's probably true. All right. I shouldn't ask you a question that you have an immediate answer to. Tom Gibson, right-hand side of Steger, Illinois, in the right-hand lane. And Crystal Gill of Muskego, Wisconsin. Roy Hill, another Mercury Capri. .487 for Gibson. 540 for Crystal Gill on the left-hand side. We continue on. A pair of young gun drivers at the starting line. 19-year-old Blake Banksness on the left-hand side of Rockford, Illinois. And a young 20-something Andy Rucker on the right-hand side, Banksness. 19 years of age, newly entering the occupation of becoming an HVAC worker, I do understand. So Banksness pursuing a very, very steady career. Of Rockford, Illinois, he is a tough customer in a Super Sport Nova left-hand side. Blake Banksness paired up with Andy Rucker. Been a couple of years, but Rucker has won one of these 5 granders at Byron Dragway. Will today be the day he returns to winner's circle? $557 for Andy Rucker, and $666 with a 4 for Blake Banksness, the 19-year-old from Rockford, Illinois. Here comes the points leader, Jay Allen of Utica, Illinois, and former NHRA division champion going back about 2 years ago. 2019 was the year that he reigned supreme over all of the North Central Division of NHRA. He's paired up with Sean Woodworth on the right-hand side, a native from right here in Byron, Illinois, a Chevrolet Corvette right-hand side. Woodworth paired up with the points leader, Jay Allen. .501, Jay Allen. In the left-hand side, his wife, Pam, she does all the dial-ins on the car, and Jay Allen does the driving. They've got a very good arrangement, and it works out well for them. As you can see, they are the points leaders this year. David Bones Johnson coming up now. A former NHRA King of the Track from Byron Dragway, David Bones Johnson, back in 2016. Been 5 years now since he claimed the crown of King of the Track. He's on the left-hand side, paired up with Bruce Van Stratton on the right-hand side. He's got a pair of dragsters in competition today. Bruce doing the driving duties right now. Shane Pope will come up later in the other car. 503 for Bruce Van Stratton, 572 at 121 for David Bones Johnson. A final call, Super Pro Box. Super Pro Box, final call, Super Pro Box to the lanes, please. Final call, Super Pro Box to the staging lanes, please. 531 for Dale Cooter on the right-hand side. 483 for Al Griffey. And the dragster owned by the late Howard Schleter. Zach Manasiri coming up now. Chevrolet S10 pickup truck from Orland Park, Illinois. On the right-hand side, paired up with Shane Pope. Driving the second dragster of Bruce Van Stratton. In the left-hand side, Pope out of Mount Morris, Illinois. Manasiri of Orland Park. .476 at 144 for Shane Pope at the left-hand side. Manasiri, 615 at 109 on the right-hand lane. Marcus Hanesick coming up left-hand side. A beautiful 73 Chevrolet Corvette from Oswego, Illinois. And Jeff Jones of Beloit, Wisconsin on the right-hand side. We are probably two-thirds of the way through this time of trial session for Super Pro Box. A 002 reaction time for Jeff Jones. 474 is his time. 145 in the right-hand lane for Jeff Jones of Beloit. Great run for Hanesick. Mike Ballard and Dan Kike, your next pair. Ballard in the Pontiac Firebird in the left-hand side. Kike, Bill Welder out of Brandon, Wisconsin. A 005 reaction time for Dan Kike. 470 is his elapsed time. Right-hand side, 147 is the speed for Dan Kike. Picked up a win last year, I think, up at Rock Falls, so he is due for a win at Byron Dragway. You can just feel Dan Kike is knocking on the door. Could this be the weekend? Here's a pair of drivers that have both visited the winner's circle this year. Just yesterday for Vince Magrosina in the right-hand side, the 1980 Chevrolet Monza from Pecatonica, Illinois, your $3,000 champion from Saturday. Vince Magrosina, right-hand lane, paired up with Gentleman Jim Laughlin, the Malibu. From Albany, Wisconsin, a $10,000 winner earlier this year over Memorial Day weekend. Charlie Vetter is not a surface, not painted or polished on the Pro Charged dragster of Greg Rouleau. And left-hand side from Menominee, Michigan, a commercial fisherman. Right-hand side is Mike Murray. Used to have a Monza, traded it in for this rear-engine dragster on the right-hand side out of Crestwood, Illinois. Murray right-hand side, Greg Rouleau. Pro Charged dragster should be 160 miles per hour in change in the 8th. There it is, 164.13 miles per hour for Greg Rouleau, your new top speed of the day today. Right there in the 8th mile. Can you imagine? 164 in the 8th. He leaves in second gear. They were side by side to about the 400-foot mark, and then that Pro Charged dragster just took off. 164 was his speed. Left-hand side for Greg Rouleau. Ryan Fasano, a former track champion, left-hand side, out of Salem, Wisconsin. Paired up with Jim Oliver, the aircraft mechanic from, well, your hometown, Charlie, New Lenox, Illinois. A 66 Chevy 2, purple in color on the right-hand side. Super Sport model. BJ Vangsness. BJ Vangsness to the water box area, please. Jeremy Vangsness and Aaron Schott, your next pair. Vangsness on the left-hand side. 74 model Chevrolet Nova from the Forest City of Rockford, Illinois. Hop on Facebook. You'll find a video of this car from last, might have been October or November. Did about a 300-foot wheel stand on the bumper. And it was costly. Did a lot of damage to the car when that car came down. He's to the left-hand side, though. They've got it all put back together, looking to go a lot of rounds, maybe get the $5,000 check at the end of the day today. Paired up with Aaron Schott, another car that is capable of a wheel stand on the right-hand side, an 85 Z28 Chevrolet Camaro on the right-hand side of Aaron Schott. Schott's car driving a little bit outside the groove to the right there. 564 for Schott on the right-hand side. 558 at 123 for Jeremy Vangsness at the left-hand side. In the Chevrolet Nova from Rockford, Illinois. Here comes Jim Zink, a driver that took home a $10,000 win in the Fall Bracket Nationals about 5 years ago now. He is due for one. The 62 Chevy 2 left-hand side from Sterling, Illinois. That is Jim Zink. Paired up with John Schott. 1995 Oldsmobile Cutlass on the right-hand side from Watertown, Wisconsin. 003 reaction time for Schott. Great light. He's going to go 515, 135 for Aaron Schott. Right-hand side, 622 with a 5. 110 is the speed for Jim Zink in the left-hand lane. Well, TJ Trench, this is the third different car he has raced this weekend. In a Chevy 2 now on the right-hand side. You know, he hopped into Gel Malfeo's Monza yesterday and went 5 straight rounds. He came into the tower. Hey, I've never run this car before. Can I do a time trial before? It's high stakes. There are no time trials. Jumped in it, and he said no problem. Went 5 consecutive rounds to win the high-stakes race. So he can apparently jump into anything. He could probably find a wheelbarrow out there and win in it. TJ Trench on the right-hand side. And a new car today, a Chevy 2 on the right-hand side, paired up with Mike Pavicic of Dixon, Illinois. Hometown to one, Ronald Reagan. .007 reaction time for Mike Pavicic. TJ Trench, 597 on the right-hand side. 115 is his speed in the Chevy 2 right-hand lane. What a burnout from Dominic Bowden to the right-hand side. Takes it down to about the 200-foot mark before chalking it in reverse. Beautiful paint job in the right-hand side for Bowden. That's what he does for a living. Owns an auto body repair shop. Painted up almost like a reminiscent of a Van Halen guitar is what that makes me think of. Paired up with Derek Dignan's left-hand side of Slinger, Wisconsin, a 3-generation race team. Derek's father, Dion, races, as well as Derek's children. So racing is certainly in the blood for the Dignitz family. .462, 150. What a fast car for Dominic Bowden to the right-hand side. He's got 2 of those cars painted identically. Oh, there's the junior as well, but Dominic has 2 rear engine dragsters, identical paint jobs on the 2. 492 at 139 to the left-hand side. Here comes Ricky Pena. Pena in a Corvette from Palos Park, Illinois. Pena paired up with Josh Goyke from just down the road in Stillman Valley, Illinois. The rear engine dragster right-hand side of Josh Goyke. Pena in the Corvette. Trip zip green for Ricky Pena. Perfect reaction time in a Corvette. He's going to go 630, 311 miles per hour for Ricky Pena. 481 and 143 for Goyke in the right-hand side. Good news for Ricky. Perfect light. The bad news, Scott LaBuddy did it first. Tim Vincent doing double entry. Goes a 499 with a 937 miles per hour on the left-hand side for Tim Vincent. Here comes Brent Vincent and Super Bill Butasov. Butasov in the Buell Opal right-hand side. Out of Naperville, Illinois, 001 lights. While they're just giving them away like it's Christmas. 001 reaction time for Brent Vincent. 004 for Super Bill Butasov. If you are not 00, you are just about late in this time trial session for Super Pro Box. Pro Eliminator, you are on standby. Pro Eliminator, you are on standby. You will follow Super Pro Box. Pro Eliminator, you will follow Super Pro Box. Pro Eliminator, you will follow Super Pro Box, which will then be followed by Street and followed by Sportsman. Mitchell Vincent and Chad Bradham coming up now. Vincent doing double duty. He always does double duty. Wow, a trip zip green. Perfect light for Mitchell Vincent. You are right. That is the third perfect light of this session. Third perfect light in box today. The fourth perfect light in Super Pro. $5,000 to win today. 5,000 reasons to be perfect on the tree. Great line for Mitchell Vincent, 579 with a 9, 499.8 for Chad Bradham on the right-hand side. Here comes the real estate agent. That is John Schober. Didn't get here till real late Friday night because he was out closing some deals, I believe, on closing on a couple of houses on Friday night. Schober on the right-hand side and Bill Curtis Sr., I believe, doing the driving duties. No, this is Bill Curtis Jr., Bill Curtis Jr. driving the dragster today. So a little driver swap. Normally, Jr. drives the Camaro, Senior drives the dragster, but a little driver swap. Bill Curtis Jr. in the dragster left-hand side, and John Schober in the right-hand lane. Double O2 reaction time. Bill Curtis Jr. What a light. I don't think we've had a pair for the last 5 or 6 pairs that didn't have a double O light in it. Unbelievable. But you better believe it. On a day like today, $5,000 to win. Dennis DiValerio back up with entry number 2 for him today. He is double entered in the supercharged dragster left-hand side. Paired up with Mike Bonebright. He is a new arrival today. Was not here on Saturday, came to play on Sunday. Bonebright, right-hand side from Rochelle, Illinois. Di Valerio on the left-hand side. A double-entered car from Algonquin, Illinois. Ryan McCann and Eric Pavicic coming up now. A pair of young drivers. Pavicic to the right-hand side of Polo, Illinois. McCann from Madison, Wisconsin. He's got a win to his credit already this year. A $3,000 win over, what would have been back in June, early June. And he's been on a tear in that Nova, left-hand side. Ryan McCann and Eric Pavicic. We are almost through. Probably about 8 pairs away from having this one and only time trial session in the books for Super Pro Box. 474 for Eric Pavicic on the right-hand side. Both drivers double O on the tree. Double O negative, but it's still double O. Uh-oh, we got a Rogue Powerade bottle blowing around outside the tower. Brett Michaels worked so hard to keep this place clean. So we're going to make sure to pick up that Powerade bottle here in short order. You will notice, Charlie, you are never more than 100 feet away from a trash receptacle at Byron Dragway. Attention to the pits. Pro Eliminator. Pro Eliminator, we are ready for you. Pro Eliminator to lanes 9 and 10. Lanes 9 and 10. Pro Eliminator, lanes 9 and 10, please. We've got more Pro Eliminator today than we've had all year. So we are expanding the lanes. We are doing an addition, you might say. A little addition to Pro Eliminator lanes 9 and 10. Pro Eliminator lanes 9 and 10 for your second and final time trial session. Pro Eliminator lanes 9 and 10. Pro ET. Pro Eliminator lanes 9 and 10. Torrey Williams and Adam Sweet. Double-entered cars. 570 for Williams on the left-hand side. 483 for Adam Sweet, right-hand lane. Another new arrival today. Noticeably absent yesterday, but he is here today. Colin Estes of Rockford, Illinois. And a rear-engine dragster right-hand side. He got deep into the money over the Firecracker Bracket Nationals weekend. It was a lucrative race for a number of racers. Good to see so many local names do so well to stimulate the local economy, you might say. A windfall of money to local racers over that Firecracker Bracket Nationals weekend. There's always a lot of out-of-towners that come into it, and it is cool to see the locals defend the home turf, if you will. Pro Eliminator lanes 9 and 10. Pro Eliminator lanes 9 and 10. Pro ET, we are looking for you. Pro Eliminator. Stage lanes 9 and 10, please. Pro Eliminator lanes 9 and 10. Colin Estes, 10 on the tree, 496 at 138 on the right-hand side for Colin Estes. You know, he delivers good performances on the track, but he's also a FedEx delivery man. Made a delivery out here a couple of weeks ago during Glory Days. So I probably delivered a part to help out a racer that had something overnighted. So thank you to Colin Estes with a quick delivery. Andrew DiPiazza, entry number 2 for Andrew. Number of drivers double entered here today on this $5,000 to win Sunday at Byron Dragway. $525, $134 for Andrew DiPiazza on the right-hand side. Scott Lobuddy, he's double entered. Well, that should give concern to all the Super Pro drivers. Scott Lobuddy, who I'll have you know, he is the potential buy in round 1 eliminations already with his first entry. Had a perfect light with his first car, so how can you improve on a perfect light? Is it possible, Charlie? Could he have 2 perfect lights in a row? That'd be about the only way. You are right. You are right. As always, Mr. Lindsay. $468, $147 for Scott Lobuddy in the right-hand lane. All right, your $160,000 champion from the Firecracker Nationals. This is T.C. Williams, 20 years of age. And T.C. Williams goes 473, 145 miles per hour for the Firecracker Bracket Nationals champion from this year. He's got 3 wins to his credit. Will he collect a 4th big check today? I tell you what, the secret's out about T.C. Williams. He may have went under the radar for a week or 2. But there is not a bracket racer in North America that doesn't know his name. And Charlie, you're going to call the action now because we got the quarter-mile classes. Pro Eliminator, final call. Pro Eliminator to the lanes, please. And here is Charlie Lindsay calling the action.
Thank you, Randy. My favorite class in bracket racing, Pro ET. Up first, Corey Duncan, the 67 Camaro. 454 big block up against the 74 Duster of Steve Malik out of Beloit. 008 reaction time for Corey Duncan. Drivers are looking for best reaction time this round so they can get the potential buy run in the first round of eliminations. The So Far So Good Camaro, Tim Mosier from Rochelle. Up against this Jim Keith and his 71 Chevelle with a 406 small block under the hood. Pair of, now look, this is like the game on the baseball. 000 both lanes. We got to figure out something there. Whoever got there first, maybe. A 1049 to a 1053, a pair of 000s. Next up, yesterday's runner-up, John Coyle. 63 Nova, 523 under the hood. The 81 Grand Prix of Darren Burkhart. 489. He shuts it off there, pulls off to the side wisely. We appreciate that. John Coyle goes 1199 at 111. And we will check out Darren Burkhart here and see what the problem is. Okay, we're going to back Darren down through here and get him off the track. Should be back to racing action shortly. We want to say hello to everybody out there that's watching on TV today. I know we got people as far away as Florida. My friend Eric down there in Florida with his grandparents tuning us in today. Next pair of cars in the water box is Taylor Schluter, the 96 S10, up against Ed Evans, the 93 Mustang out of Brookfield, Wisconsin. 302 small block there. Pro ET should be in the lanes. Pro ET should be in the lanes for your final qualifier. Tim Mosier and Jim Keith to the tower, please. Pro ET Racers, Jim Mosier, Tim Mosier, and Jim Keith. Tim and Jim, race control, please. Ed Evans, a 1086 in the Mustang. Taylor Schluter, 1102. Next pair of cars, John Hickson. Beautiful 70 Buick GS with 509 big block Chevy under the hood up against Justin Renz, 94 Mustang. John Hickson, ready for action. 003 green. Takes it through the quarter mile. 968 at 141. Justin takes the Mustang through at 12:39, 111. Tim Flynn, the 68 CUDA. Tim Mosier, need you to race control. Tim Mosier. Kyle Kuntz in the white Nova. CUDA gets there first, 999 at 133. The Nova, 1378 at 95. Mustang and Greg Narm away first. Pickup truck in the right-hand lane, not on file. Mr. Four Speed, Tim Biernet, the 69 Nova. Car has been set up like this for many years now. Does a pretty good job with 4 Speed. Up against John Reynolds in the 66 GTO. GTO there first, 1077 at 124. The Nova, 1104 at 123. '68 Mustang, Dave Renz, 398 under the hood. Ed Kroll, a 67 Camaro with a 383 under the hood. Ed Kroll, nice wheels up leave, decent reaction times. Camaro there first at 1030 at 127. The Mustang at 1094 at 120. Tim Mosier to race control. Attention, Pro ET racer Tim Mosier to race control. Z28 left lane out of Marengo, Illinois. That's Larry Hara. Up against Mike Miller's 68 Nova. Sponsored by Manny's Pizza and Saloon out of Mount Carroll, Illinois. Nova there first, 963 at 139. Larry gets there at 1026 at 130. Caleb Pope, 74 Pinto. Jeremy Knobloch from Samanak, the 92 S10. Another small block Chevy, 400 cubic inches. Jeremy Knobloch out in front. A 1075 at 125. Caleb Pope, a 1076 at 122. Have a car pulling off on the top end. Racers, while we have your attention, please make sure you wear all of your safety equipment that's required by your ET and speed your car runs. It's not so warm here today you can't be wearing all of your equipment. Beautiful weather here. High 70s. Couldn't ask for a greater day at Byron Dragway. Okay, we're doing a little cleanup on the top end. The good news is driver had a diaper on his car. It saved us from a long time of cleanup here. So everything from well past the quarter mile on down, it's going to just take a few minutes to clean up, but the racing surface past the quarter mile is the only thing in question right now. So we shouldn't be too long here. We'll go back to action. Okay, earlier about the second pair of cars down the track today in Pro ET, we had something you don't see very often, but we had side-by-side 000 lights, and that was the first 000 lights of the day. So Tim Mosier and Jim Keith did a coin toss, and Tim Mosier will have the potential buy. Great sportsmanship there between those two guys. Pretty wild to see that. You know, you kind of look for that first 000, and you think you're seeing double when they both come up there. So congratulations to Tim Mosier and Jim Keith both for their 000s. Looks like we have about 5 more minutes here, then we'll be ready to get back to racing. So everybody stand by. Shouldn't be too much longer. Here we go, race fans, back in action. Rod Colbert, 78 Camaro. Left-hand lane up against the 71 Vega wagon of Bob Dish. Vega out in front. Bob Dish gets it there first, 1063. 125. Rod Colbert goes to 1061 at 127. Real close race there. Beautiful 70 Nova. That's Jeff Woods out of Davenport. Up against Brian Hampton, his 88 Camaro out of Earlville, Illinois. Nova out in front. Takes it through the lights at 1047, 122. The Camaro goes 1197 at 111. Mike Kersey, the plumber, his 84 Olds Cutlass, 350 small block Olds, up against Frank Kraus and his 82 Firebird. Great reaction time for Frank, 011. Frank gets there first at 1096 at 124. Mike Kersey in the Olds at 1108 at 119. '67 Chevelle. Scott Frost out of Elgin. Mark Schaefer, the 57 Chevy wagon. Old school looking stocker. Got the stripes on the top of the roof. Chevelle 1010 at 134. The Chevy wagon at 1046 at 126. And we got a fan belt out there in the middle of the track. Jeff will meander out there and pick her up. Mike Cole, 69 Nova, 471 under the hood, up against Daniel Pena, 56 Chevy. And Jesse, that's where you're right. Jesse is the dad of the Pena family. '56 Bel Air. That was originally a Joliet car. Jesse's out of Hickory Hills. Mike Cole there, 1019 at 131. Jesse goes at 1134 at 117. Single pass coming up. That's Tom Hickey, 68 Chevelle, 502 under the hood. Unique color combination. Tom runs it through at 1139 and 119. Chris Wilbert in the Vega Wagon. Up against the always tough Troy Bogner. All the way from Sparta, Illinois. Down there on the Illinois River, just north of Peoria. The 68 Camaro. 383 small block. That's an 020 light for Troy. Goes a 946 at 142. The Vega Wagon, a 1090 at 124. '78 Nova, Fred Trombley out of Homer Glen. Up against Pete Crimebrink. Awesome looking 67 Camaro. 548 cubic inches under the hood of that vehicle. Camaro there first at 1011 at 132. Fred Trombley at 1217 at 109. Marty Thornton. 70 Mustang, 509 cubic inches under the hood. Got those cool louvers on the back window. Spoiler hanging off the trunk. Eddie Peterman, that cool looking 55 Chevy sedan. Today's Eddie's birthday. Good luck to him. Happy birthday. Marty Thornton cuts an 012 light. The Mustang through at 928. The Chevy sedan wagon at 1074 at 125. Next up, a 69 Camaro. Dave Metcha. 355 small block. Up against Greg Meyer. 68 GTO. Got a car turning around the top end. We'll be on hold here momentarily. Now we're clear. Street Eliminator. Your call goes out. Street Eliminator to lanes 1 and 2. Street Eliminator. Good drag race there, side by side. Dave Mitchell there first, at 10:13 at 131. Greg Meyer, a little bit better reaction time, runs at 10:54 at 125. Once again, Street Eliminator to lanes 1 and 2. Gordon Beach, the fire chief. Jim Lofsave, 80 Malibu. Jim's been around drag racing a long time. I've known him for quite a few years. Great guy. Wheels up for Jim. Nice pass going on there. Takes it through at 967, 138 miles an hour. Studebaker, 1178 at 112. Scott Beach, all the way from Freeport. 67 Camaro up against Harley Ballard, 80 Malibu from right here in Byron. Harley there first, 1065 at 122. Scott Beach at 1075 at 124. Super stock looking 65 Dodge. 466 under the hood. Opel Engineering entry of Mark Langfoss out of Dundee up against Terry Heller, the 71 Vega. Dodge there first, 10.02 at 133. The Vega, 10.67 at 126. '70 Nova, Joe Gagliano from McChesney Park, up against Johnny Robinson. That 91 Mustang with that big small block of 393 cubic inches. Johnny a little too close on the tree, goes 010 red. Joe Gagliano there first, 10.17 at 131. Johnny Robinson a 10.39 at 130. Brian Dumdy, beautiful 57 Chevy out of Sycamore. 582 cubic inches under the hood, up against Bob Carlson, 79 Camaro, 383 small block. Good reaction time for Bob Carlson, 007 green. Brian Dumdy is going to get there first at 9:40 at 143. Bob Carlson runs a 11:50 at 119. 61 Corvette, cool looking car. Bill Swarm up against another Carlson, Brando Carlson, in an 80 Camaro. Street Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Street Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman, stand by. Brando Carlson, 001 red. Looks good for the first round. Just going to tune it down a little bit and we'll be ready. He runs a 916 at 147. The Corvette goes to 1042 at 120. And here comes Froggy. Gary Amelia, that 69 Camaro from back in the US 30 days. Long story behind this one. Don't have enough time to tell you that right now, but it's pretty cool. The car was put away for 30 years before it came out to racing again about 8 or 9 years ago. Up against Jesse Albright. Cute little 65 Mustang. Froggy gets there first, 1066 at 124. The Mustang runs at 1082 at 124. Michael Silverio from New Lenox. One of a kind, 76 Grand Prix. Big giant hood scoop on the front. Parachute hanging off the back. Tell you something's up here. Cuts the tree down a little too close. 018 red. Mike takes it through at 946 at 144. Jim Fitzpatrick, 65 CUDA. Final call, Street Eliminator. First call for Sportsman's to 3 and 4. Sportsman's to 3 and 4. Kuda 1105 at 118. Just a couple of cars left here now in Pro ET. We'll be switching over to Street Eliminator in just a few minutes. They should be in lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman should be in 3 and 4. Steve Johnson, 84 Monte Carlo. Runs a 1063 at 127. One more car to go here. Fred Fragan, 82 Mustang. Not sure what I'm reading here, but I think he has a 468 motor in there. And his tech card, it looks like he might have a 521. New motor. Nice looking pass. 921 at 146. Okay, here we go. Going to switch right into Street Eliminator. Steven Mraz, 14 Camaro.
Trying to call the Sportsman guys up.
Andy Brody, the 92 Mustang. Yeah, I actually called him twice. So I told him.
Yell at your wife.
2000 Chrysler. It's Doug Goodman, the GMC Envoy. Gets there first to 1731. The Chrysler, a 1784. Bill Larson up next, 92 Mustang. Double entered here today in Drew Street and Sportsman's. Jody Hampton, 81 Malibu. Sportsman's need you to 3 and 4. Sportsman's. Bill Larson's Mustang there at 1307, 103. Jody Hampton at 1379 at 96. Robert France in the Trailblazer against Jacob Williams, 2012 Challenger. Should be an interesting race. That Trailblazer is pretty fast. Oh, 18 green for the Challenger. Trailblazer gets there first at 1242 at 108. Challenger 14 flat at 102. Final call for Sportsman. You should be in 3 and 4. Final call for Sportsman. Joe Zender, 95 Camaro. Against Tom Higgins, an 89 LTD. Joe Zender way out front in his Camaro. Goes through the lights at 1298 and 104. Tom Higgins in the LTD is 759 at 76 miles an hour. No box, you're on standby. No box, you're on standby. Gary Carpenter, the Z28 against Russ Szynski, the 96 Mustang. Mustang going to get there first. At 12:31 and 111, the Z28 goes 1393, right at 100. Looks like the final car here in True Street. That's Anna Laughlin, Albany, Wisconsin, 2000 Buick. Okay, final call for Sportsman's. We're going into Sportsman's here in just 1 minute. No box will be calling you in just a couple of minutes. Stand by, please. Anna Laughlin at 1694 at 83 miles an hour. Okay, now we're going into our final qualifying, or our only qualifying run here now for Sportsmen. These are the cars that are running for points for the chance to go down to Indianapolis in September for the Summit ET Finals. If you win down there this year, you get to go to Vegas. Jeff Tepper, away first, problems with the pickup. Jeff, a 008 green. Runs 1196 at 110. Our pickup truck had problems and wisely pulled over to the side. We thank him for that. Looks like we had a problem here with a pickup that we all fear, and that's a flat tire. You feel hopeless when that happens. We do appreciate the driver pulling off to the side. Okay, quick thinking crew member there brought out an air tank. We're able to back her up. We'll be ready to roll here in a few minutes. Okay, almost ready to go back to action here with our Sportsman's Eliminator with Fred Trombley, 78 Nova, up in third in points here this year in Sportsman's class. Just 4 points behind him, Fred Chymick with his Challenger. Fred Chymick, 001 red, close on the tree there. Not going to help him with that Byron though. Fred Trombley gets there at 12:18 at 108. The Challenger at 12:06 at 112. Pickup truck left lane. Paul O'Keefe away first. Paul O'Keefe there first at 12:23 at 111. The pickup of 14:35 at 91. On the line, right-hand lane, that's Greg Darm out of Streeter, Illinois. His Mustang. Waiting on other car to come out of the water box. Okay, looks like we're going to go with single here for Greg. Greg Darm, the former pro bike racer, takes his Mustang through 12:05 at 119. He's also up there in points. S10, Damian Hampton. Right lane 1207, left lane 1208. Close race. John Holloway, his 89 Mustang out of Romeoville. I think that's Jesse Pena over there in the 56 Chevy. '56 away first. Looks like he's slowing down out there, though. Moves over toward the center. Pretty sure he's out of it. John Holloway, 1228, 109. A little bit off there for the 56 Chevy, a 1734 and slowing to 48 miles an hour. Right lane, that's Chuck Segretti, the UPS driver in the 2019 Dodge. 392 Scatback up against Tracy Reeder in the 81 Z28. Sponsor No Dent 1. Whoa, sideways out there on a streetcar. Come on. And gets back in it. Actually wins the race. Went a little bit further than a quarter mile that time, though. 15:13 at 107. The Z28 at 15:57. Charles Lohman, 02 Ford Mustang, all the Wisconsin Rapids. Unique paint job on that. Blue and white stripes. Up against Stefan Mraz. Currently sitting in 4th place here in the Sportsman's category out of Summit, Illinois, in this 2014 Camaro. Stephen Mraz in the Camaro, 1434 at 97. Charlie Lohman in the Mustang, a 1673 at 84. That's not. Andy Brody, 92 Mustang. Mike Kersey, 84 Olds Cutlass, and he's out there way in front. Olds are first, 1214 at 77. Mustang at 1254. Super Pro No Box, round number 1 to the lanes, please. Lanes 3 and 4 for No Box, lanes 3 and 4. Jeff Builder is your lane 2. You're the potential Byron. Lane 2. Brian Hampton goes a 12-12 at 106. Bill Larson a 13-30 at 102. Once again, No Box, we're ready for you. No Box to the lanes. Jody Hampton, the Malibu Wagon. Robert France, the quick 07 Trailblazer. 1243 at 109 for the Trailblazer. A 1393 at 96 for the Malibu. Just a few cars left here in Sportsman's, and we will be going into our opening ceremonies and our first round of No Box in just a little bit here. Tom Higgins, LTD, up against Joe Zender, his 95 Camaro. Joe left really quick there, 049 red. He thought he was going to be late for lunch. Gets there first at 12.99 at 106. The LTD at 17.64 at 76. No box to 3 and 4. No box to 3 and 4. Gary Carpenter, the Z28 in right lane, goes through at 13.89, right at 100. Anna Laughlin in that Buick sedan, a 1737 at 82. Looks like we got one car here left in Sportsman's for his time run. It's the 96 Mustang of Russ Stozinski from Waukesha, Wisconsin. Okay, Russ Stozinski takes the Mustang through at 12.70 at 112. And BJ will go out here and prep the track for no box. No box, you're in 3, 4, 5, and 6. No box to 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Round one, Super Pro no box. Round one, Super Pro no box. We need you to the lanes, please. Final call, final call. Round number one, Super Pro no box. To the lanes, please. Jeff Builder is the potential buy here in round number one, Super Pro no box. Round one, Super Pro box. Scott LaBuddy, 5x80. Might be a 3-0. Scott LaBuddy, you are potential buy. Round number one, Super Pro box. Pro Eliminator, Tim Mosier, X377. Tim Mosier, you are potential buy in round number one of Pro Eliminator. Street Eliminator, it is DX155. Kim McVeigh, potential buy. Round one of Street Eliminator, and in the Sportsman class. In the Sportsman class, number 3620. Jeff Tepper. Jeff Tepper, you are potential buy in round one of Sportsman class competition. Well, round one track prep is out of the way. Starter line maintenance is complete, and we are about ready and set to go with round number one of eliminations here. Super Pro, no boxes, leading the way. How about that? One of the first cars to come out of this round is going to be yesterday's no box winner, the overall runner-up, John Coyle, leading the way here. So a big round of Super Pro no box set to go. $5,000 to win today in Super Pro competition. Great to have so many entries here as well in Pro, Street, and Sportsman class competition. A big, big thank you to each and every one of our racers in the pits and in the staging lanes for being here today, and a thank you to all the fans, crews, and everybody else that is out here to take part in the festivities on this beautiful weekend at Byron Dragway. Absolute Chamber of Commerce weather, and we could not be more grateful to have each and every one of you pass through our gates on this Sunday. And just as we do before round one eliminations on every race day at Byron Dragway, we will ask all to please rise. Gentlemen, remove your caps, as we will have our invocation followed by the playing of our national anthem. So please join us in prayer. Heavenly Father, we pray that you continue to look over, bless, protect, keep safe and healthy all of our racers and competitors here today. Look over their family, their friends, the entire crew here at Byron Dragway for a safe day of racing. At the conclusion, we pray as well for everyone's safe travels back home. We thank you, Lord, for the freedom that we have in this country to come together and race. We thank you for the health that we enjoy that allows us to do so. And in your name we pray. Amen. With that, we are ready and set to go. Round number one, eliminations, Super Pro no box, leading the way. Hey, a big thank you to the entire cast and crew here from Byron Dragway that makes these events happen, all the way from the rear end of the staging lanes. The whole Highland crew is out here. Dana, Madeline, Michaela, all assisting with the rear of the staging lanes. Your staging lane director today, that is Terry Simpson at the head of the staging lanes. Your Waterbox crew, great to have Mr. Bill back at the starting line. Sweeping water right now, that is track owner B.J. Vanksness, and joined by Gary. We've got Gary here to sweep out the water box. He said he wanted to do something, and he is doing just that. From A&G Automotive, Gary Jenkins assisting in the water box, just volunteering today on a beautiful Sunday afternoon. Your chief starter today, that is Jeff Spearling. Jeff Spearling, your chief starter of this prestigious event. The entire fire safety crew down track, Ian Abbott time slips. The crew from Sam's Drive-In operating their award-winning Dragway Diner. Your clock operator extraordinaire, Sedona Griffey. We've got Mark, Dave and Doug in tech inspection, and the entire crew out of the front gate, including Rhonda Vangsness, Sue Smith, Trudy Young, Bonnie McCann, Monty Fisher, and everyone that helps out at the front gate. It is a total team effort here at Byron Dragway, and we are ready and set to go here with round number 1 of eliminations. Oh, and a special welcome and a thank you to Michelle Bacon, who was operating the buyback booth today in the souvenir stand over on the tower side of the racetrack. The blue top tent right by the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. Make sure you stop on down and see Michelle. Don't forget, buybacks are available to round 1 losers only. Round 1 runner-ups, $60 to buy back in. Hey, a special thank you as well to Charlie Lindsay. Charlie Lindsay, our guest announcer today for the quarter-mile classes. Quarter-mile, Charlie Lindsay. Thank you for being here to help out as well. All right, Sedona, we are ready and set to go. You can see it on the TV screen if you are tuned in live on Byron Dragway TV. Round number 1, eliminations in the water box. Yesterday's no box winner, the overall runner-up in Super Pro. This is John Coyle. And arguably, possibly, the slowest car in competition in Super Pro. But don't tell him that being the slowest dialed car is any disadvantage. John Coyle would have the evidence to prove otherwise. He's been to 2 final rounds in the last 12 months. Can he make it 3 final rounds today? Standing in his way is John Holly. In the Cornet on the right-hand side, the Mopar man from Marengo. Close reaction times. Close race. And at the stripe, John Coyle continues his hot streak. Dead on 2 for John Coyle. 0.005 of a second, his margin of victory at the finish line. Stripe, what a run from John Coyle, advancing into round number 2. But that comes as no surprise, as he is one of the best in the business. He has proven that yesterday, and has proven it again here today. Kip Norup, the elected official, left-hand side, a City of Byron trustee. And a Ford Thunderbird paired up with Buck Davenport. And a Chevrolet Camaro right-hand side. Davenport leaves first. Davenport is going to get the win on a double breakout. What might be one of the biggest differences from yesterday to today, you might ask? Well, a very, very steady tailwind directly out of the north. A tailwind pointed straight down track. So we might see a little bit more of what we just saw in that previous pair. Double breakouts may well be the theme. Chad Cannon was a runner-up just last night in the high-stakes snowbox competition, paired up with Warren Strum. In the T-Top Pontiac Trans Am, a new arrival today. A number of new arrivals. Red light start for Chad Cannon. 003 on the tree. Cannon's car has not failed him once. He is dead on 2. That is 3 rounds of competition. That car has been dead on the dial-in, but Chad said this morning he was kind of reveling a bit earlier today, saying, you know what, the car is not failing me, but I can't find the tree. He pushed it a little too hard that time. 003. Red for Chad Cannon. Win light to Warren Strum. Todd Hone and Taylor Schleter coming up now. Now, this is a different Taylor I'm going to talk about, but Taylor Hone yesterday sang a spirited rendition of Happy Birthday to Todd Hone, who celebrated his birthday yesterday in a Pontiac Firebird right-hand side. Taylor Schleter, left-hand side. The 21-year-old from Cross Plains, Wisconsin, in a 1996 Chevrolet S10 pickup truck. Todd Hone is 004 red at the starting line. Taylor Schleter blows out the candles on Todd Hone's birthday cake. Schleter goes on to the next round. 699 on the 698 dial-in. Taylor Schleter will be back. Where is Clay Schleter? Anybody know where Clay is this weekend? He is here. Oh, okay. Now I know. Kevin Lancaster and Aaron Johnson, pair of Chevrolets. It could not look any more different. Lancaster to the 37 Chevy Coupe left-hand side, 588 the dial-in for Lancaster. 626 for Aaron Johnson, right-hand side. The 75 model Chevrolet Camaro from Polo, Illinois, on the right-hand side. A nice wheels-up launch for Aaron Johnson. Here comes Lancaster at the stripe win line to Kevin Lancaster. Dead on two, dead on two. Kevin Lancaster's right on the money, honey. And he'll be back for round number 3. Your next pair, John Hickson. That's a new arrival today. In a Buick GSX Grand Sport X from Plainfield, Illinois. 623 the dial-in for Hickson on the left-hand side. 567 the dial-in for the former Super Pro track champion from Iowa. That is Dave Perry in the split window 63 Chevrolet Corvette on the right-hand side. Hickson will leave first. Dave Perry to try to reel him in. They're off. They are running. Hickson left too much at the starting line, and Dave Perry, he'll get the win. A 572 on the 567 dial-in. Dave Perry, your winner over John Hickson in the opening round of Super Pro No Box. Maureen Lancaster coming up now. Her husband Kevin already turned on a win light. Can she make it 2 for 2 for the Lancasters here in the opening round of competition? Her opponent is Jeff Woods of Davenport, Iowa. Closely dialed, 644 to a 650. They will be wheel to wheel the whole way down at the stripe. Double breakout, Maureen Lancaster. I told you that might be the theme this afternoon. As that tailwind begins to pick up out of the north, double breakout once more for Maureen Lancaster and Jeff Woods. Ricky Pena and Bob Dish, your next pair. Dish double entered that wagon yesterday. I'm not sure if he's running Pro Eliminator today as well. He may well be. Ricky Pena, he's definitely double entered in the Chevrolet Corvette left-hand side. 633 dial-in for Pena. 672 the dial-in for Bob Dish. Red light start for Bob Dish. Ricky Pena is 005 on the Christmas tree, and he'll go 632 with an 8 on the 633 dial-in. And we continue to plug through this opening round Super Pro No Box. A final call, Super Pro No Box, final call. If you are double entered, we need that second entry back around. Super Pro No Box. Final call for round number 1 of eliminations, please. Troy Bakey and the ever photogenic Larry Hone on the right-hand side. Watch that 67 Camaro on the right-hand side. Always a very nice, photogenic, nice and smooth wheel stand on the right-hand lane. And how about that? Not just a good launch, not just good looking, but good on time. Trip zip reaction time for Larry Hone and dead on 5. 5 thou, the total package for Larry Hone on the Camaro right-hand side. Bakey was red at the start. Larry Hone, perfect light. Dead on 5. 5 thou from perfect. All together for Larry Hone. What a run. That'll bring up Mark Nettesheim and Ray Smith. Ray Smith on the right-hand side, the poster car for this weekend's prestigious event. A 617 dial-in for Smith, 618 for Nettesheim. Almost heads up right here. They'll leave wheel to wheel. And the win line's going to go to Mark Nettesheim. He was 12 on the tree, and that gave him a big jump off the starting line. He's 1 over the dial-in, and he will get the win. Mark Nettesheim for the win. Marty Thornton coming up now in Kenny Norp. A pair of Fords doing battle in the opening round. Norp on the right-hand side from the Norp trenching team out of Byron, Illinois. 1997 Ford Thunderbird with a 582 dial-in. Closely dialed to the 586. That is Marty Thornton, the Ford Mustang from Kingston, Illinois, a car that he has owned and raced for upwards of around 43, maybe going on 44 years now, I do believe. Well, both drivers will go red. True Start not necessarily altering the outcome of this one. Thornton is 34 red. Kenny Norup is 006 red. The lesser of the two red lights is your winner as determined by True Start. Mike Cole and Bobby Ince Jr. coming up. There are two Bobby Inces. One's a junior, one's a senior. This is the younger of the two, the junior. 608 dial-in for Bobby Ince Jr. in the right-hand side. 647 for Mike Cole. Chevrolet Nova, left-hand side. Pair of Novas paired up in the opening round. Mike Cole is out front, and Mike Cole is going to cruise to the win. Dead on 0. 14 on the tree. Mike Cole scoring a win, going dead on 0. Bobby Ince Jr. left a little too much at the line. He breaks out. Mike Cole going on to round number 2. Pair of Camaros now. We've got Fred Berardi Jr. and Corey Duncan. Duncan at the left-hand side, a 67 model Chevrolet Camaro from Washington, Illinois, down by Peoria. Fred Berardi Jr. of Hanover Park, Illinois, the HVAC contractor in a 75 model vinyl top Chevrolet Camaro. And Berardi, a little too anxious. He is red off the starting line. Win light to Corey Duncan. Mark Wicker and Mike Southwick, your next pair. Southwick, he has been out here, tested in tuning, bracket racing, index racing, you name it, he's raced it. And he has really become one of the sharpest levers on the starting line. Uh-oh, problem for Wicker. He goes deep. Both drivers go red. And True Start will alter the outcome of this one. So Wicker leaves first. Wicker goes red first. But Southwick, he'll go red the worst. 11 red for Southwick, 003 red for Wicker. The lesser of the two red lights is your winner. That's Mark Wicker in the left-hand lane. Roger Morris and Gentleman Jim Laughlin. Laughlin on the right-hand side, the number 2 driver in point standings. And he's going to go on to the next round. 651 on the 648 dial-in. Laughlin is 3 over the dial-in. Morris was dead on 0. And that can only mean one thing. Jim Laughlin scored that one at the starting line. Morris left a little bit too much at the Christmas tree. A final call, Super Pro No Box. If you are double entered, Super Pro No Box, we need you back right away. Final call, any double entered Super Pro No Box entries. A last and final call. If you are double entered in Super Pro No Box, we need you back to the lanes as soon as possible. Bill Curtis Sr. is your winner on the left-hand side over Mike the Hipster. And a problem for Dean Cummins in the Nova. He is out of the throttle, and Don Schomer is going to cruise through for the win. 007 reaction time, 6:06 with an 8 on the 6:04 dial-in. Don Schomer scores the win in the left-hand lane. Box cars, round number 1, Super Pro box. We need box cars to the lanes, please. Tori Williams turns on the win light, going dead on 9. Wicker was red by 9 thousandths of a second, and Tori Williams, left-hand side, is dead on 9 and moving on to the next round. Jeff Builder now collecting the bye to conclude this opening round of Super Pro no box class competition. Box cars. We need box cars to the lanes, please. Round number 1, Super Pro box to the lanes, please. Scott LaBuddy. 5x30, number 5x30. Scott LaBuddy, make sure you come up with entry number 5x30 as the buy. You are double entered to make sure that the non-5x30 number is the one that shows up first. So double entered box cars to the head of the lanes, please. Double entered box cars to the head of the lanes, please. We need all double entered Super Pro box cars to the head of the staging lanes. Jeff Builder was trip zip green in the time trial. He is 006 red this time, and he'll be back for round number 2. We need double entered box cars to the head of the lanes, please, for round number 1, eliminations. Double entered box cars to the head of the lanes, please, for round number 1 of eliminations. So a final call for double entered box cars. Final call, double entered box cars to the head of the lanes, please. Final call, double entered box cars to the lanes, please. Got a lot of boxers here in the opening round. A lot of racing to do yet in this opening round of Super Pro. Scott LaBuddy, enter number 5x30. That is the potential buy. So, Scott LaBuddy, when you come up with your first of 2 entries, make sure that you have the opposite number on. Make sure you have the opposite number, Scott LaBuddy, for your first of 2 entries. So just a moment or so until we get all of our boxers starting to form up in the lanes back there. So just a moment before round number 1 Super Pro box, as we are waiting for boxers to start to fill in the lanes. Round 1 Super Pro box coming up here shortly. In round number 2 of Super Pro No Box, in round 2 of Super Pro No Box, number H385. H385. Larry Hone, you are the new potential buy for round number 2 of Super Pro No Box. H385. Larry Hone, potential buy. Round 2 of Super Pro No Box. Boxcars, round 1 at the starting line. Mitchell Vincent and Johnny DiPiazza leading the way. DiPiazza on the right-hand side. A new arrival in that 63 model Chevrolet Corvette Roadster. Mitchell Vincent in a different dragster today, the one that is owned by Ed Bausman. Win line's going to go to Johnny DiPiazza. DiPiazza, margin of victory, 16/10,000ths of a second, just over 1 thou at the stripe. Johnny DiPiazza in the Corvette is your winner. Right-hand side over Vincent. Scott McCann coming up now. The 1970 model Chevrolet Nova from Madison, Wisconsin. A 677 dial-in for McCann in the left-hand side. 688 for Stephen Mraz, the chop top 76 Buick Regal that he calls the Wino. Close race off the starting line. This one could go either way. At the stripe, one line's going to go to the Wino. The chop top Wino. Stephen Mraz is your winner. He is 2 over the dial-in, 21 on the tree, and advancing on to the next round. Stephen Mraz. Bring up a pair of young ladies at the starting line, Journey Bennett and Monty Fisher. Bennett on the left-hand side, a recent junior dragster graduate, just 21 years of age. On the left-hand side from Neenah, Wisconsin. Can't miss that car. Wow, it is bright paint scheme for Journey Bennett with a 524 dial-in. Her opponent, Monty Fisher of Rockford, Illinois. 488 dial-in for Fisher on the right-hand side. Experienced driver, cut her teeth on a motorcycle, finds herself now in the rear-engine dragster right-hand side. Almost identical reaction times. Win light to Monty Fisher. In a battle of youth and experience, experience gets the win. Monty Fisher has won over the dial-in and going on to round number 2. Well, the lanes are packed with Super Pro box class entries. What a beautiful sight that is. The well-attended Big Bucks Bracket Bash Series here at Byron Dragway. 2 tough customers at the starting line. A pair of 20-something-year-old drivers, Tim Vincent and T.C. Williams. Williams on the right-hand side, the $160,000 champion of the Firecracker Bracket Nationals just a little over 1 month ago. He's on the right-hand side, a 473 dial-in for T.C. Williams. 504 the dial-in for Tim Vincent on the left-hand side, the CPA from Marengo, Illinois. Vincent left lane, Williams right-hand side. Pair of green lights, it is close. It ends this point. Win light to T.C. Williams by 6 thou at the finish line. T.C. is 009 and dead on 9. 18 thou total package for T.C. Williams. Vincent was right there at the starting line. 13 to Williams is 009. 1 over for Vincent. Dead on 9 for Williams. Williams will come back for round number 2. Dennis DiValerio and Andrew DiPiazza. These are all double-entered cars. DiValerio is in the tower side, a 453 dial-in for the supercharged rear-engine dragster. About 3/4 of a second the head start for Andrew DiPiazza. Andrew's out front. Here comes Dennis at the stripe. Wow, dead on 0. Dennis DiValerio. Nothing you can do with that one. 17 on the tree, dead on 0. Mitchell Vincent coming up now, so I'm going to guess now. Mitchell Vincent's double-entered and racing in Bausman's dragster. I'm going to say that Bausman was driving the dragster a little bit ago, and that car will come back around with Mitchell driving it the next time. Mitchell finds himself at the line right now in the familiar confines of his 67 Chevrolet Camaro. A car that's been in the family for over 40 years. So Mitchell on the left-hand side. Paired up with Rick Susak, all the way from Colorado Springs, Colorado. Works for Homeland Defense. About a 1-second head start for Vincent. Here comes Susak at the finish line. Win line to Mitchell Vincent. 582 on the 580 dial-in. He is 2 over the dial-in, 17 on the tree, and picking up the win. Susak was 006 at the Christmas tree, but 5 off the dial-in. Cut him loose or couldn't run the number, one of the two. Either way, doesn't change the outcome. Mitchell Vincent is your winner. Left-hand side, Al Griffey and Adam Sweet. Adam Sweet is on the right-hand side, a double-entered car. 483 the dial-in for Sweet of Modern Pest Solutions. Modern Solutions Pest Control. 584 for Al Griffey, tower side. I'm going to tell you right now that they were almost identical dial-ins, but you could see with your own 2 eyes that Adam Sweet had a big advantage off the starting line. Al Griffey, his daughter, shaking her head. She will be investing in a new pillow for her father. so that he gets all the snoozing out of the way at night and comes to the starting line well rested because he was late. This is Crystal Giel from Muskego, Wisconsin, coming up in the 1985 Mercury Capri that is owned by Joe Pollock. So Crystal is on the left-hand side at 542 dial-in for the Mercury. She is paired up with Scott LaBuddy. Scott LaBuddy double entered. His other entry, well, he had a perfect light in the first time trial, so he is a potential buy at the end of this round with his second of 2 entries. So here is his first shot. Former track champion, 2-time track champion for that matter, Scott LaBuddy in the right-hand side, and Crystal Giel. Anybody's drag race at the finish line. Win line goes to Scott LaBuddy. So LaBuddy is 1 for 2 in the opening round of Super Pro. Derek Dignitz and Ted Cannon, they are your next pair. A pair of rear-engine dragsters. You know, for as many dragsters as there are in Super Pro box competition, it was all door cars in the final 3 of box yesterday evening. That was kind of neat. The door cars beating up on the dragsters on Saturday. We'll see if that holds true on Sunday. $5,000 to win today. And everyone is giving it their best. Dignitz to the left-hand side, Ted Cannon right-hand lane. This is still round 1 of Super Pro box competition. Well, Dignitz will go red, and Ted Cannon goes on to the next round. Dead on 6 for Ted Cannon. He'll be back. And here is our next pair. Mike Murray getting the engine re-fired there on the right-hand side. Appeared to have killed the motor there right after the burnout, or right after backing it up at least. 552 dial-in for Murray in the right-hand side of Crestwood, Illinois. His opponent from right here in Byron, Illinois, the hometown racer, that is Brent Vincent. Left-hand side, a 1991 Chevrolet Camaro. Dialed into the 617. So the door car's out front. Here comes the dragster at the finish line. A win light to Mike Murray. Murray is dead on 4. Picking up the win, Vincent breaks out by 1,000th of a second. Murray still crosses the finish line first. He is your winner on the right-hand side. Next up, your points leader, Jay Allen. He's at the left-hand side. 501 dial-in for Jay Allen from Utica, Illinois. The gateway to Starved Rock Country, a beautiful part of this great state of Illinois. 474 the dial-in for Jeff Jones at the right-hand side out of Beloit, Wisconsin. 474 for Jeff Jones and 501 for Jay Allen. Your points leader is at the starting line. And boy, does he have a target on his back. When you are the points leader, then everyone you can tell just ratchets up their game a little bit more, steps it up, and tries a little bit harder. And here is proof of that. What a drag race. The better you do, the harder it gets. That's what I think in drag racing, because they just try that much harder the better you do. 003 line for Jeff Jones, 005 for Jay Allen. Allen has to go dead on 8 to get the win by 5 thousandths at the stripe. Jay Allen, your winner over Jeff Jones. That is the conundrum. That is the dichotomy of drag racing. The better you do, the harder it gets, because everyone is gunning for you. David Bones Johnson, Ford Mustang from Edwards, Illinois, down by Peoria. He's on the left-hand side. 573 dial-in for Johnson. 598 dial-in for Joe Hansen in the Monzo. Right-hand side. Wow. And a true start. Not altering this one, but certainly very close to coming into play. 009 red for Joe Hansen. 008 for David Bones Johnson, the left-hand side. Johnson is your winner in the left-hand lane. Coming up now, Kevin Swartz, a new arrival today. He was not here yesterday, but he is here today, as you can see on the screen. That's if you're watching on TV, of course. Kevin Swartz gets the win. No, he does not. Excuse me, I'm getting ahead of myself. Sean Woodworth is your winner, right-hand side. Going 5-14 on the 5-13 dial, and he is one over the dial. He is going on to the next round against Kevin Swartz. Mike Schrader and Dan Kike coming up next. Pair of drivers from Wisconsin. Almost 2 seconds, the head start for that Olds. 4.42 of Mike Schrader out of Cross Plains, Wisconsin. 6.62 is the dial in for the 4.42. 470 dial in for Dan Kike. So count it with me now. 1,000, 1,000. Here he comes. Schrader's out front. Here comes Kike closing in at the stripe. Double breakout. Dan Kike is your winner. 45 miles per hour. That's the difference in the speed at the finish line. That is how hard Dan Kike was closing in at the finish line. 45 mile per hour difference on a double breakout. Dan Kike prevails on the right-hand side. Two cool hot rods coming up now. Christine Malik, the mother of three from Beloit, Wisconsin, and the Bantam Altered with a 5.63 dial-in. Her husband, Steve Malik, checks the car over. Steve and son Aiden looking on trackside. Paired up with Steve Klotz. That hard-launching Chevrolet Vega from Waterloo, Wisconsin. He's always got a crowd tuned in and watching on Byron Dragway TV. Another wheels-up launch for Steve Klotz. He went deep into eliminations yesterday, and he is going rounds again on Sunday. Dead on 9, 11 on the tree. 20 thou, the total package for Steve Klotz to the left-hand side, picking up the round win over Christine Malik. Here's another new arrival today. I think he was at a wedding, I understand, yesterday. Not sure if it was his own wedding or a wedding of somebody else. If it was his own, he might be in trouble. I don't think this is much of a honeymoon. Well, it depends. Might be a perfect honeymoon. I don't know. Ed Nemick on the right-hand side, a 530 dial in the right lane, and the Chevrolet Corvette 432 for Kevin Robertson. In the Pro Charged Rear Engine Dragster, the Super Pro Box Champion from last year. 162 miles per hour for Kevin Robertson. Red light start for Robertson. Red light for the dragster. Win light to Nemick in the right-hand lane. So, wow, 162. That is the top speed of this round of elimination so far. Robertson gets the win. Excuse me, Robertson goes red, and Nemick gets the win. That's twice, I've said the wrong winner and loser. That is unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. Shane Pope and Mike Antonioni, pair of rear-engine dragsters. Mike Antonioni goes dead on 1,006. 7 thou, the total package for Mike Antonioni, your winner on the left-hand side against Shane Pope. An incredible 7 thou total package. Dead on 1,006. That's tough to beat. That's tough to beat. Gary Siechlong and Colin Estes. Estes is another new arrival here today. 5 flat the dial in for Estes on the right-hand side of Rockford, Illinois. He's used to delivering on time. Actually, he made a delivery out here as part of his day job during Glory Days, delivering parts for a racer overnighted via FedEx. That's where Estes works. So Colin Estes is out front. He's on the right-hand side, and Gary Siechlog goes dead on one, but Estes was better at the tree, and there was nothing that Siechlog could do. Colin Estes is your winner on the right-hand side. 1 over the dial-in, 23 on the tree, and moving on to round number 2. Nick Mastrada and Andrew Rucker coming up now. Andy Rucker on the right-hand side. A pair of drivers that cut their teeth in the junior dragster ranks growing up. 558 dial-in for Andy Rucker on the right-hand side. 473 for Nick Mastrada in the left-hand lane. There are a pair of Mastradas in competition. Nick is at the starting line. Vince, got to be somewhere in the lanes there still, I assume. Don't think we've seen him run yet. Nick Mastrada, left-hand lane. Andy Rucker, right-hand side. The tailwind kind of coming and going. It hasn't ever gone away totally, but not quite gusting as it was at the start of the round. And that's what gusts do. They come and they go. You just don't know when it's going to happen. On track right now, win light's going to go to Andy Rucker by 0.004 of a second. Mastrada was 1 over the dial-in, Rucker 2 over the dial-in. 12 on the tree for Rucker, 26 for Mastrada. The difference of all that is 0.004 of a second in favor of Andy Rucker on the right-hand side. Doug Cruz coming up now. Had a broken rocker arm in the high-stakes race yesterday. He had to bow out after the burnout because it just was not running right. Fortunately, that was all the matter was, and he's got it put back together and here in time for round number 1 on Sunday. His opponent, that is Bruce Van Straten. So about 1.5 seconds, the time it takes for the tree to count down from top to bottom. That's the head start for Doug Cruz. Cruz is out front of that Camaro. Here comes Van Straten at the stripe, win light to Doug Cruz. Doug Cruz is dead on in 00. 009 reaction time, dead on for 13 thou. The total package for Doug Cruz. Your winner on the left-hand side. Coming up now, another driver from Rockford, Illinois. This is Blake Vangsness, the 19-year-old hot shoe in the Nova, with a 666 dial-in. Paired up with Greg Rouleau with the 444 dial-in. That is a very fast car on the right-hand side. Ran 165 miles per hour in time trials. So over 2 seconds here, the difference in dial-ins. And at the finish line, win line's going to go to Blake Vangsness. He is 1 over the dial-in. And going on to the next round, Charlie, lay your eyes on that 61 miles per hour. That's the difference in speed at the top end. Think about that. Blake is going 103 miles per hour. And let's say the speed limit is 55 miles per hour. Let's say it's 65 back in the old days on the interstate. It was as though he was standing still with the car going by at 65 miles per hour. 63 miles per hour, the difference in speed at the finish line. That's hauling the mail. Jim Zink and Mike Hobson, pair of Chevrolets coming up now. Hobson on the right-hand side, Zink in the left-hand lane. Hobson's got the starting line advantage, and on a double breakout, he'll come away the winner. 008 reaction time. Both drivers running under the dial-in. Hobson, the lesser of the 2 breakouts. He'll be back for round number 2. I don't normally say this because it's always a bad virtue. It always has a bad outcome. But get your camera ready because Wendell Curley has been standing this Camaro up every time in the left-hand side. So Wendell Curley made some adjustments to this hot rod left-hand side, and he has been really razzle-dazzling with some very, very impressive wheel stands. He's on the left-hand side, a 633 dial-in for Wendell Curley. 495 dial-in for John Schober on the right-hand side, the real estate agent out of Orland Park, Illinois. Red line start for Wendell Curley and a win light to John Schober. 497 on the 495 dial-in. Schober advances to round number 2. Mike Pavicic and TJ Trench. TJ Trench, this is the 3rd car he's driven this weekend. You will remember he hopped into Joe Malfeo's Monza yesterday. Never time trialed the car before, won 5 consecutive rounds. They were broke today with the dragster. They were packed up and headed out the gate, and someone showed up and said, hey, we got a Chevy too, we need a driver. TJ Trench turned around and came back in the gate, hopped into this car right-hand side. But unfortunately, the fairy tale will not be here in round number 1. He'll be headed back to the buyback window, which is available. Buybacks are available. Round 1 runner-ups. Buybacks are available. Dead on 7 for Pavicic to the left-hand side. He is your winner over TJ Trench. Mike Ballard and Zach Manasiri. Manasiri driving a pickup truck that he shares with his sister. 6:15 dial-in for Zach at the right-hand side. Mike Ballard in the Pontiac left lane. At the finish line, double breakout. Zach Manasiri. He is your winner. 008 reaction time. And I'm going to stand behind those words. I think that double breakout is the theme of this round because that wind is playing havoc out there. Kind of a come-and-go gust, straight tailwind right out of the north. And we have seen a number. The air is cooler. We actually had the door open earlier because it was nicer outside than it is inside the tower. People always come up here. They think we got it all cush up here, you know. Just because we've got, you know, velvet furniture and extra padding and all kinds of nice amenities. Charlie, save the lobster for later. We're going to eat that later, okay? No butter, okay? We're roughing it up here today. Tori Williams and Dion Dignitz on track. And a problem for Dignitz. He does not leave the starting line. Williams shuts it down before the finish line, thank goodness. He does not break out. Dion, I'm not sure what the problem was. But he was on a... sitting there hoping, wishing, and praying that Tori might break out. Tori did not do so. He goes 574 on the 569 at dial-in. So Dion, not sure the matter, but he'll back it off the starting line. And make way for our next pair, Aaron Schott and Ryan Fasano. Aaron Schott and Ryan Fasano coming up now. Fasano on the left-hand side, a former track champion of the dragster from Salem, Wisconsin. 476 dial-in for Fasano, 565 for Aaron Schott, and that Z28 Chevrolet Camaro right-hand side. Wow, a nice wheels-up launch for Aaron Schott. Style points for sure, but unfortunately, Ryan Fasano is going to put together the total package. 008 reaction time for Fasano, a double breakout. Fasano goes 475.9 on the 476 dial-in. Breaks out by just 1,000th of a second. Lesser of the two breakouts. There's the keyword again, double breakout. Stop me if you've heard that one before this round. Marcus Hanasek and Mike Bonebright. Coming up now, Bonebright, he's a new arrival here just today, and Hanasek, he's new on our computer, so I know that we have not had him, I don't believe, compete here this year. So Hanasek in the vet left-hand side, a 577 dial-in for Hanasek. And Bonebright, he is one tough customer on the right-hand side. And he's going to flex some of that muscle here in the opening round. 495, but a 492 dial-in. Bonebright is your winner on the right-hand side over Marcus Hanasek. Pair of drivers from Rockford, Illinois coming up. Pair of racers that share the same hometown. Heck, they might even be neighbors for all I know. Chad Bradham and Jeremy Vangsness. Your next pair. Vangsness left-hand side, a 558 dial-in. He's in the Chevrolet Nova left-hand side. And Chad Bradham, a 502 dial-in for Bradham on the right-hand side. Jeremy's son, Blake, already turned on a win light earlier in the round. Jeremy trying to make it 2 for 2 for the Vangsnesses here in the opening round of the Super Pro box. And Vangsness will go red by 006. Chad Bradham is your winner, 007 green on the right-hand side. And here is your next pair. Tim Folker and Tom Gibson. Tim and Tom. Tim is in the door car, a two-tone red and black Chevrolet Corvette 72 model from Freeport, Illinois. Tom Gibson of Steger, Illinois. I'm not sure the whereabouts of Steger. We'll have to ask Siri that one here later on. 487 the dial-in for Gibson and 639 the dial-in for Tim Folker. Close race off the starting line and at the finish line. Wow, just as close down there. Win light to Tom Gibson to the right-hand side. 489 on the 487 dial-in. The dragster gets the win over the door car. Hey, do not forget, buybacks are available to round one runner-ups. Round one runner-ups. If you bowed out in the opening round of Super Pro class competition, this is Super Pro only, I remind you. Then swing on down to the blue top tent, located right by the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. $60, $60. That's the buyback fee. That's it. Charlie, is that a typo? $60? Is that right? Only $60 to buy back in for a chance to win $5,000. How do you not do that? Ricky Pena and Jim Oliver. Wow, both drivers are dead on the dial-in. Dead on 1 for Pena, dead on 5 for Oliver. At the stripe, Ricky Pena was 16 on the tree. Oliver's light started with 01. Ricky Pena, your winner, going dead on 1 to the left-hand side. This is the Gentleman Jim Laughlin, entry number 2 for him today. He's racing both in box and in no box. The no box number, that's the one that he's sitting number 2 in points in. But he's not faring too bad in the box side either. So Jim Laughlin left-hand side paired up with Dominic Bowden, the talented car painter, with a 462 dial-in on the right-hand side. A final call, box cars. Final call, box cars. Round 1 eliminations. Final call, box cars. Round 1 eliminations. Dead on 0. Dead on 0. Dominic Bowden is your winner on the right-hand side. He is 12 on the tree and dead on 0. 12-pack for Dominic Bowden on the right-hand side, getting the win over Jim Laughlin. Scott McCann coming up now. Pair of cars that are double entered. You're going to see a lot of the double entered cars start to trickle up here as we get to the end of this round. So if you are a double entered box car, frankly, if you're a box car and you have not been down the track yet, you need to be in the staging lanes. Final call, final call. Round number 1, Super Pro Box. John Schott goes dead on 1, and he gets the win on the right-hand side. Ryan McCann was 006. John Schott was late. McCann breaks out by 7th thou with 700ths to spare down there. He might be kicking himself on that one. Bill Curtis Jr., 498 dial-in for Billy, and a 482 dial-in for Josh Goyke. Billy Curtis Jr., 498 dial-in. He'll leave first. Josh Goyke, 482 on the right-hand side. And Curtis will go red. And Goyke is going to go on to the next round. 003 reaction time, 481. On the 482 dial-in, Goyke is your winner in the right-hand side. Tim Vincent and Eric Pavicic, your next pair. Pavicic is on the right-hand side, the journeyman lineman from Polo, Illinois. Often finds himself crisscrossing the country to restore the power in areas that have been devastated by a natural disaster. He is on the right-hand side, 478 dial-in for Pavicic, 505 for the CPA, Tim Vincent. Occupational hazards for a CPA are much more rare in his line of work. At the finish line, Vincent, who was double entered, he'll get the win going dead on 8. 21 on the tree, dead on 8. Tim Vincent will be back for round number 2 with that entry, his second entry. And now, this is Mitchell Vincent, I do believe, doing the driving duties of Ed Bausman's rear engine dragster. And Super Bill Butasov. Butasov on the right-hand side, Bausman on the left-hand lane. Red line start for Super Bill by 004. And Ed Bausman is 004 green, and he is the winner on the left-hand side. Dead on 7, 004 on the tree. 11th out, total package for Ed the Boss Man Bausman in the left-hand lane. Vince Mastrada coming up now, the second of the 2 Mastrada brothers. 468 dial-in for Vince Mastrada on the right-hand side. 453 for Dennis DiValerio from Algonquin, Illinois. He is the original Firecracker Bracket Nationals champion. Pocketed $100,000 on that prestigious event. Final call, final call, Super Pro Box, Super Pro Box. Final call, Super Pro Box, round number 1, eliminations. If you are not there, you are late. Red line start for Dennis DiValerio. Probably the 3rd time this weekend he has gone red, and that is unusual. 002 red for Dennis DiValerio. Pushing it just a little bit too far. Vince Mastrada comes away the winner, 466 on the 468 dial-in. By virtue of the red line start from Dennis DiValerio. Corey Pavicic and Vince Magracina. Charlie, you can see on our photo checks that we have that we award the winners. We leave it blank. We write the name of the winner. And let me tell you what, yesterday, the pressure was on having to write Vince Magracina. That is 17 total characters, not including the space. to get on that line. Boy, that was pressure. That was pressure. So yesterday's winner is going on to round number 2. Vince Magaracina is 006 green and going on to the next round. Pavicic was dead on 6, but left too much at the starting line. Pro Eliminator, we are ready for you. Round number 1 eliminations. Pro Eliminator, we are ready for you. Lanes 9 and 10, lanes 9 and 10. Odd left, even right. Odd lanes are left lane, even lanes are right lane. Pro Eliminator, begin with lanes 9 and 10. Pro Eliminator to the lanes, please, for round number 1 eliminations. Tim Mosier, potential buy to lane number 8. Tim Mosier, please report to staging lane number 8. Win light to Dale Cooter. He is 001 green on the right-hand side and going on to the next round. Bobby Ince will go red left-hand side, and Dale Cooter, he'll go on to the next round. Wow, this one could not be by design. This could not be the plan for the DiPiazzas. The brothers DiPiazza have lined up side by side in the opening round of eliminations. How could they let that happen? Johnny DiPiazza, he's in the Corvette Roadster left-hand side. And Andrew DiPiazza in the Chevrolet Camaro right-hand side from Long Grove, Illinois. Brothers don't mind racing one another when it's, in the final round or so. But round number 1, that is not by plan. Well, both drivers, they're gunning for each other. And they will both go red. True start, though, determines that the lesser of the 2 red lights is the winner, and that is going to be Johnny DiPiazza. He's 005 red. Andrew DiPiazza is 16 red. Chief starter Jeff Spearling spots a scrap of paper blowing around at the 200-foot mark, and he's getting his, well, you know what? He looks like an Olympic athlete. Looks like an Olympic athlete. He's doing the 40-meter dash to get that scrap of paper. A tip of the cap to Jeff Spearling. Tireless effort from your chief starter. If you would, take your hat off, tip your cap. And for the couple of people that are in the grandstands, if you wouldn't mind, maybe a nice little clap for Jeff Spearling, your chief starter. He puts it all out there for you. So, Jeff, they're clapping for you. Give a wave if you would. All right, Bobby Ince Sr. and Adam Sweet coming up now. Sweet is in the right-hand side. He is double entered. Bobby Ince Sr. with a very, very colorful 2015 chassis concepts rear engine dragster from Kewanee, Illinois. Oh, yeah, it's very fast, too. 463 dialing for Bobby Ince Sr. on the left-hand side. 484 for Adam Sweet. Win light to Adam Sweet. Dead on 6 on the right-hand side. He's moving on to the next round. Bobby Ince Sr., that one was within his reach. He was in charge of that race. He had a big starting line advantage. In fact, his reaction time was twice as good as Adam Sweet's. He got there first with room to spare, breaks out by 1/1000th of a second, and Adam Sweet comes away the winner. Your final pair. We have an even number of cars here in Super Pro Box Round 1. Your potential buy is in the right-hand side. That is Scott LaBuddy, who, if you remember all the way at the start of this round, he turned on a win light already with his first of 2 entries. Can Scott LaBuddy make it 2 for 2 in the opening round? To be determined. His opponent is Rick Susak, left-hand side from Colorado Springs, Colorado. 486 dial for Susak. 470 for Scott LaBuddy. Final pair, round 1. Super Pro Box. Double breakout. Scott LaBuddy is your winner. 006 reaction time breaks out by 7 thou at the stripe. The lesser of the 2 breakouts by a wide margin. Susak really breaks out down there. 481, 5 out of 486 dial-in. That's the theme of the round. Double breakout. There was a bit of a gust of wind right there. That could have been what sailed him off through the finish line. Scott LaBuddy is your winner. That's a wrap for round 1. So LaBuddy will carry the bye into round number 2 in Super Pro Box. And do not forget, we have a new buy in round number 2 of No Box. So in No Box, Larry Hone is your new buy in No Box, and LeBuddy carries the buy in Box. Pro Racers, Pro Eliminator Racers, be suited up and ready to go. You are coming out. Pro Eliminator Racers, make sure you got the tire pressure set. Make sure you are suited up, buckled in, and ready to go. Round 1, Pro Eliminator coming out here. Tim Mosier to lane number 8, please. Tim Mosier to stage lane number 8. Wow, what an exhilarating first round of Super Pro competition. And to call the action here for the quarter-mile classes, we welcome back to the tower Charlie Lindsay. Charlie, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Randy. That was Fast and Furious. I like that name you called me earlier, Quarter Mile Charlie. Not too fast, not too slow, just in the middle. First pair out, yesterday's runner-up, John Coyle. Okay, John Coyle dialed 1199 is Nova. Steve Malik, 74 Duster, dialed at 1082. Once again, Pro ET, you should be making your way up to the lanes for your first round here. Lanes 9, 10, 11, 12. Interesting race here. Identical reaction times. 0:20 for both drivers. John Coyle takes the victory, 11:99 with a 5. Steve Malik, a 10:82 with a 9. Great first round race there. Corey Duncan from Washington, Illinois, the 67 Camaro, up against Mike Miller, 68 Nova. About a half a second head start for Corey here. Corey way out in front, Mike Miller trying to chase him down. Can't do it. Corey Duncan, much better reaction time. Runs a 10:23 on his 10:19. Mike Miller a 9:65 on his 9:61. John Hickson, 70 Buick GS. That big block Chevy under the hood, 509 cubic inches, up against Kyle Kuntz. Gonna have a 4-second hard head start here. 9:68 for Hickson, a 13:78 for Kuntz. That was a long wait, and patience pays off. John Hickson, 000 on the reaction time. Runs it through with a 9:68 with a 4 on his 9:68 dial. What a pass. Kyle Kuntz, a 13:82 on his 13:78. Didn't have a chance there. Jim Keith, 10:52, dial in. That 71 Chevelle, the 406 small block, up against Dave Metcha, 69 Camaro, 355 small block, dialed in at the 10:13. Wheels up for Jim Keith. Kind of moves around out there a little bit. That might cost him. And it does. Dave Metcha was able to get out of it down there, ran a 10:23 on 10:13. Jim Keith a 10:74 on his 10:52. Comes the Froggy entry again. Gary Bilia, Tinley Park, 69 Camaro. Currently up in third in points coming into the weekend. Up against Justin Renz, 94 Mustang out of Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin. Both cars away green. And the Green Froggy gets there first. A 1064 on a 1062 dial. A 1264 on a 39 for Justin. '90 Ford Ranger. 472, big block Ford there. That's Leroy McLean from Two Rivers, Wisconsin, up against Bob Deesh. 71 Vega wagon, 355 small block Chevy. Both cars pretty much dead even off the line. Victory goes to the Vega wagon, 1063 on a 1062. Close race. Leroy went 1105 on his 1103. Next up, Tim Flynn, the 68 Kuga. Cuda. 500 cubic inches. Right lane's Chris Wilberg, 76 Vega wagon. Vega away first. Here comes the Cuda. Cuda gets the victory. A double breakout, 999 with an 8 on 1001. Chris runs a 1078 on a 1008. Next up, 68 Mustang, 398 engine, Dwayne Renz. Up against John Reynolds, 66 GTO. Mustang there first, 1093 with a 1 on his 1093 dial. GTO at 1072 on a 1070. Mike Cole up next, 69 Nova, 471 under the hood. Up against Johnny Robinson at 393 small block. The 91 Mustang. It's going to get about a 2/10 head start. Nova gets there first at 1020 on 1018. Johnny Robinson a little bit off at 1043 on his 39. Gordon Beesh up next, the 53 Studebaker. Up against Larry Hara out of Marengo. Camaro. The oldie but goodie. Gonna get us head start here. Gordon cruising down through there, see if he can hang on at the other end. Here comes the Camaro. Gordon hangs on, another round for him. Runs at 1180 on his 1177. Camaro off a little bit. Jeff Woods, 70 Nova. Ed Kroll, the Graybill Auto Service 67 Camaro. Almost dead even here at 1035 to 1029 dial. Ed Kroll had a better reaction time, but he did not get the victory. Woods ran a 10:38 on a 35. Ed Kroll broke out by 5 thou. Okay, on the hill down there, make sure you have that dog on a leash. We don't want him getting over that fence and out there in front of a car or something. Please take care of the dog down there. Frank Krause gives it away to Rod Colbert. 005 green for Rod. Takes out the back door at 10:57 on his 1060 dial, but he goes to the next round. Scott Frost up next. 67 Chevelle, dialed in at 10:06, up against Greg Darm in that 2018 Street Mustang, dialed in at 12:03. Attention out there, Gary Siedschlag. Gary Siedschlag, you're racing here today, and we understand it's your birthday, so we want to wish you a happy birthday here from Byron Dragway. Once again, Gary Siedschlag, happy birthday. Greg Darn breaks out 12:01 on a 12:03 dial. Scott Frost at 10:13 on a 10:06. Brian Dumdy up next at 57 Chevy. 582 cubic inches under the hood up against always tough Troy Bogner. His 68 Camaro with a 383 small block. Wheels up for Troy. Good start for both cars. Troy hangs on for the victory, runs a 9:52 on a 9:47. He had a 15 light to Brian's 20 light. Brian runs a 54 on a 41. 65 Dodge Mopar entry, Opel Engineering, Mark Langfoss. Dialed in at 10:05. Up against Mr. Four-Speed, Tim Biernat from Sheridan, Illinois, in his 69 Nova. He'll be banging the gears down through there. Mark Langfoss, great run. He had 009 green, runs a 10:11 on a 10:05. Tim Biernat at 10:86 with dead on zero, but he had a much worse reaction time. Cost him the victory there. Scott Veach up next, 67 Camaro. Brian Hampton, 88 Camaro. Brian Hampton gives it away there on the line. Scott Veach will be going to the next round. He had an 068 green. Dialed in at 10:73, and he runs a 10:76. Attention out there, Street Eliminator, you're on standby. You're on standby, Street Eliminator. Tom Hickey, 68 Chevelle, up against that unique 57 Chevy wagon. Looks like a stocker entry from back in the 70s. Down at the U.S. Nationals for me. Mark Schaefer, dialed in at 10:45. He gives it away on the line. Tom Hickey gets the victory. Runs it through at 11:31 on 11:34. Bill Swarm, 61 Corvette. The way the car's set up, it almost looks like it's set up like a gasser, but not quite. Just not raised up enough in the front, but you definitely know what it is. Up against Mike Silverio, that unique 76 Grand Prix. The giant hood on the front there and that parachute hanging off the back tells you it's a serious car. And here he comes. Something happening there. Mike gets out of it. Left lane victory to Bill Swarm at 10:45. Another birthday character in the house here, Eddie Peterman, behind the wheel of the 55 Chevy. His birthday today also. Dialed in at 1073. He'll get a head start on Pete Kreinbrink in his 67 Camaro, dialed in at 1010. Street Eliminator, if you're double entered, come on up here. Street Eliminator, if you're double entered, come up to 1 and 2. Street Eliminator, double entries up to the front, please, in lanes 1 and 2. Pete Kreinbrink, 1016 on a 1010. Much better reaction time. Peterman runs a 1076. Kayla Pope up next in her 74 Pinto. Dialed in at 1074. Up against Fred Frayne. Dialed in at 921. .468 big Ford under the hood there. Or else it's a Chevy. I'm not sure which. No, it's definitely a Ford. I just looked at his deck card. But he's not going to go anywhere. He goes out with a red. Kayla Pope, dialed in at 1074, runs at 1079. Need the car moved off the Byron Hill down there. The white car up on top of the hill. You need to move that back down, please. Kind of distracting to the drivers down here. Get some reflections off of it. And it's also a safety issue down there. Joe Gagliano, dialed in at 1018. Right hand lane. Marty Thornton, dialed in at 925. Gets the victory with a 926. He had an 017 green. Once again, can you please move the white car off the top of the hill down there? We call it the Byron Hill around here. Brando Carlson, 88 Camaro, dialed in at 916. Mike Kersey, 84 Olds Cutlass, 350 Oldsmotor. Mike Kersey way out in front. Breaks out 1103 on 1107. He had a 002 light. Brandon Carlson a 014 light and ran a 916 dead on. Jim Fitzpatrick, 65 Cuda, dialed in at 1104. Terry Heller, 71 Vega, dialed in at 1067. Street Eliminator to 1 and 2. Street Eliminator to 1 and 2. Terry Heller, 1067 with a 2 on his 67 dial. Forced Jim Fitzpatrick to break out. He runs an 1102 on his 1104. Up next, Steve Johnson, 84 Chevy, dialed in at 1064. Gets almost a tenth of a second head start on Greg Meyer and the 68 GTO. Once again, all true street cars to lanes 1 and 2. Street Eliminator to 1 and 2. Wheels up for the GTO. Takes the victory at 1054 on his 1053. 1072 on 1064 for Steve Johnson. Jim Malobsve out of Edison, Illinois. 80 Malibu. Has had this car for quite a long time. Dialed in at 966. Up against Jesse Park. Oh, it's actually Jesse Pena. Jesse Pena, I think it's only the second time that car's been out. That car goes way back in the Joliet, Illinois era. It was owned by a guy named Jay Tapella. He sold a couple of cars to the Pena family. Jesse 065 red. Jim Alase takes it through at 964 on his 966, and he'll move on to the next round. Fred Trombley, 70 Nova, dialed in at 1217. It's a head start on Jesse Albright out of Montgomery, Illinois, in the 65 Mustang. Fred Trombley, 1218 on his 1217 dial. Jesse Albright at 1083 on a 1077. So far, so good. That's Tim Mosier, a 70 Camaro, 383 small block. Arlie Ballard, the Malibu, dialed in at 1064. It looks like Arlie Ballard car is broken, and I believe Tim Mosier will get a single here.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I did mention that.
Tim runs it through at 1056 on his 1053.
Was it just water? Or is that? All right, attention on the Byron Hill, the white SUV, the Ford Edge, whatever it is, back it off the hill. It's not allowed up there. Thank you very much. Take it off the hill. You can sit on the hill. You can bring a lawn chair on the hill. You can put a canopy on the hill, but your car is not allowed on the hill. So please remove it for the safety of others. Thank you. All right, we're going to move right on into the Street Eliminator coming up next. Got a little water to clean up here on the line. And unfortunately cost Arlie a race. But for safety factors, that's it. Was back right off. Don't drive around and careful of others. They're not allowed to be on there. Thank you very much for your cooperation. All right, as soon as this is cleaned up, we'll get the... All right. Street Eliminator is coming up. Then we're going to Sportsman. After Sportsman, we'll do a little drag it on the starting line, run right back into second round of no box buybacks, and then we'll go to box. We'll go no box buybacks, and then no box winners. Remember, if you're a double entry, when we call the class, be to the front of the lanes. If you're a buyback and you're a double entry and you lost with both, be to the front of the buybacks and then loop right back around to the back of the buybacks if you have to. So double entries, you got to be up there first when we call. After a Sportsman, we're going to go to no box.
Once again, Street Eliminator should be in 1 and 2. Sportsman's in 3 and 4. Okay, back to action here. Street Eliminator rolling into the water boxes. Jody Hampton, 81 Malibu wagon, 1381 dial. Anna Laughlin, dialed in at 1735 on the Buick sedan. Nothing says Street Eliminator more than a wagon and a sedan. Anna away first. Here comes Jody trying to chase her down at the top end. Double breakout. It's 1374 on 1381. Tom Higgins, 89 Ford LTD, dialed in at 1763. Joe Zender, dialed in at 1302. It's going to be a 4.5 second head start here for Tom Higgins. Tom away green. Joe away green, doing his best to chase him down. Thousand foot, they're almost dead even. Joe Zender pulls it out at 1306 on a 1302. Forced Tom Higgins to break out, 1759 on a 1763. Andy Brody up next. His 92 Mustang, dialed in at 1264, up against Steven Mraz. Steven away first, and here comes Andy trying to chase him down. 1,000 foot, Stephen's still out there. Gets the victory, 1432 on a 37 dial, double breakout. Andy runs a 1255 on a 64. Robert France, the 07 Trailblazer. V8 under the hood, dialed in at 1250. Heads up racer almost, both dialed at 1250. Russ Stasinski, the 96 Mustang. Theoretically, this should be one on the starting line. Trailblazer seems to slow down there for some reason. But he wins it anyway. A double breakout, a 1243 on a 1250. A 1236 for Russ, the Mustang. Doug Goodman up next in the GMC Envoy, up against Gary Carpenter, or Kerry Carpenter, I should say, in the Z28. And Kerry might have his hands full here trying to catch up with that Envoy. And he couldn't do it. 1735 on a 1731 for Doug Goodman. The Z28 a 1394 on a 1388. Jacob Williams, 2012 Challenger, dialed in at 1369. He's going to get the head start on Bill Larson. The 92 Mustang dialed in at 1325. Jacob Williams, a 1368 double breakout. Forced Bill Larson to break out. He ran a 1321 on a 1325. So Jacob Williams goes to the next round. Chrysler in the left lane, dialed in 1777. McVeigh's driving that car. Tim McVeigh. Kim. Kim. Kim runs a 17.78 with an 8. Very close run there. Pretty decent reaction time, an 0.27 green. Right into Sportsman Eliminator here now. Charles Lohman with a head start in his 02 Mustang. Dialed in at 1575 is Tracy Reeder in the 81 Z28. Mustang out in front. Tracy trying to chase him down. And does so with a 1558 on a 1575. Double breakout. Lohman car a 1637 on a 77 dial. BJ to your radio, please. BJ to radio, please. Fred Tromley dialed in at 1219, 78 Nova. Third in points going into the day. Damian Hampton from Mendota, Illinois. The 85 S10. Going to give up just a little bit here to Fred off the starting line. Pretty even off the starting line. Fred gets there first. 1228 on his 1219 dial. S10 goes to 1335 on a 1210. A little bit off there for the S10. Dodge away first, dialed at 1255. Fred Shimmick dialed in at 12 flat. Mopar against Mopar. Left lane gets there first, 1274 on a 1255. Much better reaction time. I don't have. Left lane away first, dialed at 1438. Gives it away on a red light to Paul O'Keefe. Paul O'Keefe dialed in at 1222 in that beautiful Chevelle convertible. Runs at 1215 and goes on to the second round. John Holloway, 89 Mustang, dialed in at 1220 against Greg Darm and his Mustang. Giving up 2/10. He's dialed in at 12 flat. Greg Darm hangs on for the victory at 1218 on his 12 flat dial. Holloway at 1223 on a 1220. Jody Hampton, 81 Malibu. Up against Ulysses Martinez, the 72 Cutlass, dialed in at 12:05. Malibu wagon away first. And Jody Hampton in the wagon going to the second round. On the 1388 dial, Malibu goes 1381. Final call, Sportsman's final call. Sportsman's final call. Anna Laughlin, 1730 dial in. Mike Kersey, a 12 flat dial in. 5.5 seconds head start. It's one of the longest ones of the day so far. Mike Kersey's going to have to do some real driving down in the other end. He's going to win this one. And he can't do it. Anna Laughlin, 1740 on 1730. She forced Mike Kersey to break out. He runs 1195 on his 12. No box buybacks, you're on standby. No box buybacks, you're on standby. Andy Brody, 1262 on a 1260, takes the victory. Tom Higgins, the LTD, dialed in at 1763. Another 5.5 second head start here against Russ Studzinski, the 96 Mustang. LTD way out in front. Mustang still charging down through there, trying to get to him. Can't do it. The LTD is 1768 on a 63 dial. Forced Russ to break out. A 1234 on a 1235 dial. Joe Zender uncharacteristically gives away the victory to Robert France. Robert France in the Trailblazer, a 1246 on a 1243. Moves on to the next round. No box buybacks to lanes 3 and 4. Double entries first. Double entries first. Come on up here. Once again, no box buybacks to lanes 3 and 4. Stephen Mraz at 1437 on his 33. He moves into the next round. I think he's in the next round in both classes that he's in. Bill Larson, dialed in at 1320. Dialed in against Jeff Tepper, dialed in at 12 flat in the 69 Camaro. Bill Larson with a 1 second head start. Jeff Tepper trying to chase him down. Get a much better reaction time than Bill there. He runs a 1210 on his 12 flat dial. Bill Larson a 1326 on his 20. That concluded our Sportsman's cars. BJ's going to do a little track prep here. Starting line crew's going to do their thing, and we'll be ready to go into no box buybacks, who should be coming to lanes 3 and 4. No box buybacks to lanes 3 and 4, please. Another reminder out there, all you crew, make sure your drivers have their proper safety gear on. Very important. Once again, happy birthday greetings go out to Gary Seedschlag. Glad you're here racing with us today and hope you have a happy birthday. Once again, racers, no box buybacks. You should be in the lanes. No box buybacks to lanes 3 and 4.
These are the buybacks in round number 2 of Super Pro No Box. A final call, final call. If you are a Super Pro No Box buyback, you need to be in the lanes. A final call, round number 2 Super Pro No Box buybacks. Final call, round number 2 Super Pro No Box buybacks. Final call. Well, you see it on the screen. This is round number 2 of elimination. Kip Norup and Ray Smith, your first 2 out. Norup on the right-hand side, the S&S Dyno Services sponsored entry from Rockford, Illinois. A 612 dial-in for Ray Smith. 639 on the left-hand side for Kip Norup. And the Ford Thunderbird from Byron, Illinois. Norup on the left-hand side. Ray Smith in the right-hand lane. That tailwind is still there, and as mighty as it has been all day today, wind light's going to go to Kip Norup. Both drivers are dead on 8. Right on the dial-in, both drivers dead on 8. Kip Norup, 007 reaction time. He is your winner on the left-hand side. This is Mike and the Monte Carlo coming up with a 666 dial-in on the left-hand side. Paired up with John Holly, the Maringo, Illinois-based driver in the 68 Dodge Coronet. The Mopar from Maringo, 642 dial-in for John Holly. The Monte Carlo is going to leave first. And there goes the Monte Carlo, and here comes the Coronet at the finish line. Win light to John Holly. 645 on a 642 dial-in, closer to the dial-in, better at the tree. Better at both ends of the strip. John Holly is your winner on the right-hand side. That'll bring up now Fred Berardi Jr. The Chevrolet Camaro, left-hand side, a 653 dial-in for Berardi. 593 the dial-in for Todd Hone on the right-hand side. And the Pontiac Firebird from Oklahoma. Win light to Todd Hone. He is dead on 0.33 on the tree. Todd Hone, your winner in the right-hand lane. Coming up next is Chad Cannon and Bob Dish. Again, these are the buybacks. The drivers that bowed out in the opening round of the competition, they have bought their way back in. $60, that's the buyback directly into round number 2. Racing for $5,000 to win today. How do you not make the small investment? Cannon on the left-hand side in the Camaro. And Bob Dish in the Vega wagon, right-hand side. Pair of green lights. One is much more green than the other. And you can figure that one out. Chad Cannon, your winner on the left-hand side. 639 on the 636 dial-in. Bob Dish breaks out. Chad Cannon gets there first. Your winner with a big starting line advantage, Chad Cannon. Jeff Woods and Aaron Johnson, they are your next pair. Johnson with a 625 dial-in on the right-hand side. Jeff Woods, 648 in the Nova left-hand lane. We are going to put the call out now for our winners. Bobby Yentz, your winner of that pair. John Hickson and Chris Wicker, your next pair. Wicker on the right-hand side, a 709 dial-in on the Buick right-hand side. Fourth place in points coming into today. He is no longer earning points, just racing for the cash. Wicker is dead on 2. He'll get the win on the right-hand side over John Hickson. Hickson is 1 over the dial-in. Wicker is dead on 2 and moving on to the next round. Looking for no box round 1 winners. To the lanes, please, for round number 2. Round number 2, no box winners. We need you to the lanes, please. Our new potential buy this round is Larry Hone. Larry Hone, H385. Larry Hone, H385. He is potential buy this round. Larry Hone, please report to staging lane number 2. Roger Morris and Troy Bakey on track. Roger Morris celebrating a birthday this weekend at Byron Dragway. He's on the left-hand side, but unfortunately, his birthday weekend comes to an end abruptly. Troy Bakey is the winner right-hand side, 11 on the tree. 2 over the dial-in. Bakey gets the win over Roger Morris of Divine Concrete. 2 good-looking hot rods staging up at the starting line. Marty Thornton and Brian Dumdye. $5.99 dial-in for Dumdye. He'll leave first in the 57 Chevy on the right-hand side. $5.84 the dial-in for Marty Thornton in the Ford Mustang, left-hand lane. .005 reaction time for Brian Dumdye and dead on 2. A 7th out total package for Brian Dumdye. What an impressive run for that 57 Chevy. Really flexing some muscle. Brian Dumdye gets the win in the right-hand lane. A final call. Round number 2, Super Pro No Box. The round 1 winners. We need you to the lanes, please. A final call. Round number 1 winners in Super Pro No Box. We need you back to the lanes for round number 2. Looking for Larry Hone. Looking for Larry Hone to lane 2, please. We're looking for, there he is. He's coming around the horn.
I feel like I knew that.
And we are ready to continue. These are the winners from round number 1. Round number 2 now. Pro No Box with the winners from the opening round. Buck Davenport and Tori Williams leading the way. A little bit of a informal burnout contest to begin this. Yeah. Buck Davenport, right-hand side, Chevrolet Camaro. The trouble is they do these burnouts and that tailwind just pushes it right between them and the Christmas tree. Almost makes you wonder if it degrades the air quality enough down track to actually rob some horsepower from the carburetor because they're sucking up some bad air down there. Maybe not. It'll clear out. Davenport on the right-hand side, 644 dial in on the right-hand lane, 569 to dial in for Tori Williams on the left-hand side. That was always the urban myth, you know, the urban legend of racing at the U.S. Nationals on Sunday night, that the campground straight to the west have all their campfires, that all the haze would come over the track and cars had to dial up half a tenth. Red light for Buck Davenport, win light to Tori Williams. 568 on the 569 dial, but that was always a urban legend, and it held true. The campfire from the campground across the street would leave a haze over the track, and the cars would consistently lose half a tenth on Sunday night as the night went on. You know what I'm talking about. Like a canopy. Bill Curtis Sr. and Dave Perry. Pair of Chevrolets. Perry, a former track champion of Byron Dragway and Super Pro. And that split window 63 Chevrolet Corvette from Bondurant, Iowa. 567 dial in for Perry. 559 for Bill Curtis Sr. 2 fast door slammers in the no box category. The box double-entered box buybacks. Be ready in your pit. We will call you first. Double-entered box buybacks. Be ready in your pit. We will be calling you very, very soon. Dead on 5. Dave Perry gets the win by 0.2 of a second. 0.0002 to margin victory. My goodness, that's about an inch and a half to margin of victory for Dave Perry on the right-hand side. Well, yesterday's no-box winner is out in round number 2. 004 red for John Coyle. And Warren Strum goes dead on 1 on the right-hand side. That Pontiac TA goes on to round number 3. Chief starter Jeff Spearlin making sure that starting line is in tip-top shape. Now they're picking up a possible part, and maybe just a rock. Taylor Schlater and Jim Sibley. Your next pair, Sibley, the Iaconio and Allen. Now it is like a Nostalgia Pro Stock day, Charlie. And the right-hand side, a 580 dial in for Jim Sibley in the Monza right-hand lane. And Taylor Schlater, the Chevrolet S10 pickup truck from Cross Plains, Wisconsin. Well, very, very close reaction times. And at the finish line, win light to Taylor Schlater. 699 on the 697 dial, and he's 2 over the dial-in. Sibley gets there first, breaks out. Schlater is your winner. A 007 red for Kevin Lancaster. That'll give the win to Kenny Norup in the Ford Thunderbird right-hand side. Going 579 on the 583 dial-in. Attention in the pits. Double-entered. Box buybacks to the lanes, please. Double-entered. Box buybacks to the lanes, please. Beginning with lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4. Odd is left. Even is right. Odd is left. Even is right. Maureen Lancaster looking for some redemption for the Lancasters here in round number 2. And she's going to get it dead on 3. Maureen Lancaster, the Camaro, left-hand side, takes out Jeff Billiter, who had a perfect line earlier today and who is the defending track champion. Takes him out here in round number 2. Mark Nettesheim and gentleman Jim Laughlin. Laughlin comes into today's second place in points, and he continues to collect points with every round win. 618 dialing for Nettesheim on the left-hand side, and 648 for the gentleman on the right lane. Gentleman Jim Laughlin, your winner. Nettesheim is red by 0.02 of a second. Laughlin advancing to the next round, continuing to earn points. Don Schomer and Mark Wicker are your next pair. Pair of bright blue muscle cars. Wicker on the right-hand side, a Duster from Winnebago. Schomer in the Maverick from Oswego. 604 dial for Schomer, 663 for Wicker. In the right-hand lane. Again, looking for double-entered, box buybacks, double-entered, box buybacks, double-entered, box buybacks to the lanes, please. There's no such thing as an ugly win, but that was an ugly race. Wow, Schomer, his reaction time starts with a 1:01. Kind of like an intro to drag racing kind of reaction time, and Wicker goes very red, 48 red. So Don Schomer, he'll be buying a lottery ticket on the way home today because apparently luck is on his side, at least in round number 2. Ricky Pena and Corey Duncan, another pair of Chevrolets. We are all Chevys from here on out this round. Duncan in the Camaro, right-hand side. Pena in the Corvette. All the Penas are out here. His brother, his father, they are all in competition. Red light for Corey Duncan, win light for Ricky Pena at the finish line. 6:29 on the 6:33 dial-in. Pena is your winner. Larry Hone, he was the potential buy coming into this round, an even number of cars. He finds himself paired up now with the ever-tough Mike Cole. Cole, a former Pro Eliminator track champion from right here at Byron Dragway. He is a driver that's very, very happy with the opportunity to double enter in no box and pro. Can only get out to so many races this year. His schedule is just not jiving with the racetrack. So he's maximizing his opportunity to race on these weekends. And Larry Hone, who had a perfect line in the previous round, goes 003 red. And Mike Cole, 009 reaction time, left-hand side. He is your winner to conclude this round number 2 of Super Pro No Box. So again, we're looking for double-entered, box buybacks. Double-entered box buybacks to the lanes, please. If you are double-entered, if you are a box buyback, to the lanes, please. And we're going to call all box buybacks to the lanes, please. Round number 2, box class buybacks to the lanes, please. Round number 2, Super Pro box class buybacks to the stage lanes, please. Again, we're looking for round number 2 of Super Pro box class buybacks. All buybacks, round 2 of Super Pro box to the stage lanes, please. Round number 2 of Super Pro Box Class Buybacks. They are at the starting line. We've got Ed Balsbin and Andrew DiPiazzo. They are leading the way. 2 tough customers right at the head of the pack. So a final call for Box Class Buybacks. A final call, Box Class Buybacks to the lanes, please. For round number 2. Balsman of the dragster, left-hand side, a 470 dial-in for the rear-engine dragster, 526 for Andrew DiPiazzo, right-hand side in the Camaro. Balsman's late. You see the taillights glow for DiPiazzo. He's going to get the win. 009 reaction time, 5:30 with a 3. On the 526 dial-in, DiPiazzo, your winner on the right-hand side. Tim Vincent and Dion Dignitz, they are your next pair. Vincent to the left-hand side, a 506 dial-in and a maroon dragster. 533 dial-in for Dion Dignitz. He had a problem in round number 1. The car never left the starting line. Hopefully they got it all sorted out here. So Dion on the right-hand lane, Tim in the left-hand side. And a red light start for Tim Vincent. Win light to Dion Dignitz. 535 and a 533 dial-in. Dion on to the next round. Al Griffey coming up. Saw Al at the diner earlier today, getting tuned up between rounds. Should he light the win light here, we'll all be asking, what did he get at the diner? It's got to be the secret to success. So Al Griffey coming up to the left-hand side, a 484 dial-in for Al. In the Ellis Manufacturing Incorporated sponsored rear-engine dragster of the late Howard Schleter. And Joe Hansen in the Monza. Win light on a double breakout, Al Griffey. 482.6 on the 484 dial-in. He is the lesser of the 2 breakouts. Margin of victory, 3 thou. That's the difference in breakouts. Griffey is your winner. Shane Pope and Kevin Schwartz staging up now. Schwartz to the left-hand side. Was not here yesterday. He's dialed in at a 728 in the Malibu. Big difference in dial-ins. Schwartz is at about the 175-foot mark before Pope takes off. But Shane Pope will catch him. He'll get the win in the dragster. 008 reaction time and 1 over the dial-in. Shane Pope, your winner on the right-hand side. And next up, we've got Rick Susak and Bruce Van Stratton. Van Stratton dialed in at a 501 on the right-hand lane and a 481 for Rick Susak in the left-hand side. Susak all the way from Colorado Springs, Colorado. A long ways to be here. Thank you, Rick, for being in competition to Byron Dragway this weekend. His opponent, Bruce Van Stratton out of Wisconsin on the right-hand side. And Bruce will get the win. Both drivers 2 over the dial-in. Bruce Van Stratton is 005 at the starting line, and he is your winner on the right-hand side for Bruce Van Stratton. Coming up now, this is Journey Bennett, a former junior driver on the left-hand side from Neenah, Wisconsin, paired up with Derek Dignitz, who, as I understand from a comment yesterday, the Dignitzes are actually a 4-generation drag racing family, as Dion's father was a drag racer before him as well. So that is too cool. 4 generations of Dignitzes involved in this great sport. 493 diamond for Derek Dignitz, right-hand side. 522 for Journey Bennett. And the bright yellow tractor left-hand side. Win light, Derek Dignitz, 004 reaction time and dead on 2. Derek Dignitz is your winner on the right-hand side. Dennis DiValerio and TJ Trench coming up now. Trench on the right-hand side. Driving a borrowed car today, the Chevy 2. With a 595 dial-in on the right-hand side. And Dennis DiValerio, 454 the dial-in for that supercharged rear-engine dragster from Algonquin, Illinois. And TJ Trench will go red. 005 red on the right-hand side. And Dennis DiValerio, he can do no wrong. 009 green and dead on 1. 10 foul. Total package for Dennis DiValerio, left-hand lane. Coming up next, a pair of third-generation Chevrolet Camaros. Brent Vincent and Aaron Schott. 616 the dial-in for Vincent in the left-hand side. 564 the dial-in for Aaron Schott in the right-hand lane. Very quick Z28 in the right lane. And the win line is going to go to Brent Vincent on a double breakout. Brent Vincent is 007 green, the lesser of the two breakouts on a double breakout in Brent Vincent. He'll be back to play in round number 3. Ryan McCann and Super Bill Butasol. Pair of door cars coming up now. Super Bill on the right-hand side. The 74 Buick Opal from Naperville, Illinois. 624 dial-in for Super Bill. 680 the dial-in for Ryan McCann. Left-hand lane in the Nova. McCann's going to leave a little bit too soon. 007 red on the left-hand side. Giving a win to Super Bill. 623 1 and the 624 dial-in. Super Bill goes into the next round. A final call for round number 2, box buybacks. Box buybacks, a final call, round number 2, Super Pro. Box buybacks to the lanes, please. A final call, round 2, Super Pro. Box class buybacks to the lanes, please. Nick Mastrada and Eric Pavicic. A pair of young guns and a pair of rear-engine dragsters. Pavicic, right-hand side, 480 the dial-in for the driver from Polo, Illinois. 473 dial-in for Nick Mastrada. One of 2 Mastradas racing this weekend. The brothers Mastrada in Super Pro box. 473 for Nick, left-hand lane. 480 for Eric Pavicic on the right-hand side. Win line to Nick Mastrada, 1 over the dial-in. Margin of victory, 0.03 of a second for Nick Mastrada in the left-hand lane. Virtually identical reaction times, 36 to a 32. Pavicic with the advantage off the starting line. Pavicic 2 and change over his dial-in. Mastrada 3,000 closer to the dial. He is your winner in the left-hand lane. Wow, pair of 00 lights, except one of them was red. Jim Zink is 003 red. And Check out Jeff Jones. He could do no wrong on that run. 001 green and dead on 8. 9,000 total package for Jeff Jones, your winner on the right-hand side. Hey, here's a driver that is celebrating his birthday this weekend. Gary Siedschlag. From Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, he is dialed in at 497. And he would, no better place would he rather celebrate his birthday than Byron Dragway, except one exception. He'd really like to celebrate it in the winner's circle at Byron Dragway. Only problem is there's over 100 and some odd Super Pro drivers that want to spoil his birthday plans, if you will. One such driver is Bobby Ince Sr., right-hand side. Very fast, colorful dragster on the right-hand side. 462 dialing for Bobby Ince Sr. So the birthday boy, Gary Siedschlag, on the left-hand side. Hey, he's going to get the win. Dead on 2. Gary Siedschlag trying to make his birthday wish come true. Advancing into round number 3. Here comes Mike Schleter and Andrew DiPiazza. DiPiazza is double entered here as a box class buyback. So that's a quick turnaround. He ran already with the buybacks once. He's back up again. Kind of a costly weekend for DiPiazza. He's on the right-hand side. Chevrolet Camaro paired up with that Olds 442 of Mike Schleter, who was dialed down considerably from what he was earlier. He was dialed in at a 662 earlier today. Finds himself dialed in now at a 658 in the left-hand side. And Mike Schleter is your winner. 659 and the 658 dial-in. Take it out, Andrew DiPiazza, here in this round. Wendell Curley. Wow, I haven't seen Wendell in the right lane all weekend, I don't think. Makes me nervous because he's had some big wheel stands this weekend, and before he was at least headed towards the wall. Now he's going to head for the Christmas tree because that car's been moving left every run. $3,400 for a Christmas tree before inflation. You can imagine what a tree costs now. Wendell Curley on the right-hand side, 633 dial-in, 495 for Corey Pavicic on the left-hand side. I tell you what, he is straight as an arrow this time. On a double breakout, Corey Pavicic is your winner on the left-hand side. The lesser of the two breakouts. Curley breaks out by 9 thou. Corey Pavicic breaks out by 1 thou. That's the lesser of the two. And Pavicic is your winner on the left-hand side. Kevin Robertson and Greg Rouleau. These are the two fastest cars on the property pair of Pro Charged dragsters. What a drag race. 154 miles per hour for Kevin Robertson on the left-hand side. He is your winner. 008 reaction time. Greg Rouleau, 164 is his speed in the 8th. But he is unable to get there. Starting line advantage goes to Kevin Robertson. He is the winner in the left-hand lane. Mike Ballard and Marcus Hanesick coming up now. Hanesick, that's a car that I haven't seen before this weekend. A beautiful Chevrolet Corvette from Oswego, Illinois, on the right-hand side. And Mike Ballard of Yorkville works in construction. Probably drives an excavator by day and a Pontiac Firebird by weekend. Mike Ballard and Fred Hanesick. We are almost through with this round. The buybacks, for that matter. We still have a whole group of winners to call up yet. What a turnout today for Super Pro. Virtually identical reaction times. Win line's going to go to Mark Hanesick on the right-hand side. He is one over the dial and gets the win by 5 thou at the stripe. The Corvette gets the win over the Firebird. Marcus Hanesick advancing into the next round. That'll bring up Crystal Gill, driving the Joe Pollock-owned Mercury Capri on the right-hand side, and Bobby Ince Jr., talented young driver, came from the junior dragster ranks, and he's got a mountain motor, Chevelle as well, a stick shift car. That's a cool hot rod that he's got, but here he's got the Nova today. Bobby Ince Jr. and Crystal Gill at the finish line. Crystal, she'll get the win on the right-hand lane. 5:44 and a 5:40 dial in. 5 thou. That's her margin for victory at the stripe. Bobby Ince Jr. was better at the tree, but Crystal was closer to the dial in. We are ready for round number 2, Super Pro Box Class winners. The winners from round number 1. We are ready for the winners from round number 1 for round 2 of Super Pro Box. Again, odd left, even right. Odd left, even right. If you want a left lane, you're looking for an odd number lane. If you want the right lane, you want an even number lane. Odd left, even right to the lanes, please. Looking for round 1 box class winners to the lanes, please. For round number 2 of box class. Bill Curtis Jr. and Tim Falker. It is dead even off the starting line and at the finish line. Win line to Billy Curtis Jr. 499.8 on the 498 dial-in. The dragster goes on. Jim Laughlin and Jeremy Banks, this pair of Chevrolets, your very next pair. They are the last of the buybacks in this round. Banks this right-hand side, the Chevrolet Nova from Rockford, Illinois. Jim Laughlin, the auto repair shop owner from Albany, Wisconsin, with a 645 dial-in. A nice wheels-up launch from the Nova of Jeremy Vangsness at the finish line. Win light to Jeremy Vangsness. 558 on the 557 dial-in, 15 on the tree. And he is your winner. That's the last of the box class buybacks. Winners coming out next. Again, looking for Super Pro. Round 1 winners to the lanes, please. For round number 2, looking for round number 2 box class winners to the lanes, please. This is round 2, looking for the winners from round number 1 to the lanes, please. Super Pro. And these are the winners from round number 1. This is round number 2. Still round number 2 of Super Pro Box. On track, Mitchell Vincent and Adam Sweet, your first 2 out. The Cal Wright sponsored entry of Mitchell Vincent from St. Charles, Illinois. A 580 diamond on the left-hand side. About a 1 second head start he's going to get against Adam Sweet, the pest control expert from Davis, Illinois. 484 dialing for Adam Sweet, 580 for Mitchell Vincent. Dead on 9. Mitchell Vincent is your winner on the left-hand side. Adam Sweet was dead on also. Dead on 1 for Adam. Dead on 9 for Mitchell. Starting line advantage, Mitchell Vincent. He is your winner on the left-hand side in a very close race between he and Adam Sweet. Both drivers right on the dial-in. Next up, Tim Vincent and Johnny DiPiazza. Both drivers are double entered. DiPiazza in the Roadster, right-hand side from Brookfield, Wisconsin. A 538 dial-in for DiPiazza, 505 for Tim Vincent. A double-entered dragster also on the left-hand side. And the win line's going to go to Johnny DiPiazza, dead on 0 with a 007 reaction time. 7th out the total package for Johnny DiPiazza in the right-hand lane. What a statement run from Johnny DiPiazza. Vincent was 16 on the tree, but breaks out. Give it a win to Johnny DiPiazza. Coming up now, this is David Bones Johnson, his father Sam, helping him into the water box up to the starting line, helping him stage. 471 dial-in for David Bones Johnson and Dan Kike, the talented welder from Brandon, Wisconsin, with a 469 dial-in. That was the theme of round number 1. Double breakout. That wind had some steady gusts coming straight out of the north. A big tailwind all day long today. A mix of sun and clouds. Mostly cloudy for this pair. Wow. Very close race. And the win line on a double breakout is David Bones Johnson. Identical 0.17 reaction times for both drivers. In by 0.02 of a second less, David Bones Johnson is your winner. David Bones Johnson breaks out by 3. A breakout by 5 for Kike. Truly close racing. I believe this is Ed Bousman. Coming up now, like 470 dial-in on the left-hand side. 473 the dial-in for T.C. Williams. In the right-hand lane, a T.C. of Winnebago, Illinois, just 20 years of age. Has won 3 races this year. 1 race totaling a $160,000 payday. $175,000 in total winnings this year from Byron Dragway. Wow. Win light to Ed Bousman. He is dead on 2, 14 on the tree, 16th out. The total package for Bousman on the left-hand side. T.C. Williams, he had the advantage. He was 004 green at the starter line. Took him through at the stripe by 17th out. Broke out by 5th out. T.C. Williams breaks out. Bousman advances. Dennis DiValerio and Dale Cooter coming up next. Cooter on the right-hand side, the forever young Pontiac Firebird from Valparaiso, Indiana. A 530 dial-in for Dale Cooter. 454 for the supercharged dragster of Dennis DiValerio. Probably one of the top 10, well, probably top 5 fastest cars in Super Pro Box today. Red light start for Dale Cooter. He is 003 red. He was dead on 1. Boy, if he could do that one over again, he might do it just a little bit different. Your points later, Jay Allen coming up on the left-hand side. A 5:01 dial-in for the driver from Utica, Illinois. A former NHRA division champion from just 2 years ago. Down in Indianapolis, he took the whole title. Went out to Pomona, made us all proud. 484 dial-in for Ted Cannon on the right-hand side. In that tailwind really kicking up. Starting to really rattle the flagpole out there. Old Glory's certainly getting a workout on the flagpole today. And a pump of the fist from Pam Allen as Jay Allen, her husband, gets the win. 002 red for Ted Cannon. Jay Allen is 5 flat with a 9 on the 5:01 dial-in, and the points leader goes on to the next round, continuing to earn those oh-so-valuable points in the quest for a track championship. Blake Vangsness and Chad Bradham, pair of Rockford, Illinois-based drag racers. Vangsness at the left-hand side, 667 dial-in in the Chevrolet Nova. Chad Bradham in the rear-engine dragster. The 502 dial-in right-hand side. Blake's out front, but here comes Bradham at the finish line. A double breakout. Chad Bradham is your winner. And much like the opening round, double breakout seems to be a reoccurring theme. A pair of eyeglasses have been turned into the tower. Courtesy of Susan Cooter, thank you very much. A set of prescription eyeglasses. They look very nice. They are still in good shape. They were not run over like that last pair of glasses that got turned into the tower yesterday. Flattened like a pancake. We have a pair of prescription eyeglasses have been turned into the tower. Ryan Fasano and Sean Woodworth. And the hometown driver, Sean Woodworth, will get the win with a 002 reaction time and a double breakout. I feel like a broken record here. I'm almost trying to tell the racers in the lanes, double breakout, double breakout, double breakout. Don't break out. If you don't break out, then you could just about win this round, it seems. Rick Susak and Dominic Bowden. Thank you for visiting Byron Dragway. Safe travels on your return home. I believe that it was Ed Kroll with the Camaro. Not sure who's got that beautiful motorhome, but thank you for coming. Safe travels back home. Wow, he's got 2 nice awnings on the side of that trailer. That is a top-of-the-line rig. Triple axle and everything. Dominic Bowden and Rick Susak. Susak all the way from Colorado Springs, Colorado. Works for Homeland Defense. Probably a lot of top-secret stuff. And a red light for Rick Susak. Win light to Dominic Bowden. He is dead on 7. Steve Klotz and Monty Fisher coming up now. Steve Klotz, he's always got a crowd tuned in, a cheering section on Byron Dragway TV. How can you not cheer for that Vega the way that thing leaves the star line shot out of a cannon on a double breakout? Steve Klotz is your winner. All right, me rephrase this now. If you can keep it green and not break out, you probably have like a 98% chance of winning this round because it has been either a red light or a double breakout deciding the outcome. Steve Klotz, the winner of that double breakout. The Rum Runner Racing Team. This is Ricky Pena. Chevrolet Corvette from Palos Park, Illinois. 631 dial-in for Ricky Pena. 570 the dial-in for Vince Magracina. The $3,000 winner from Saturday's prestigious race here at Byron Dragway. Can Magracina string together what would be a 18-round win streak to win twice this weekend? That's what it takes. An 18-round win streak to double up on this weekend. And wow, Magracina, perfect run. Write it down. That is historic. A perfect run for Vince Magracina. Trip, zip, green, and dead on zero. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Vince Magracina, yesterday's winner, just went trip, zip, green, and dead on zero. What a run. They will be framing that time slip. They're probably going to take it to wherever. Where do you frame something? Do you take it to Hobby Lobby or something and have them frame it? A perfect run for Vince Magracina. They're going to run to Casey's and get a lottery ticket before the day is through. Andy Rucker and Mike Antonioni. Wow, they got a tough act to follow. Vince Magracina had a perfect run. What can you do? Wow. That was something. 558 dial-in for Andy Rucker in the right-hand side. Mike Antonioni, 526 dial-in the left-hand lane. And welcome to the crowd from Summit, Illinois, cheering on the Roz Racing Team. Thank you to everyone from Summit, Illinois, for being here. Mike Antonioni and Andy Rucker on track. Rucker breaks out. Antonioni, he is your winner. Left-hand side, 527 on the 526 dial-in. Antonioni, the lone Antonioni this weekend. And normally there's three. Now there's just one. He is your winner. Left-hand side. Well, the cheering crowd from Summit, they're going to be getting ready because their driver is in the water box, Stephen Mraz. Stephen Mraz coming up here in the water box. So Stephen Mraz, the Wino Buick, coming up soon to the cheering crowd from Summit, Illinois. Tori Williams and John Schott headed down the 8th mile at the finish line. Moonlight's going to go to Tori Williams. 008 reaction time. Picking up the win over the Oldsmobile Cutlass of John Schott. And here is their driver, the cheering crew from Summit, Illinois, in force, cheering on Stephen Mraz. That chop-top Wino 1976 Buick Regal, one of one in competition, a totally unique entry. 687 dial-in for Stephen Mraz on the right-hand side of Summit, Illinois. 505 the dial-in for Mike Pavicic on the left-hand side, and the rear-engine dragster from Dixon, Illinois. And Roz breaks out, so does Pavicic. The double breakout win goes to Mike Pavicic. Stephen Mraz, he had a big starter line advantage. I was waiting to see the crowd go wild. But unfortunately, Roz got there first, took way too much stripe, and Pavicic comes away the winner on a double breakout. Doug Cruz and Colin Estes, pair of drivers from Rockford, Illinois, coming up. Thank you to the Mraz cheering crowd. Thank you for coming today. Hope you enjoyed yourselves at Byron Dragway. Come back again. A final call. Final call. Final call. Round number 2. Super Pro Box. Final call. Round 2 of Super Pro Box. Doug Cruz goes red and Colin Estes goes on to the next round. Estes is your winner. 496.4 on the 499 dial-in. Josh Koike and Scott LaBuddy. Look out. This is a big matchup here. LaBuddy, a two-time champion. Double ender today. He's also got the potential bye at the tail end of this round. He's in the right-hand side. Paired up with Josh Koike from just down the road in Stillman Valley, Illinois. One of the rising stars in Super Pro. And at the finish line on a double breakout, Scott LaBuddy is the winner. 007 reaction time for Koike, 005 for LaBuddy. LaBuddy runs one foul under the dial, and that is the lesser of the two breakouts on a double breakout, and LaBuddy is your winner in the right-hand side. Oh, that was the trenches pulling out. Apparently they posted onto YouTube as we complimented their motorhome and trailer pulling out of the property. So, well, they didn't waste any time packing up and getting out. They were out of here before the round was over. Zach Manasiri and Mike Hobson coming up now. Manasiri on the left-hand side, the Chevrolet S10 pickup truck with a 614 dial-in. Pro Eliminator, round number 2 to the lanes, please. Round 2, Pro Eliminator to the lanes, please. Round 2, Pro Eliminator to the lanes, please. Lanes 9 and 10, lanes 9 and 10, Pro Eliminator to the lanes, please. Red light start for Zach Manasiri. Win light to Mike Hobson in the right-hand lane. Pro Eliminator, lanes 9 and 10. Pro Eliminator, lanes 9 and 10. Pro Eliminator, lanes 9 and 10. Tim Mosier to lane number 8, please. Tim Mosier to staging lane number 8. Mike Murray and John Schober ready to do battle. Pair of rear engine dragsters. Schober on the right-hand side of 494 dial-in. 452 for Mike Murray of Crestwood, Illinois. And that tailwind continues to whip out of the north. What a drag race that one was. 004 reaction time for Mike Murray. He's 2 over the dial-in. John Schober goes dead on 2, but left just a little bit too much at the starting line. 0.005 of a second. Mike Murray is able to hang on and get there and get the win over John Schober. At last, we didn't have a red light or a double breakout. We had a race that was decided at the finish line that wasn't a double breakout. Those two must listen to me, Charlie. Mike Bonebright and Ed Nemec, a pair of new arrivals. Neither driver was here yesterday, but as you can see, they're here today. Bonebright left-hand side, 493 dial-in for the dragster, 528 for Ed Nemec in the Corvette right-hand side. Win light to Mike Bonebright. Dead on 5. 14 on the tree. 19 thou is his total package. And his total package was twice as good as Nemec's reaction time. Nemec will break out. Bonebright, he'll be back for round number 3. Pro Eliminator, we are looking for Pro Eliminator lanes 9 and 10. Stage lanes 9 and 10, please. Looking for Pro Eliminator, stage lanes 9 and 10, please. A final call for Super Pro. Tim Mosier, your potential buy in round number 2 of Pro Eliminator. Here he comes. The so far so good Camaro. Tim Mosier to lane number 8, please. Good race here from Tom Gibson and Vince Mastrada. What a run. Dead on 6 and 008. Vince Mastrada puts together a great run and takes out Tom Gibson here in round number 2. And it's as though they're watching everybody else before them because that's 2 pairs in a row without a double breakout. So everyone is starting to, either the wind's starting to fade or they're starting to dial down a number. Adam Sweet and Johnny DiPiazza. Pair of double-entered hot rods. Sweet in the dragster. 484 is his dial-in. Johnny DiPiazza, that roadster. 63 model Chevrolet Corvette from Brookfield, Wisconsin. The roadster, he'll leave first. Dragster will try to chase him down before the yellow flags at the 8th mile. The roadster is a new arrival today. Win light to Adam Sweet. Dead on 5. He is your winner. DiPiazza with a big starting line advantage, but he is unable to run the number. He is off the dial by about 5 numbers, and Adam Sweet goes dead on 5 for the win on the left-hand side for the Modern Solutions Pest Control Team out of Davis, Illinois. So now we've got a Byron for the very busy Scott LaBuddy. He's got a lot on his plate here today. Double entered, and with this here Byron, he will be 2 for 2 in round number 2. Well, a number of people packing up and hitting the road. We thank you for coming. Hey, you know what? If you're thinking about what your dining options are as we are getting close to the evening hours, swing on down to the award-winning Dragway Diner. Whether you're sticking around or hitting the road, why bother hitting some fast food joint on the way home when you can swing on down to the diner and get a delicious burger or a brat or something for the road? So before you hit the road, make sure you swing on down to the diner and stock up so you don't need to make any expensive trips or pit stops along the way home. So swing on down to the diner if you're packed up and leaving. Maybe you're sticking around and you're still in eliminations. The Dragway Diner is still open. And if you are looking for a way to commemorate your trip to Byron Dragway this weekend, I might suggest picking up a souvenir from the official Byron Dragway souvenir stand. Swing on down, see Michelle Bacon for all of your Byron Dragway souvenir needs. I understand that they also have some new Byron Dragway stickers. Byron Dragway stickers available $2 a piece, or 3 stickers for $5. That's the special. That was a special yesterday. Is it still a special today? $2 a sticker, or 3 for $5. So you can sticker up your whole fleet of cars. You can sticker up the race car, the trailer, and the motorhome with that kind of deal. So come on, come on. The souvenir stand is still open by the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. Pro Eliminator, be ready to go. Pro Eliminator, you're going to follow this Byron. Well, if you're some sort of a Las Vegas bookie, putting your money on Scott LaBuddy seems to be a pretty safe bet here on Sunday. He is double entered. He's got a buy run now. And he will have 2 entries going into round number 3 once he takes the tree and breaks the beam. But Scott LaBuddy looks like he's going to do a full pull here on his buy run. A 009 reaction time, and he'll go 468 with an 8 on the 469 dial, and that's a wrap for round number 2 of Super Pro Box. Will be a new buy come round 3 in Super Pro Box. And to call the quarter mile action, we welcome back quarter mile Charlie Lindsay to the booth. Charlie, it's all yours.
Thank you, Randy. Take yourself a deserved break. Here we go, round 2, Pro ET. John Coyle out here first again for this round. Up against the Froggy entry, Yuri Bila.
Dial in right side.
John Coyle dialed 1199. Gary Bila dialed 1056. We get about a second and a half head start to John Coyle. Street Eliminator, stand by. Street Eliminator, stand by. Byron, possible Byron for Street Eliminator. Jacob Williams. Jacob Williams, you're the possible buy for Street Eliminator. Jacob Williams can come to lane 3 for your to stand by for your buy run. Once again, Street Eliminator, you're welcome to come to the staging lanes 1 and 2. Corey Duncan from Washington, Illinois, 67 Camaro, 454. Up against tenacious Troy Bogner from Sparlin, Illinois, 68 Camaro, 383 small block, wheels up in the air. Going to be a good race on the other end. Very close. Troy Bogner goes out, 022 light. He broke out with a 944 with an 8. Corey Duncan, 018 light on a 1020 dial, on a 1018 dial. And very close race there. John Hickson, 70 Buick GS, dialed in at 967. He'll be trying to chase down Pete Crimebrink. That's 67 Camaro. Crimebrink goes red. John Hickson, 000 on the light. Runs a 967 with a 2 on his 967, a 2000th package. Great run there for John Hickson. Next up, the Pinto, Caleb Pope at the wheel. 69 Camaro, Dave Metcha. Caleb's going to get about 6/10 head start. Dave Metcha way up in the points. Shows number 2 here coming into the day, and Kayla sitting at number 7 coming into the day. Pinto cruising down through there. Here comes Dave. And he catches her. 10:15 on a 10:13 dial. Had a much better reaction time. Caleb forced to break out at 10:75 on a 10:78. Rod Colbert, 78 Camaro, dialed in 10:58. Trying to chase him down will be Marty Thornton, 70 Mustang. And Marty Thornton's going to the next round. Rod Colbert red lights it away. Marty runs a 948 on his 926. Taking it easy down there on the other end. Tom Hickey, 68 Chevelle. 502 big block. Bob Dish, small block, 71 Vega wagon. A 1060 dial for Bob, 1130 for Tom. Victory via the red light goes to Bob Dish in a 71 Vega. Runs it out the back door, a 1058 with a 5 on his 1060 dial. Tim Flynn, 68 CUDA, 500 cubic inches of Mopar under the hood. Scott Frost, 67 Chevelle. Dialed in at 1011. Tim Flynn at 10 flat. This is an awesome race here on paper. 015 green to 018 green. Tim Flynn had the better light. Runs a 1001 on his 10 flat. 1006 in the right lane on a 1007 dial. Final call, Pro ET for round 2. You should be up here. Final call, Pro ET. You should be in the lanes. Street Eliminator to 1 and 2. Street Eliminator to 1 and 2. Sportsman standby. Sportsman standby. Brando Carlson, 1980 Camaro, dialed in at 915. Mike Cole in the 69 Nova, dialed in at 1018. Just a little over 1 second head start for Mike. Left lane red light. Victory's going to go to Mike Cole. His 1018 dial. Takes it through at 10:15. Dwayne Renz, 68 Mustang, 398 under the hood. Mark Langfoss, that cool 65 Dodge. Looks like a nostalgia super stocker to me. Better reaction time goes to the winner. Mark Langfoss, 025 green, ran a 1010 on his 1003 dial. Gordon Beach, the 53 Studebaker, oldie but goodie. Couple oldies here. 61 Corvette, Bill Swarm, right-hand side. Great looking pair of cars on the line. Studebaker cruising down through there. Here comes the Corvette. Can't do it. Gordon Beach, 1175, double breakout to a 1036 breakout. Terry Heller, Morrison, Illinois, 71 Vega against Fred Tromley, 78 Nova. Fred's going to get about a second and a half head start. Fred away first, kind of wanders over toward the line. Hope it doesn't cost him too much. Here comes Terry Heller in the Vega. And he runs him down. 1065 on a 1066, double breakout. Fred Tromley had to drop down to a 1212 on his 1216. Terry Heller going to the next round. Jim Malabsve, 963 dial-in on his 80 Malibu. Greg Meyer, the 68 GTO, dialed in at 1054. Final call for Street Eliminator, final call. Sportsman's, can we put you in 5 and 6? Sportsman's to 5 and 6, please. Call goes out for Sportsman's to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman's to 5 and 6. Victory there goes to Jim Alabze, 965 on his 963 dial.
We're going to put Sportsman in 5 and 6 instead. We've got the Byron over there.
Byron and Pro ET, Tim Mosier. He's got it dialed in at 1055. We'll see how good the So Far So Good can do. Once again, Sportsman's to 5 and 6. Tim Mosier runs it out the back door, a 1048 with an 8 on his 1055 dial. An 013 green. He'll be ready for next round. Everybody check your belts out there if you're still in the program. We did find a very small fan belt of some type in the water box area, so you might want to check your vehicle over closely. Make sure you're not missing a small fan belt. Here we go into Street Eliminator. Sportsman's, you should be coming up to 5 and 6. Sportsman's to 5 and 6. Stephen Mraz, right-hand lane, dialed in at 1430 from Summit, Illinois, up against Jody Hampton out of Earlville, 81 Malibu. Stephen's going to get the advantage here by about 0.6 of a second. John Hickson, you're the potential buy in Pro next round. Round 3. Jody Hampton gets there first, 1376 on a 1374 dial. Stephen Mraz ran a 1431 on his 1430. Jody got him on the tree.
The 69 Camaro, that's your Sportsman 5. Is that what you're asking? How many total cars? Just 3 cars coming back in, you know.
Robert France, 07 Trailblazer, dialed in at 1250. Trying to chase down Joe Zender in his 95 Camaro.
I'm sure you got some double.
Joe out in front. Robert trying to chase him down. The Trailblazer, can he do it? Yes, he can. Runs a double breakout, 1247 on a 1250. Joe had a 1296 on a 1303. Chrysler in my left lane, dialed in at 1776. Doug Goodman, the GMC Envoy, dialed in at 1732. The Envoy wins it, 1733 on a 1732 dial.
Hold up there.
Jacob Williams, 2012 Challenger, dialed in at 1366. Our Byron here in Street Eliminator takes it through at 1382 at 103. Waiting on our Sportsman Eliminator to come out of the staging lanes now. No box, you're on standby. We'll be calling in just a moment here. No box, be ready.
Just let me know when you want it. When it'll...
Here we go, round 2, Sportsman's Eliminator. This is one of the classes that's running it for points here to go to Indy in September. Tracy Reeder, 81Z28, dialed in at 1562. Andy Brody will try to chase her down, dialed in at 1259 in his 92 Mustang. Tracy currently showing first in points coming into today. And Andy Brody's going to do his best to send Tracy home. And he does it. Runs a 1251 double breakout, 1251 on a 1259. Tracy a 1543 on a 1562. Up next, the 78 Nova, Fred Trombley, dialed in at 1214. Paul O'Keefe dialed in at 1215. Pretty much heads up off the line there. Paul O'Keefe in that beautiful 72 Chevelle convertible. Former track champion many times. Another track, everybody can guess on that one. but yes, many times. Fred Trombley at 12.19 on a 12.14 dial. Had a little bit better light than Paul. Paul runs a 12.15 on his 12.15, but lost it on the line there. Next up, 89 LTD of Tom Higgins, dialed in at 17.59. Greg Darm and his Mustang, dialed in at 12 flat. Tom Higgins way out in front there. I don't know if Greg Darm's going to be able to handle this one or not. Here he comes. And he can't do it. Double breakout, 17.56 on a 59 for Tom Higgins, 11.85 on a 12 flat for Greg Darm. The Scat Pack up next in the left lane. That's Chuck Segretti from Roselle, dialed in at 12.55. Getting the big handicap head start to be Anna Laughlin in her Buick sedan, dialed in at 17.15. Well, Anna red lights it away. Chuck Segretti goes to round 3. See what that Scat Pack can do going down through there. Dialed in at 12.55. Runs at 12.27. 3/10 under. Jody Hampton, Malibu Wagon, dialed in at 13.78. Trailblazer Robert France out of Bartlett, trying to chase her down. About a second and a half head start for Jody. Trailblazer there first, runs a 12.64 on a 12.46. Jody ran off a little bit there, 13.98 on 13.78. Steven Mraz, back up in his 14 Camaro in Sportsman's category here, dialed in at 14.27. Jeff Tepper, dialed 12 flat, his 69 Camaro. This should be relatively close at the other end. Jeff Tepper, a 12.04 on his 12 flat. Steven Mraz, a 14.32 on his 14.27. Jeff Tepper goes to round 3. No box to lanes 3 and 4. No box to lanes 3 and 4, please. Once again, no box, lanes 3 and 4. No box, we need lanes 3 and 4 for next round. Once again, no box to 3 and 4. No box to 3 and 4.
A reminder, Aaron Johnson, H386. Aaron Johnson, H386 is the potential buy of this round. Aaron, you might be, yeah, we need you over in lane 2. If you could, just pull way off to the side. You can pull over there by stage lane director Terry Simpson in lane 7. That'd be fine. There you go. Yep, potential buy. And you'll be happy to know that there's an odd number this round, Aaron, if they all show. So we are looking for 19 cars here. Round number 3 of Super Pro No Box. Aaron Johnson, potential buy, and car number H386. Thank you to Greg Rouleau. Safe travels back to Michigan. Thank you to Greg Rouleau. Safe travels back to Michigan. The pits are beginning to thin out there. We're going into round number 3 now of Super Pro Class Competition. Hey, the new potential buy in round number 3 of Street Eliminator is A332. Jody Hampton, new potential buy in round number 3 of Street Eliminator. This is round 3, Super Pro no box, and Todd Hone going dead on 9. He is your winner on the right-hand side over Tori Williams. The opening pair of round number 3, Super Pro no box. Kip Norup and John Holly, your next pair. Holly on the right-hand side, a 641 dial-in. In the Mopar from Marengo. His opponent, the elected official Kip Norup. 638 dial-in in the 4th Thunderbird left-hand side. And they are wheel-to-wheel the whole way down at the stripe double breakout. John Holly is your winner. How about that? Identical 007 green reaction times for both Norup and Holly. Identical 007 lights. Double breakout. John Holly, the lesser of the two by 1,000th of a second. Very close racing. Bobby Ince Jr. coming up now. The Chevrolet Nova left-hand side from Kewanee, Illinois. And a 607 dial-in for Ince. 611 for Troy Bakey on the right-hand side, a 1970 Dodge Dart from Shannon, Illinois. Red light start for Bakey. He is 002 red. And Bobby Ince Jr., he is your winner. 6043 on the 607 dial-in. Bobby Ince Jr. in the Nova, advancing into the next round. Taylor Schlueter and Mike Cole. I think they are good buddies from Wisconsin. A 645 dial-in for Cole on the right-hand side. 698 for Taylor Schlueter in the Chevrolet S10 pickup truck. As we are getting down in the rounds. Box cars. The call goes out now for double-entered box cars. Double-entered box cars. To the head of the lanes, please, for round number 3. Double-entered box cars. Round 3 to the head of the staging lane. Starting with lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4. Double-entered box cars. Double-entered box cars, we need you to the lanes, please. Win light to Taylor Schlueter. A 001 reaction time. 1 over the dial-in. Taylor Schlueter advances into round number 4. Chad Cannon and Dave Perry coming up now. Cannon, a 636 dial-in for the Chevrolet Camaro from Winnebago, Illinois. He's at a very, very trustworthy car. He has been dead on the dial-in probably for the last 5 rounds of competition. Trying to find that sweet spot on the Christmas tree. Can he do it here against Dave Perry? Well, that is a tall order. Perry is a tough customer on the right-hand side. And Dave Perry's going to go dead on 2 and pick up the win. Perry a little bit better at the starting line, a little bit closer to the dial-in. He is your winner at both ends of the strip, Dave Perry. 2 drivers that come in the top 5 in points today. Wicker is a buyback in the left-hand side. Jim Laughlin, number 2 in points. He is still in from round number 1. Still collecting points on the right-hand side. Both he and Jay Allen sit atop the standings. Allen has a slight advantage right now in the point standings. He is still in competition. Chris Wicker doing some damage control. He'll eliminate gentleman Jim Laughlin in this round on a double breakout. The new potential buy in round number 3 of Super Pro Box is Vince Magracina. Vince Magracina, new potential buy in round number 3 of Super Pro Box. Vince Magracina, please report to lane number 2. Ricky Pena gets the win over Warren Strum. Strum breaks out by 1 thou. Ricky Pena still got there first. 004 reaction time, 1 over the dial-in, Pena. Chevrolet Corvette, he is your winner, left-hand side. Pair of Fords now at the starting line. Don Schomer and Kenny Norup. Norup the quicker of the two. A 581 dial-in for the Thunderbird from Byron, Illinois. And a 603 dial-in for Don Schomer in the Maverick from the Rich Kent Racing Team out of Oswego, Illinois. This is a good one. 1 thou separates them at the starting line and at the finish line. Kenny Norup won over the dial. He is your winner by 7 thou at the stripe. What a run. 15 on the tree for Schomer, 14 on the tree for Norup. Both drivers won over the dial-in. Kenny Norup gets there first by 7 thousandths of a second. Wow. Brian Dumdye and Maureen Lancaster. Your final pair of this round will have a Byron from Aaron Johnson to close out the round. Double-entered boxcars, we need you to the head of the lanes. Double-entered boxcars to the head of the lanes. And we'll put the call out for all other boxcars at this time. A red line for Maureen Lancaster and Brian Dumdye. He is your winner in the 57 Chevy left-hand side. He will come back for round number 4. Aaron Johnson now. Your potential buy is going to collect that buy and conclude this round. Round number 3 of Super Pro No Box. Making way for round number 3 of box class competition. So we've got a number of our double entries at the head of the staging lanes. They are on it. They are on it. Well, the trailers begin to pull out by the dozen, it seems. So thank you so much to everyone that is hitting the road after a weekend of racing to Byron Dragway. We thank you for being here. We thank you, thank you, thank you. Aaron Johnson goes 622.6 on the 623 dial-in. There will be a new buy for round 4 of No Box. Hey, if we've got any extra muscle in the staging lanes, we have a tent that is blown over in lane 1. We don't want to see that thing set sail. We've got a tent that is blowing over from the pits into lane number 1. A young lady holding an infant was trying to pack it in. Thank you for the effort, but let's get some more help with her, please. Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate you securing that tent before it could do any sort of damage. This is round number 3 of Super Pro Box Class competition. Johnny DiPiazza and Dennis DiValerio. Win line's going to go to Johnny DiPiazza. Starting line advantage. He is 10 on the tree. Di Valerio's 1 over the dial-in, but DiPiazza 3 over, 10 on the tree. Had a big jump off the starting line, and he will capitalize, get the win in that Corvette Roadster for Johnny DiPiazza from Wisconsin. And our next pair, another door car and dragster matchup. The door car is Mike Hobson. The dragster is Al Griffey. 483 dial-in for Griffey on the left-hand side, 554 for Mike Hobson in the Camaro. Thank you everyone for packing in that tent. Not sure where it came from, but better that it end up where it is now than in the side of a race car. As windy as it is today, make sure that you have the canopies and awnings secured or put away. And if you are unable to, keep an eye on your tent, then please pack it in. Pair of red lights. And True Start going to bail out Mike Hobson on this one. He was 001 red. He went red first. Al Griffey goes 006 red second. That is worse. So 5 thou, the lesser of the red lights. And Hobson is your winner on the right-hand side. True Start altering that outcome. Mike Antonioni and Andrew DiPiazza at the line right now. DiPiazza in the door car. Antonioni and the dragster closely dialed. In fact, the door car just 0.02 quicker than the dragster. Double breakout and Andrew DiPiazza. The lesser of the two breakouts, he comes away the winner. 17 thou is his margin of victory. That is the difference in breakouts. DiPiazza lights the win light. And next we've got Tim Vincent. So Tim Vincent in the Chevrolet Camaro coming up left-hand side out of Byron, Illinois, paired up with Shane Pope from Mount Morris. The rear-engine dragster that is owned by Bruce Van Stratton. 474 dial-in for Shane Pope, 615 for Brent Vincent. We are paging Vince Magracina. Vince Magracina to lane number 2, please. Vince Magracina to lane number 2. You are the potential buy. Paging Vince Magracina to lane number 2. You are the potential buy. Win light to Shane Pope. He is dead on 6, 10 on the tree. Vincent 13 on the tree. Got there first, but he broke out. Shane Pope comes away the winner. Next up, Ed Bausman and Scott Labuddy. Identical 469 dial-ins. Identical reaction time, identical dial-ins, not identical reaction times. That is Scott Labuddy. Scott Labuddy gets the win on the right-hand side over Ed Bausman. Your points later, coming up on the left-hand side with the 501 dial-in. This is Jay Allen, the blue, navy blue dragster with the fiery hot flames in the tower side. And his opponent, Bruce Van Stratton. Win light to Bruce Van Stratton. He is 002 on the starting line and dead on 3. 5 thou, the total package for Bruce Van Stratton to the right-hand side. He is your winner, taking out the points leader, Jay Allen, here in round number 3. Pro Eliminator is on standby. Pro Eliminator round 3 is on standby. New potential buy for round number 3 of Pro is car number 3456, John Hickson. Gary Seachlog and Jeff Jones. Seachlog celebrating his birthday today. It is Gary Seachlog's birthday at Byron Dragway on the left-hand side of 497 Dial for Seachlog from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. Paired up with Jeff Jones. And Gary Seachlog goes dead on 3 and gets the win. Jeff Jones looks like he was going to pull that one off. He was 009 in the Christmas tree to Seachlog's 39. Jeff Jones got there first with lots of room to spare. Breaks out by 2 thousandths of a second. Gary Seachlog, the birthday boy, will be back for round number 4. Going to bring up Mike Bonebright and Colin Estes, 2 drivers that are new arrivals today. They were not here for the Saturday edition of the Big Bucks Bracket Bash Series. They came for the $5-grander today, and now they are squaring off here in round number 3. Estes is in the right-hand side. Bonebright left-hand lane. Closely dialed, a 493 to a 498. And Mike Bonebright will go red, and Colin Estes lights the win light. 495-2 and a 498 dial-in. Estes will come back for round number 4. Mitchell Vincent and Sean Woodworth set to do battle. Woodworth, he's having a great day today. From Byron, Illinois, he is in the right-hand side, a Chevrolet Corvette 2002 model. And Mitchell Vincent in the familiar Chevrolet Camaro that they've had in the family for over 40 years. Win light's going to go to Mitchell Vincent, left-hand side. He is 1 over the dial-in, 29 on the tree, picking up the win. Woodworth slightly better at the starting line, but unable to get there. Vincent is your winner. Pair of dragsters now, Mike Pavicic and Derek Dignitz. Double 09 red for Mike Pavicic, and Derek Dignitz comes away the winner. 491.8 on the 492 dial-in. Derek Dignitz of Slinger, Wisconsin. The site of a very fast paved oval track, home of the Slinger Nationals. Dignitz is the winner. All right, David Bones Johnson. Beautiful 2019 Ford Mustang from Edwards, Illinois. Down by Peoria, 569 dial-in for Johnson. 451 dial-in for Mike Murray on the right-hand side. A 1980 Chevrolet Monza from Crestwood, Illinois. Speaking of Monzas, there is Vince Magracina's Monza that had a perfect run in round number 2. Trip zip green and dead on 0. Maybe once every 5 years you see that sort of thing happen, and it happened today. Both drivers go dead on the dial-in. Dead on 5 for Johnson, dead on 3 for Murray. David Bones Johnson better at the tree. He is your winner in the Ford Mustang. Left-hand side for the one they call Bones. Kevin Robertson in a Pro-Charged dragster from Port Washington, Wisconsin. 432 the dial-in for Robertson, left-hand side. 501 for Chad Bradham in the right-hand lane of Rockford, Illinois. On a double breakout, Kevin Robertson comes away the winner. Kind of an odd one there. Robertson was on the rev limiter. That high horsepower Pro Charged dragster, and just as the tree was coming down, he backed out of it and got back on it again. I thought, oh no, this might be what throws him off, but not today. Kevin Robertson on a double breakout gets the win of the Pro Charged dragster from Wisconsin. Mike Schlater and Super Bill Butasov. Pair of 6 second box class entries. Super Bill on the right-hand side, the Buick Opel from Naperville, Illinois. 658 dial-in for Mike Schlater in the left-hand lane. Pair of green lights. They're going to settle this one at the stripe. Win light to Mike Schlater. Butasov was dead on 2. Schlater won over the dial-in exactly. Schlater starter line advantage, margin of victory 0.07 of a second at the stripe. Schlater advances to the next round. Crystal Gill, left-hand side of the Mercury Capri from New Berlin, Wisconsin. And Vince Mastrada. Going to have back-to-back pairs of Mastradas racing. So far, the Mastradas are 1 for 1. Can they make it 2 for 2? We'll find out here in a second. Vince Mastrada is your winner. 002 reaction time on the right-hand side. Margin of victory 2 thou at the stripe. In favor of Mastrada in the right-hand side. Here comes his brother now, Nick Mastrada. So Vince won on the right-hand lane. Here comes his brother, Nick Mastrada. 473 dial-in for Nick in the left-hand lane. 483 dial-in for Adam Sweet of Modern Solutions Pest Control from Davis, Illinois. 483 the dial-in for Adam Sweet. 473 for Nick Mastrada. Pro Eliminator, round 3. We need you to the lanes, please. Pro Eliminator, round 3 to the lanes, please. And the Mastradas are 2 for 2 in round number 3. A 001 reaction time for Nick Mastrada. Sweet goes red by 009. And just like that, the Mastradas, they've got 2 cars in the hunt for round number 4. Corey Pavicic and Dion Dignitz, your next pair. Dignitz on the right-hand side. He's been a finalist already this year. The 534 dial-in for Dignitz, right-hand side. Corey Pavicic, one of the more unusual starting line procedures, does a dry hop right at the starting line, and hey, it works for him. 494 dial-in for Pavicic, left-hand side. 534 for Dion Dignitz in the right lane. Red light for Pavicic, win light for Dignitz. 532-4 and a 534 dial-in, Dion Dignitz. He'll be back for round number 4. So we are looking for Pro Eliminator to the lanes, please. Pro Eliminator to the lanes, please, for round at number 4. Or excuse me, round at number 3. Pro Eliminator lanes 9 and 10. Pro Eliminator lanes 9 and 10, please. John Hickson, you are potential buy. Please report to lane number 8. John Hickson, please report to staging lane number 8. You are potential buy. Pro Eliminator lanes 9 and 10, please. This is Steve Klotz and the hard launching Chevy Vega from Waterloo, Wisconsin, that just gets absolutely shot out of the cannon at the starting line. He is dialed in at a 573 tower side. His opponent, Bill Curtis Jr. 496 dialing for the dragster of Bill Curtis Jr. Klotz is out front. Can he stay out front? Yes, he can. One over the dial-in. Klotz gets the win left-hand side. Bill Curtis was dead on 7. But left a little bit too much at the start of the line, and Steve Klotz in the Vega goes on to the next round. Mark Hanasick, 73 Chevrolet Corvette. Beautiful car from Oswego, Illinois. A 580 dial-in. In the left lane, paired up with Scott LaBuddy, who you are seeing for the second time this round. No, it's not deja vu. He is double entered with both cars, and he is still in the hunt. So he has won already this round with Scott LaBuddy on the right-hand side. Can he be 2 for 2 in competition this round? Yes, he can. Double breakout. Scott LaBuddy has 2 entries. Advancing into round number 4. How about that? Truly remarkable. Tori Williams and Dominic Bowden are your next pair. I feel like we're at an AC/DC rock concert, Charlie. The amount of smoke, just the pyrotechnics blowing across the track here, as though it is a rock concert stage. Tori Williams in the left-hand side and Dominic Bowden to the right lane. A 461 dial-in for Bowden to the right-hand side. He is just a little bit more than 1 second quicker than the door car of Tori Williams. Yeah, like a Purple Haze. Good old Jimi Hendrix tune. Williams on the left-hand side, Bowden in the right-hand lane. And a perfect reaction time for Tori Williams, but he gives it back at the stripe. Dominic Bowden sneaks by at the finish line and gets the win. Williams was perfect, Bowden was 14, and Bowden you know, it was like therapy at the diner earlier today. Dominic Bowden is telling me about the struggles this year. You know, he won a race about a year ago this weekend. It might have been a year ago the next race. So he is very capable, but he has been struggling, admittedly. But he knew in my conversation with him that his fortune was going to turn around. And it looks like it might be turning around today just in time for a $5,000 payday. Dominic Bowden advances into the next round. Jeremy Banksness and Dennis DiValerio, your final pair of box cars here in round number 3. A Byron set to come. Pro Eliminator, we are looking for Pro Eliminator round number 3. To the lanes, please. Round 3, Pro Eliminator, we are looking for you. And a win light to Jeremy Banksness. 16 on the tree, 1 over the dial-in. DiValerio dead on 9, but left a little bit too much at the starting line. Banksness gets there first by 12 thou at the stripe. He is your winner. Vince Magracina now, yesterday's $3,000 winner, had a perfect run in the previous round. Perfect. I mean, trip, zip, green, and dead on 0. That happens once, maybe every 4 or 5 years. A very, very rare occurrence. And that is a wrap for round number 4. Or round number 3. I keep getting ahead of myself, Charlie. I'm optimistic. Round 3 of Super Pro Box is in the books. Vince Magracina collects his buy. There will be a new buy for round 4 of Box. We know this much. Taylor Schluter is the new buy, potentially in no box, round 4. Pro Eliminator should be in the lanes. John Hickson is a potential buy. Street Eliminator to the lanes, please. Lanes 1 and 2, lanes 1 and 2. Jody Hampton. Jody Hampton, you are potential buy. Jody Hampton, potential buy. Please report to lane 3, please. Jody Hampton. And we'll take Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6, please. And Jeff Tapper keeps carrying the buy. Jeff Tapper, please report you are the buy. And now Charlie Lindsay to call this round number 3 action.
Quarter mile time. Here we go. Real racing, quarter mile. Want to make a, maybe we should take a vote later today. We can get everybody to run just 1,000 foot. We can split the difference. Tim Mosier, the so far, so good car. Dialed in at 10:55 in the left lane. Dave Metcha, dialed in at 10:11. A 69 Camaro. Battle of the Camaros, small blocks, a 355 small block, a 383. Small block Chevys, I love small block Chevys. That's my favorite type of motor. The 383 I really like. But I really like the Ford engines, especially the flatheads. Distributor on the wrong side, yeah. Where I come from, we use magnetos. Oh, Tim Mosier, red lights it away, 001 red. Dave Metcher going around. Dialed in at 10:11. Takes it through 10:08. Up next, John Coyle. 63 Nova, dialed in at 11:97. Up against Mike Cole. 69 Nova. Good race here. John Coyle takes the victory. We had a 13 light and an 18 light. John Coyle had the better. He went 11:98 on 11:97. Mike Cole breaking out with a 10:13 on his 10:15. Street Eliminator back to the lane. Street Eliminator to 1 and 2. Sportsman's to 5 and 6. '67 Camaro, Scott Beach, dialed in at 10:68. Mark Langfoss in that super stock looking 65 Dodge, Opel Engineering, Mopar entry, dialed in at 10:02. Mark Langfoss, 10:04 on a 10:02, had a much better reaction time than Scott Beach, who went a 10:70 on a 10:68. 68 Cuda, Tim Flynn, left lane, dialed in at 10 flat. Marty Thornton in the 70 Mustang, boss-looking 509 motor, dialed in at 926. Marty Thornton, 929 on a 926, had a 008 reaction time. Forced Tim Flynn to break out with a 996 on his 10 flat dial. 67 Camaro up next of Corey Duncan. 454 big block up against Gordon Beach. The 53 Studebaker from right here in Rockford, dialed in at 1174. Good race here. 1022 on a 1020 for Corey Duncan, takes a victory. Gordon goes 1176 on his 1174. Jim Malavsave, 80 Malibu, going rounds here today. Dialed at 964. Talked to him earlier, one happy man. Going up against Bob Deesh, dialed in at 1057, a 71 Vega wagon. This one should be pretty close on the top end, and it is. And better reaction time for Jim at 965 on a 964. The Vega wagon goes out with a 1058.
Jacob Williams for the lanes on the double.
Jacob Williams, we need you in street lanes right away. Jacob Williams, final call for Jacob Williams. Need your Chrysler in the staging lanes. John Hickson, 70 Buick GS. Terry Heller in the Vega. About a second apart in dial in. Terry Heller, better reaction time, gets the victory at 1071 on a 1064. Forced John to break out with a 961 and a 967. Here we go, semifinals of Street Eliminator. File 4.
I got a problem. Me? Why? Well, I got this baby tooth that I've had forever, obviously. And I think
Right lane in the GMC Envoy, that's Doug Goodman. Dialed in at 1732. Believe he's going to try to stage deep. Jacob Williams in the 2012 Challenger.
7 left here. You need pay sheets, don't you?
Going to give up about 4 seconds here, just a little over 4 seconds.
Third round, box, no box. You can throw it on a pro, too.
Jacob Williams red lights it away. Victory's going to go to Doug Goodman in that Envoy. He'll be going to the finals.
You got no box, and pro, right?
Ran at 1744, down in a 1732. Jody Hampton, 81 Malibu. Robert France, '07 Trailblazer. Jody's going to get about 1 1/4 seconds head start. Robert France, the victory, 12:65 on his 12:50. Much better reaction time. Jody Hampton at 11:74 with a 9 on her 13:74 dial-in. Should have the quarterfinals coming out here in just a moment in the Sportsman's category. 5 cars left. So no box back to 3 and 4. Attention, no box back to 3 and 4, please. Taylor Sleater to lane 2. You were the potential buy there. Taylor Sleater to lane 2. Rest of no box to lanes 3 and 4. Box cars, be on standby. You'll be called up very soon. Here we go. Final 6 cars into the 3rd round here in Sportsman Eliminator. ...2019 Scat Pack. It's Chuck Segretti, dialed in at 1227. He'll be trying to chase down Andy Brody, dialed in at 1253. His 92 Mustang. Both cars away green. Andy Brody out in front. Scat Pack trying to chase him down. It's not going to happen. 12:55 on a 12:53 for Andy Brody. Better reaction time. Chuck Segretti goes to 12:34 on a 12:27. So again, no box. We need it back to the lanes. No box. Back to the lanes. Box cars to 5 and 6. Nick Bastrada. Lane number 2. Potential buy. Once again, box cars, back to the lanes, box. Tom Higgins still going rounds in that 89 Ford LTD, dialed in at 1751, away first. Here comes Robert France trying to chase him down, that Trailblazer, dialed in at 1245. Trailblazer does it, 12:52 on a 12:45. Tom Higgins runs at 17:57 on his 51. Jeff Tepper, 69 Camaro. Fred Trombley. Both these guys deep into the points here at Byron Dragway. Fred away first. Here comes Jeff trying to track him down. Fred Trombley going to the semis. Runs a 12:15 on his 12:15 dial. Had a 021 green. Jeff Tepper was forced to break out with an 1196 on his 12 flat dial. Fred Trombley looking tough. Last year's champion in both Sportsman and Street. Hey, hey, burgers and hot dogs, half off at the diner. Once again, check out that diner, end of the day specials. Bobby Ince. Nova dialed in at 604. Todd Hahn in the 68 Firebird dialed in at 592, all the way from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Dead even off the line. Todd Hahn gets there first. 592 on his 592 dial. Reaction time was a 30 to Bobby's 029. Bobby broke out with a 602 on a 6 flat dial. Ricky Pena in the Corvette. Aaron Johnson, 75 Camaro. Ricky 631 dial in to Aaron 622. Ricky Pena takes it with the reaction time at 015 green. Runs a 633 on a 631. Aaron Johnson a 623 on a 622 with an 031 light. Ricky Pena moves on. Brian Dumby, 57 Bel Air. Dialed in at 599 up against John Holly. 68 Dodge Coronet with a 440 under the hood. Another great race. Brian Dumby gets there first. 599 with a 3 on his 599 dial. An 036 light. An 032 light for John Holly. Breaks out with a 637 on a 639. Chris Wicker with the red light gives Dave Perry the victory, dialed in at 565, and he runs a 565 with a 5. Taylor Schluter, 96 S10, dialed in at 697. Kenny Norup and the T-Bird, dialed in at 581. Paragate reaction times. Norup had an 014 and won the race with a 582 on a 581. Schluter had a 006 reaction time, ran a 699. Kenny Norup and the T-Bird go to the next round. Pro ET, stand by for a call. Pro ET, be ready. Kevin Robertson, rear engine dragster out of Port Washington, Wisconsin, dialed in at 431. Andrew DiPiazza, Long Grove, Illinois, another rear engine dragster, dialed in at 522. Both cars blast out of there. Win goes to Kevin Robertson, a 431 on his 431. 019 reaction time. DePaza, a 523 on a 522. He had a 17 to Robertson's 19 reaction time. Margin of victory, 27 thousandths of a second. Next up, Jeremy Bengsness, 74 Nova from right here in Rockford. Up against Bruce Van Stratton. Dialed in at 503. Oh yeah, happy birthday. Bruce Van Stratton gets the victory. He runs a 503 on a 503. A little bit better reaction time for Jeremy. Runs an 012 green. Runs a 559 on his 557. Bruce Van Stratton goes to the next round. Gary Sideschlag, rear engine dragster, against Mike Hobson out of Freeport with his rear engine dragster on a 554 dial to Gary's 497. Gary Sideschlag wins that one, a 497 on a 497, had an 020 green, and I understand it's his birthday also today. There's at least 3 guys out here with birthdays. Mitch Vincent, a door car, Camaro, dialed in at 580. Up against Shane Pope, dialed in at 474. Pro ET to 9 and 10. Pro ET to 9 and 10. Marty Thornton, you're the potential buy. Number 3342. Marty to lane 8. Once again, Pro ET to the lanes. Mitch Vincent away first in the door car. Runs a 580, runs 580, but goes home. Shane Pope, a 475 on a 474 with a 001 reaction time. Shane goes to the next round via the better reaction time. Steve Klotz, Nevega, 582 big block. How'd you like to drive that on the street? 573 dial in, up against Dominic Bowden, the painter out of Shanahan, Illinois, dialed in at 460. Extremely close. Dominic Bowden pulls it out. Runs a 460 with an 8 on his 460. Had an 010 reaction time. Steve Klotz had a 002 reaction time, but ran a 575 on his 573. Dominic Bowden, the great predictor, goes to the next round. Big door car here. 70 Olds 442. Mike Schluter. Dialed in at 658. Johnny DiPiazza dialed in at 539. The Corvette Roadster. Wheels up for the 442, but it's to no avail. He red lighted away. 018 red. Runs a 656 on his 658. Johnny DiPiazza, a 541 on a 539. Goes to the next round. Bones Johnson, 09 Mustang. That's my best appearing car here today. Up against yesterday's, oh, it wasn't yesterday's, it was that. Yesterday's winner in the right lane. Pectonica, Illinois. 569 to 569. Pretty much heads off up on the line here. Whoever leaves first is going to have the better chance at winning this. You can't leave any better than that one. 569 with the 3. 000 on the light. The Mustang goes to the next round. Dion Dignitz, the cheesemaker out of Wisconsin. Rear engine dragster dialed in at 534. Scott LeBoud. LaBuddy. Our buddy Scott LaBuddy. Double entered, still in with 2 cars, dialed in at 469. I've still got at least one more car going to the next round because Dion red light that away at 015 red, runs a 534 on his 434. Scott LaBuddy 469 with a 2 on his 469. Colin Estes. Colin Estes, 497 dial in out of Rockford here in the left lane. Up against Vince Mastrada from New Lenox, dialed in at 466. Couple Miller chassis cars. Last call on souvenirs. Just a few minutes more for souvenirs. .001 reaction time for Vince Mastrada. Runs a 469 with a 1 on his 466. Colin Estes right there with him, a 499 on a 497. At least one of Mastrada entries going to the next round here.
Are we going?
Street finalists, please come to lanes 1. Street finalists to lanes 1 and 2, and then sportsmen's. Stand by. Sportsman, stand by. Be calling you in just a moment. Continuing on with our round here. Scott LeBuddy, double-entered car, left lane, dialed in at 470, up against Derek Degnitz, dialed in at 492. Adla Buddy keeps on trucking. 471 on a 470 dial. Had an 019 green. Derek Dennis goes out and runs a 492 on his 492. A little bit off on the reaction time, an 035, if you can call that off. Going to the next round via the bye, Nick Mastrada from Frankfort, Illinois. Oh, 21 green for Nick. Takes it through just a little bit under his dial. 469 with a 7 on his 472. We're going to go right into Pro ET here now as soon as Nick clears the top end. We have 7 cars left in Pro ET. Street finalist to lanes 1 and 2. Street finalist to lanes 1 and 2. Street finalists to the lanes, please. John Coyle, 63 Nova. Still in the money here. Was in the money big time yesterday. Terry Heller, 71 Vega. About a second and a half head start here for John Coyle. Screaming down the quarter mile. John Coyle out in front. Terry Heller trying to chase him down. Can't do it. John Coyle, 1197 with a 9 on his 1197 dial. An 023. Forced Terry to break out with a 1060 on a 1064. Next up in 67 Camaro, Corey Duncan. Dialed in at 1020 up against Mark Langfoss. And that 65 Dodge dialed in at 998 it looks like. Mark Langfoss gets their first 10 flat with a 2 on a 998. Corey Duncan broke out a little bit there, 1017 on a 1020. Next up, Jim Alavsave, 80 million. Yalasabe, here we go. Really glad to see Jim out here today doing well. Running it down the track, shooting for 964. Dave Metcha, 1008. Jimmy goes red, hands the victory to Dave Metcha. Dave Metcha with that 1008 dial, runs it through. 1011. Marty Thornton getting the bye run here with that 70 Mustang. Has it dialed in at 929. And Marty is wisely going to break the beam and back it out and set back in the staging lanes and wait for next round. Robert France, we need you to the staging lanes, please, for your final. Robert France, waiting on you.
No box to the lanes, please, for round number 5. Super Pro no box to the lanes, please, round number 5. Ken Norup, car number 361 to lane number 2, please. You are potential by Kenny Norup to lane number 2, please. Kenny Norup, lane 2. New potential buy in round 5 of box category is Dave Johnson. Dave Johnson, potential buy in round 5. Super Pro box. The new buy in Pro Eliminator will be John Coyle for round 5. Pro Eliminator, John Coyle. New potential buy in round 5 of Pro Eliminator. Does anyone know the whereabouts of Robert France? We are looking for Robert France. We have been calling Robert France to the lanes, please. If anyone has an update, maybe he has a problem we don't know about. We're looking for Robert France. If anyone knows the whereabouts of Robert France. BJ, do you want to run down and check in the pit area of Robert France? We're looking for him. No box to the lanes, please, for round number 5. No box to the lanes, please, round number 5. Super Pro no box, round 5 to the lanes, please. This is the straight Eliminator final round. Pair of SUVs. The GMC Envoy, that is Doug Goodman, right-hand side. Paired up with Robert France, the 2007 Trailblazer SS. A lot of horsepower in the tower sign for France, trying to reel in Doug Goodman by the quarter mile. Scoreboard says win light to Doug Goodman. Goodman goes 17:44 in the 17:42 dial, and he'll pick up the race win And Robert France, he's going to come back around because he is still in contention in the Sportsman category. No box, you'll be our next class out. No box, you are our next class out. No box, you are coming out next. So a job well done to Robert France, your runner-up in Street Eliminator, and a big congratulations to Doug Goodman, your race winner today in Street Eliminator. So a final call, round number 5. Round number 5, Super Pro, no box. No box, we are looking for you. We are missing one car. All right, let's print out the paperwork and see. Oh, there he is. Brian Dumdye coming around the corner on the west side. Scott LaBuddy, paging Scott LaBuddy. You are double entered with 11 cars to go. Scott LaBuddy, we will take you to lane 5 or 6. Lane 5 or 6 if you want left, then you want an odd number. If you want right, you want an even number. So Scott LaBuddy, we'll get you up there before we call any other boxers for round number 5. Scott LaBuddy to the head of the lanes, please, for round 5 of Super Pro Box. David Johnson, you are potential buy in the box category, round number 5. So we will take Scott LaBuddy. Scott LaBuddy, once we get you to the head of the lanes here for round number 5, then we will call the remaining boxers for round 5. So we're looking for Scott LaBuddy at this time to the head of the lanes, please, for round number 5 in Super Pro Box. Round number 5, here we go. Super Pro, no box. Leading the way, we have Ricky Pena and Dave Perry, pair of Chevrolet Corvettes. Perhaps no car more American than the Chevrolet Corvette. And we've got two of them right here. Two of the finest drivers as well, Dave Perry and Ricky Pena. Scott LaBuddy, we've got other boxers coming. We did not call any boxers. We need Scott LaBuddy to the head of the lanes. Need Scott LaBuddy to the head of the lanes. Here he comes. Hold off the boxers. Let's get him up there. Win light to Dave Perry, 566 to the 565 dial-in. Perry is your winner on the right-hand side. Again, we have not called a box yet. Okay, now we'll take box cars. Box cars to the lanes, please. Box cars to the lanes, please. Box cars to the lanes, please. All right, LaBuddy is double entered with 11 cars to go, so we wanted to get him up to the front. So box cars to the lanes, please. Brian Dumdye and Todd Hone. Here we go. Final pair of this round in no box. Got a Byron coming up for Kenny Norup in the Thunderbird. Before the Thunderbird, we've got a Firebird. That is Todd Hone, a 592 dial-in on the right-hand side for Todd Hone. 599 to the dial-in for the 57 Chevy of Brian Dumdye out of Sycamore, Illinois. Two evenly matched GM products at the starting line. Closely dialed. Dumdye leaving first by just a tick. And Dumdye manages to stretch that head start a little bit more with a great reaction time. And he'll get the win over Todd Hone, going 6:01 on the 599 dial-in. Todd Hone. Brian Dumdye. Dumdye is your winner on the left-hand side. Pro Eliminator. We're looking for Pro Eliminator to the lanes, please, for your semi-final round. Lanes 9 and 10. Lanes 9 and 10. Pro Eliminator. John Coyle to lane 8. You are potential buy. Pro Eliminator. Lanes 9 and 10. John Coyle to lane 8. You are potential buy. Semi-final round. Pro Eliminator to the lanes, please. Round 5 Super Pro Box. You'll remember yesterday it was pretty well a door car domination of box. Today is quite the opposite. 2 door cars remain at this point. One of them's got to buy this round. That is David Johnson. So as long as they all come back, then we have at least a guarantee that 1 door car will be back for round number 6, but a totally different story from yesterday. Gary Siechlog and Dominic Bowden. Siechlog, he's had that 497 dial-in plastered on the side of his dragster all day long. Hasn't wavered a bit. It is his birthday today. Can he keep the hot streak alive? So the birthday boy on the left-hand side and Dominic Bowden on the right-hand lane. And Bowden is going to rain on Siechlog's parade. Dead on 6, Dominic Bowden is your winner. Siechlog had a 003 reaction time. He got first, took him through by 33 thou, and broke out by 12 thou. Give that win to Dominic Bowden to the right-hand side. Well, we've got a, looks like a pair of Mastrada dragsters still in competition. Quite the day for the Mastrada brothers. Nick Mastrada at the starting line now. 472 dial-in for Nick. Paired up with Bruce Van Stratton, who has a 502 dial in the right-hand lane. As it is almost all dragsters with the exception for a Corvette Roadster and the Mustang of Dave Johnson. All the Pro ET drivers are there, exchanging pleasantries before they race. Nick Mastrada is going to get the win. 009 reaction time and 2 over the dial-in. Van Stratton got there first, broke out by 0.02 of a second. Nick Mastrada comes away the winner. So the Mastradas now are 1 for 1. Can they make it 2 for 2? We'll find out here soon. Another team, if you will, that is double entered at this point. It is Scott LaBuddy. And that's Team Scott LaBuddy. He is double entered, he himself in the same car with 2 entries still in with 11 cars to go. So he's going to run right now in the right-hand lane no matter what his fortune is against Kevin Robertson. He's got to come back right around as he is still in with the same car, same driver twice. Kevin Robertson left-hand side, Scott LaBuddy right-hand lane. And boy, is this a good one. Scott LaBuddy is your winner. 001 reaction time and dead on 8 in the right-hand side. Kevin Robertson was 006 on the tree and dead on 5. 2 thou at the stripe in favor of Scott LaBuddy, perhaps the best race of the day today. 006 for Robertson, 001 for LaBuddy. Dead on 5 for Robertson, dead on 8 LaBuddy. 2 thou at the stripe. What a drag race. The best of the day, quite possibly. Johnny DiPiazza and Vince Mastrada. Can the Mastradas make it 2 for 2? Can they have 2 of their team cars in with 6 cars to go? It's a tall order as he is racing Johnny DiPiazza. He is a new arrival today in a beautiful 63 Chevrolet Corvette Roadster left-hand side from Brookfield, Wisconsin. DiPiazza is going to leave first, a 541 dial-in for the Corvette Roadster, 465 for Vince Mastrada. Close race off the starting line and at the stripe. Win line to Vince Mastrada. The Mastradas, they're going to make up 1/3 of the field left to go in the box next round. There will be 6 cars next time coming up, and the Mastrados will comprise 2 of them. So 1/3 of the remaining cars in Super Pro box will be a Mastrada. Sorry for the confusion in the lanes there. We have another car coming around in box, so a miscommunication on the Towers part. We did not mean to send out a couple of Sportsman cars there. That was not intended. So a miscommunication on the Towers part. We'll be ready to go here with the remainder of this box category here in just a moment's time. Scott Labuddy and Shane Pope, round 5. Kind of like deja vu all over again. Labuddy is back up for the second time this round. He has 2 entries in at 11 cars to go. He's got 1 in at 6 cars to go. Can he make up 1/3 of the remaining boxcar field? We're going to find out. Labuddy is in the left-hand side. Normally, you'll see him in the right-hand lane. Not the case this time. It appears that he lost lane choice to Shane Pope. In the right-hand side of Mount Morris, Illinois. 474 dial-in for Pope in the right-hand side. Driving for Bruce Van Stratton Motorsports. 468 dial-in for Scott Labuddy. Trying to punch his second ticket into round number 6. And he will. Scott Labuddy will have 2 entries in with 6 cars to go in Super Pro Box. And David Bones Johnson, Ford Mustang from Edwards, Illinois, will collect the buy. He'll be down to 6 cars. And we are ready. Sportsman class coming out now for the semi-final round. Pro Eliminator will follow. Here we go, semifinal round of Sportsman class competition. Robert France and Andy Brody. Robert is already a runner-up today in the Street Eliminator class. Doug Goodman picking up his first career race win. Boy, he was all smiles with the GMC Envoy. Coming up now, Robert France, 12:43 the dial-in for that very quick, very fast Trailblazer Super Sport from Bartlett, Illinois. Paired up with Andy Brody. Brody will leave first by a very narrow margin. 12:52 is his dial-in to France's 12:43. They'll be wheel-to-wheel at the stripe. Win line's going to go to Robert France. By 0.06 of a second, he is your winner. Brody had a little bit of a better reaction time, but he's 5 over the dial, and Robert France is 1 over the dial and gets by him by 6 thou at the stripe. So it'll be a final round matchup between Robert France and Fred Trombley in Sportsman competition. Trombley now collecting his Byron. Pro Eliminator coming out next. Semi-final round. Pro Eliminator coming out next. Marty Thornton and Dave Metcha, semifinal round of Pro Eliminator. Quarter-mile competition on track right now. Metcha's out front, but here comes Thornton at the stripe. Marty Thornton with a perfect reaction time. Trip, zip, green to that Ford Mustang. And he'll go 9:36 on the 9:28 dial-in. He'll be back up for the final round of Pro Eliminator. Who will he face? Will it be John Coyle or Mark Langfoss? Langfoss on the right-hand side, a 998 dial-in for that Dodge from Dundee, Illinois. John Coyle, a finalist just yesterday in Super Pro. The 1197 dial-in for Coyle. 2 seconds is his head start. At the finish line, win light going to go to John Coyle. 1 over the dial-in, 005 reaction time. And he'll be in his second final round in as many days for John Coyle, proving how tough he can be in a 7-second, or rather a almost 12-second car in the quarter mile, showing that the higher dialed cars can get it done. We will take round 6 of No Box to the lanes, please. Round 6, No Box to the lanes. Lanes 3 and 4. Brian Dumdye, X349L, X349L, Dumdye, potential buy in round number 6. Please report to lane number 2, please. We will take Scott LeBuddy to the head of the lanes, please. Double entered car, Scott LeBuddy to the head of the lanes for Super Pro Box. Super Pro Box. We need entry number 5x30, Scott. Entry number 5x30 to the head of the lanes because entry number 5130 is the potential buy. So please come up with entry number 5x30, Scott LeBuddy, to the head of the lanes, please, for round number 6. Super Pro Box. As entry number 5130, Scott LeBuddy is potential buy at the tail end of round number 6 in box. Super Pro, no box, round number 6. Kenny Norup and Dave Perry. 3 cars remain on the no box side. Brian Dumdye, the third of them. He's going to get a Byron here at the end. So Norup on the left-hand side, the Ford Thunderbird of Byron, Illinois, and Dave Perry, Chevrolet Corvette from Iowa. Norup is 002 red. 002 red for Norup and Dave Perry. He'll face Brian Dumdye in round number 7 of Super Pro No Box. 30 on the tree for Perry, and he goes under the dial by 6 thou at the finish line. So that sets the stage now for Dave Perry and Brian Dumdye in a 7th round matchup in Super Pro No Box. So we need Scott LeBuddy, 5x30. 5x30. Scott LeBuddy to the head of the lanes, please, for Super Pro Box. 5x30. Scott LeBuddy to the head of the lanes, please, for Super Pro Box.
All right, all box racers to the lanes. All box racers to the lanes. We've got a Sportsman final, a Pro final. We're down to 2 in no box. We're down to, will be 3 in box after this round. So we need all boxers, all boxers. Last call to the lanes. All box racers to the lanes. All box racers to the lanes. And box drivers, get in and get ready. Box drivers, get in and get ready. All right, so Mr. Labuddy, who is doubled entered, is getting in and getting ready to go. He also carries the Byron when he comes back around with his other number. So we're going to run the first 4 cars, then wait for Mr. Labuddy to come right back in the lanes and run the final one there. So there's 6 entries left. Labuddy is doubled. In the no box side, we have 2 left in that category right now. All right, Scott Labuddy is ready to go. Mastrada is ready to go. And we are rolling out 6 rounds, 6 cars left. Pro Eliminator final to the lanes. Pro Eliminator final to the lanes. Pro drivers to the lanes. Pro Eliminator final to the lanes. All right, Nick Mastrata, Frankfort, Illinois. Nick dialed 472. LaBuddy at a 468. The winds laid down a little bit, but the temperature went down. All right, Nick Mastrata in the tower lane. The Auto Tech, Scott LaBuddy, Freeport, Illinois. All right, Mastrata against LaBuddy, and the win goes to LaBuddy. Mastrata 1 over, LaBuddy 3 over. LaBuddy better on the tree. LaBuddy better on the tree will carry that entry to the next round. Nick Mastrata's car was there, but he was not on the reaction time. Dave and Sam Johnson coming up now out of Edwards, Illinois. They have been tough today. They're the only door car remaining on the box side. Going against Dominic Bowden. Dominic is down at a fast car at a 460. Dominic, the body shop owner in Shanahan, Illinois. Dave and Sam Johnson have won a big bucks bracket race here. 1 or 2 of them, I think. So they are a potential candidate of making it to the final. Beautiful looking Mustang. Okay, both cars are pre-staged. Dominic Bowden bumping in. Johnson bumping in. Auto start is active. And we are just about ready to go as Johnson lights all the 4 bulbs up. Oh, what a great race. A pair of double O lights and give it to Johnson dead on. Johnson dead on 4. 9-pack for Johnson. Dominic Bowden 1 over with a 009 light. So 19 for Bowden, a 9,000 package for Johnson. He will move to the next round. All right, we're going to wait for Scott LaBuddy. He just made it back. As soon as they get the car cooled down and ready to go, he will race another Mastrata. All right, we got the pro final there. Okay, Mr. Labuddy's coming around. Great turnaround time for Scott Labuddy. And Mastrada is getting ready. Then we will run Pro Eliminator final after this. Then we'll go to Sportsman final. Well, for those that are watching online, we are waiting for the final pair in Super Pro Box. Scott Labuddy, who's been on a tear today, winning, going in the 6th round with both entries on the double. So Scott Labuddy is coming up now, racing, I do believe, Vince Mastrada, as we go into the final pair of round 6. Then we've got the no box 7th round, and then the box 7th round. So a lot's going to be determined on this race, what goes on to the final 3 in the box category. So after this race, we're going to go run Pro Eliminator final. We've got Marty Thornton and John Coyle in the final there. And then the Sportsman final. So Fred Trombley and Robert France will follow Pro Eliminator. All right, Vince Mastrada. All right, Scott Labuddy down to 470. Mastrada, Vince Mastrada, New Lenox, Illinois, body shop. Family-owned business body shop in New Lenox, down at 466. Vince is the faster car, so a little different change up here. Labuddy's going to have to be pretty sharp on this one. All right, both cars pre-staged. Round 6 action. Can Labuddy put 2 cars down to the final 3? Identical reaction times. Win goes to Mastrada. Identical lights. LaBuddy breaks out by 2 thousandths. He dialed up a little bit that time, I do believe. But both drivers putting on identical reaction times. Mastrada, we're down to the final 3 right now. All right, moving on to the final. Pro Eliminator, Marty Thornton and John Coyle. John Coyle, who pocketed a bunch of cash yesterday in the Super Pro final, being runner-up, is trying to put another slot on his belt for a win. Coyle with the 1963 Chevrolet Nova, Wilmington, Illinois. Marty Thornton, Kingston, Illinois, right down the road on Highway 72. Last round, Marty Thornton had a perfect reaction time. Coyle had a 00. 9:26 for Thornton, 11:97. So there's a little delay here for Thornton's going to have to be very patient as Coyle marches down the track. All right, we got a great race here. Coyle out in front. Marty Thornton in the rundown mode. The 9-second car. The win goes to Thornton is your winner. Breakout by 2 by John Coyle. John Coyle had the reaction time. He had the advantage, but he breaks out by 2. Marty Thornton is your winner today. Pro Eliminator. So John Coyle, not too shabby, Mr. Coyle. 2 runner-ups this weekend. You can't beat that. All right, Sportsman final. Sportsman final to the lane. Sportsman final is coming out now. All right, and the $1 million question really comes back is we're down to 3 left in Super Pro. As soon as we run Sportsman, we'll get on that and explain how that's going to lay out. All right, Robert France, down 1242. He's in the 07 Trailblazer. In the final, Sportsman, Fred Trombley is dialed at 1212. Okay, Fred Trombley is off. And it's Robert France out in front. Trombley's in the rundown mode. Who's it going to be at the finish line? France is your winner. He was behind on the tree, but he runs right on his dial. Trombley had the starting line advantage, but either gave it back or couldn't run the number. So give the win to Robert France, today's Sportsman Champion winner. Okay, no box drivers, you're welcome to come back. No box drivers, you are welcome to come back. All right, now here's how it goes down in Super Pro. Super Pro, every driver has already had a buy run. So Vince Mistrata had a buy run. He got it. Oh, no, maybe he didn't. Let me check. Vince Mistrata may not have had a buy run. I got Vince on here, but I think it might be Mangracina. So Vince has not had a buy run. Is that correct? Vince, no buy run? All right, that's what I thought. So Vince has not had a buy run. And 5x30, Scott LeBuddy, let me check, did get a buy run. He carried it over and got it in the second round. Dave got the buy run, Dave Johnson, in the fifth round. So Mistrata, that has not had a buy all day today, will get the buy run. So Mistrata gets the buy run. It'll be Dave Johnson, Dave and Sam against Scott LeBuddy. No box drivers. Whenever you're ready, you can get ready. All right, Dave and Sam Johnson are coming around the corner. Scott Labuddy, I think he's just about ready. And after Scott Labuddy, we got Vince Mastrata. So we're down to the final 3 in Super Pro box. 2 left in no box. So there's 5 cars left overall in Super Pro. This is the quarter final round. There's 5 cars left. All right, I do believe Terry's getting our winner's circle pictures. Thank you so much, Terry, for doing that. Greatly appreciated getting our winner's circle pictures. All right, here we go. This is no box. 7th round. Box drivers to the lanes. Boxers to the lanes. All right, Brian Dumdye. Put some rounds in yesterday. He's putting some rounds in today. Dumdye is not gaining any points because he's on a buyback with this number. And Dave Perry is. Dave Perry, 565 is his dial. The Chevrolet split window Corvette. A couple old bow ties here that are very popular and very valuable in their times, and still are. A 1957 Chevy Bel Air, for those of you that have cruised around in those, and they got big trunks too, by the way. And Brian Dumdye, who is self-employed out of Sycamore, Illinois. Dialed 599. Dave Perry of Bondurant, Iowa, which is near Des Moines, Iowa, sort of. Bondurant, Central Iowa, 1963 split window Corvette. The Corvette driver with the faster car. Dumdye believing first. You won't see much difference on the tree, about 2 bulbs difference on the tree. Dumdye is off and Perry is off, and Ladies and gentlemen, nearly identical reaction times, and Perry pulls one out. They both run dead on. Listen to this. Dumb Die, 599, dead on with a 2 with a 37 light. Perry, dead on with a 2 with a 35 light. That'll tell you 0.02 of a second. That was an extremely close race. 0.0027, mark it down at the stripe. Dave Perry squeaks one out. Both cars running dead on with a 2. The starting line advantage by a 35 to a 37. Give it to Perry. And Dumb Die did a fantastic job. Okay, box racers to the lanes, boxers to the lanes. All right, here we go. This is seventh round action. Seventh round action coming up now in the box side. Scott Labuddy will be facing Dave and Sam Johnson in this one. Vince Mastrada will get the Byron. So this will be an interesting race. Johnson has been on it today. Labuddy's been on it today. Labuddy dials down this time, right down to the bare bones to his fastest CT. Dave Johnson dialed 566. Labuddy at a 468. We are down to the final three on the box side. Dave Perry will wait and wait to see who he races. This is seventh round. Dave just ran seventh round. Dave and Sam, father and son, Edwards, Illinois. The sun is setting. Hopefully we can get this wrapped up tonight. We've got 2 more rounds to go to finish this up. And they're going to have to hustle. The sun is cresting over the beautiful Byron, the valley through Byron, Illinois. And it's gorgeous sunset, you want to call it. Byron drag strip always has beautiful sunsets out here. All right, Dave and Sam Johnson will be leaving first. Pulling up to the pre-stage ever so slightly. Gorgeous Mustang. Labuddy driving his brother's car in the far lane. Okay, Labuddy is off. David Sam Johnson out in front. The win going to Johnson is your winner. Labuddy had the reaction time. Labuddy with the better light. 6 thousandths at the stripe. Dave and Sam Johnson run closer to the dial. Labuddy was down there ripping and gave it back. All right, so it'll be Dave and Sam Johnson against Vince Mastrada. One of those guys will face off against Dave Perry. All right, Mastrada runs dead on, dead on, dead on. So Mastrada and Johnson in the final. Drivers and crew, turn the cars around as fast as you can. Sunset is upon us. We got 2 rounds left to go, so as quick as you can make it back, the better. All right, Dave and Sam Johnson, Vince Mastrada, as soon as you guys can make it back to the lanes, we need you there in order to get finished completion before it gets too dark. So we'll need you back in the lanes ASAP. You guys are going to have to turn the rides around fast. So drivers, we have about 7 or 8 minutes to finish 2 rounds. So you guys are going to want to really step it up now. As quick as you can, both drivers, bring it back as soon as possible. All right, Dave Johnson, Dave and Sam Johnson to the lanes. Vince Mastrada to the lanes. We've got 2 rounds to get in. We're going to need you there now. The winner of that race will face Dave Perry in the final. Okay, Mastrada's there, Mr. Johnson. Last call. Johnson to the lanes. Sam and Dave to the lanes. We got to run this race. We got one more to go. Drivers, go ahead and get ready. Okay, lane choice has been determined. Drivers, get ready to go. We're coming out. If you win this race, bring it back around. You got about 2 minutes to bring it back around. So drivers, you win this race, you got to be towed back to cool it off. have a vehicle to have something tow you back, but you're going to need to come right back to the lanes to finish this race if you win. All right, here we go. Vince Mistrata coming up now in the Tower Lane. Apparently, Vince Mistrata obviously won the coin toss for lane choice. Mistrata dialed 467. Dave and Sam Johnson dialed 567 in the far lane. Okay, here we go. Vince Mistrata dialed 467. 1 second difference. Dave, Sam Johnson dialed 567. The 09 Mustang from Edwards, Illinois. Mistrata from New Lenox, Illinois, the body shop owners. 1 second handicap head start for the door car. Johnson is off out in front. Johnson is your winner. Sam Johnson, turn that car around fast. We're going to need you up here as quick as you can, Mr. Johnson. Reaction time starting line advantage there for Johnson. Mistrata could not get there. All right, Dave Johnson will be racing Dave Perry in the final. And we need Johnson to come right back to the lanes pronto. Mr. Johnson, come right back to the lanes ASAP. Dave Perry is there and ready. Dave Perry from Bondurant, Iowa. I think that's near Des Moines. Is that right, Dave? Pretty close. All right. All right, Dave Johnson has already fired his car up. He's turning it back around. They loaded some fuel in it. He's on his way up. So great turnaround job for Dave and Sam Johnson as we get ready to run the final. $5,000 to win against Dave Perry. So door car final, Dave Perry in a 63 Corvette, the 09 Mustang by Dave Johnson. All right, the final round is coming up. Here we go. Dave Perry dialed 565. 565 for Dave Perry. I do believe 567 for Dave Johnson. Beautiful sunset over Byron Dragway as the geese fly over. You ever wonder why the geese, they fly in a V? Ever notice that? You ever notice how there's more geese on one side of the V than the other? You know why that is? Yeah, you want to know why there's more geese that way? Why that is? Because there's more geese in that row. All right, Dave Perry. Bondurant, Iowa, 1963 Chevrolet Corvette, $5,000 going to the winner here. And Dave Johnson, 567 dial. Okay, they're both staged. Auto starters on. Perry, big wheels up launch. And Dave Perry couldn't fit in that window. Perfect reaction time by Dave Johnson. A perfect light by Dave Johnson. He had that one in the bag. Perry carried the wheels out. Incredible 60-foot time. And Perry runs 566 and a 565. Dave Johnson, 572, pedaling it down there at the stripe with a perfect reaction time in the final.